Is it working now?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. So I wasn't turning on the mic, but we'll go ahead and move on now. So we have this nice little couplet right here that was kind of producing a tornado warning storm. Now the tornado warning, it continues to press into Jackson, Tennessee, excuse me. And we have Huntersville, Tennessee as well. So it's kind of just moving along I-40, making its way towards Jackson, Tennessee. So anybody in the Jackson, Tennessee area, or as you move a little bit farther in the northeast along that I-40 corridor, you need to go ahead and take shelter. And if you are anywhere along the US 70 highway, that's another demarcation line of basically where this tornado is headed, or this tornado warning storm, excuse me. We do not know for sure that this is producing a tornado, but we do know that at least it has the capability of producing it. It has this rotation couplet where we have winds that are rotating around the storm, producing spin. And when we have spin, that means we have a conducive environment, an environment that can produce a possible tornado. At least it has the likelihood of it. So what we're asking everybody to do is, if you're in this warned box, or if you're just northeast of Jackson, to go ahead and seek shelter and go into an interior room of your home. If you live in a mobile home or in a not-so-sturdy structure, go ahead and head to somebody else's house. Ask them if you can go inside because of the tornado warning storm, or at least go to a gas station, a library, some sort of public building that is sturdy. If there is a FEMA shelter nearby, you can go to that as well. But again, if you are at all just northeast of Jackson, this storm is headed towards you, and it'll be there shortly. Right now, you're actually pretty much in the thick of it as far as the rain goes. So,
Tornado warning for Mississippi State University.
Tornado warning for Mississippi State University.
I'm gonna go call my brother.
All right, so basically we have this tornado warning that just got issued. I think this is the one that we're talking about?
City of Tupelo.
Oh, wait, no, this one.
Starkville. Yeah.
Go down. Starkville. All right, so we have this one in Starkville that just got issued. Let's go to the reflectivity. Yeah, you can see, so it's not very well defined, but that's mostly because this is kind of far away from the radar. But we have at least a little bit of spin going on right here at the very back edge of our warned box. So as this continues to make its way closer to Starkville, it will probably become a little more defined as a rotational couplet. But yes, this is a dangerous situation. Anybody in Mississippi State University or in Starkville, you guys need to go ahead and take shelter. Anybody along US Route 82 needs to go ahead and take shelter as well. This storm is making its way
Over Sturgis right now.
It's over Sturgis right now, so anybody in Sturgis, you should take shelter. Let's zoom in a little closer on that couplet, if you don't mind. Let's see. Are you able to? There we go. Yeah, so we have Sturgis right now, and getting a little closer to State Route 182 as well. So anybody between Sturgis, State Route 182, and State Route 12, that is your area right now that we have this couplet, and it's making its way towards the northeast, and it'll be into Starkville in the next 15 minutes or so. So everybody needs to take shelter immediately, especially for Starkville, as well as when you get closer out towards just US Route 82, or yes, Route 82 in general. But Addington is going to have this rotational couplet on top of it at 7:20 p.m. That would be Eastern time, so actually Central time would be 6:20. So we have this rotational couplet that's making its way quite shortly. Anybody that is in Starkville or Mississippi State University specifically, you guys need to go ahead and take shelter. This is a tornado warned storm. And we have a nice little rotational couplet here. Not nice in the fact that, of course, it could produce a tornado, but it has the structure for producing one. So that's what I was referring to. But it's also producing a lot of heavy rain as well. So again, straight line winds, heavy rain, tornadic potential. That is what we're talking about with this system in general. And we're seeing that on display right over here north of Sturgis, and it's headed its way towards Starkville. So If you are in Starkville, please go ahead and go ahead and seek shelter immediately. Go into an interior room of your home and go ahead and invite people that maybe can't seek shelter if they're like in a mobile home or such. But yeah, again, this is a dangerous situation. We'll toss things over to Jonathan.
Yes, so going ahead and looking at this cell, if you are anywhere along Highway 12 in I can't pronounce this, Octabeja County, that is in anywhere along the line from Sturgis, Longview, Starkville. If you are on campus on the drill field at Mississippi State University right now, you need to go into the library, you need to go into one of the residence halls, you need to go into one of the lecture halls. This is a dangerous developing situation, and what I am particularly concerned with is the structure we are seeing. The couplet is not the tightest couplet I've ever seen right now. But what I'm starting to see on reflectivity is this little donut hole to the east of Sturgis, and that is where it is becoming a rain-wrapped tornado. So you are not going to be able to see the rotation if you are anywhere along. And this cell just keeps getting more and more defined, waiting on the reflectivity to update in a minute. But as we are getting our waiting on the rotational velocity to update in a minute. But as we are looking at our reflectivity, we are continuing to see a bounded weak echo region and a inflow notch to the northeast of Sturgis, headed up Highway 12 towards the Cotton District and Starkville. So if you are in Mississippi State University, if you're anywhere to the west of it near Starkville High School, you need to go ahead and get in your shelters. And then looking further downstream at West Point, Mississippi, it is eventually going to pass just to the north of Columbus. So that triangle area between Starkville, Columbus, and West Point, only Starkville and West Point are currently in the warning. But as you head towards that area, we are going to need to be sure we are on alert. I'm going to pass things off to the wall to Robert to take a closer look, and I'm going to go call my brother because he goes to Mississippi State.
Right, thank you, Jonathan. We are watching this storm right here going into Starkville. That is a developing situation. We have one coming into Tupelo as well. Let's look at the Starkville one though again, because as Jonathan just mentioned, we do have what's called a bounded weak echo region here, which basically means if you see these colors, where you see the colors get a little less severe right in there, that's what it really shows. There might be some winds coming in right in this area to feed this potential growing tornado. So if you're in Starkville, West Point, anywhere along US 82, like Jonathan said, the campus of Mississippi State University need to be underground or inside an interior lowest level room right now. First floor is your best bet. Underground is obviously the best, but first floor if you don't have an underground. In a lecture hall, yeah, so first floor, if you're in a dorm, go to that interior lowest level room away from outside windows and walls. If your dorm has a wall on the outside, if your room, go to a room in the middle, somewhere that is more safe. So this is our current tornado going into potential tornado at Starkville and West Point. There's a new one in Louisiana for Tangipahoa Parish. It is now also in effect. So go down south. Yeah, and we'll go to the Tupelo one right after this one, but let's look at this one right here. It's just east of Interstate 55. We're seeing a little bit of a strengthening right here as this storm makes its way a little bit east. We're, of course, concerned about all tornado warnings that are popping up here, but we are watching for all of you. Could we just zoom in closer to here to see what towns and cities are like right around the area of circulation? So yeah, just scroll down a little bit and zoom in right there. So Louisiana 1054, Louisiana 1057, about south of where those really intersect right there, east of Tangipahoa, northeast of Roseland. That's where we're really looking for an area of circulation that is strong, and it will make its way just over here. So if you know somewhere near Tangipahoa, know someone who is northeast of Roseland, that area, you need to let them know they need to get into a lowest level interior room, away from outside walls, away from outside windows, put as much space between this tornado and you, and this is a rapidly developing situation. So let's get up to the one in Tupelo, back in Mississippi, that has also just been issued for a tornado warning.
That's for 3 different rotations.
So yeah, the one back up in Mississippi. If we could go back up north to look at that one in Tupelo. Again, we're watching all these tornado warnings as they're issued, and we're trying to convey this information to you as much as possible. If you're outside on any of these roads right now, like for example, by Tupelo, US 278 going to Pontotoc, you need to be stopping before this tornado gets to you right here. Stop at Pontotoc. Stop before you get to Tupelo. If you're listening on the radio to your weather affiliate, make sure you go to a gas station, because that is a far safer place than a car, because a car can be picked up and spun by a tornado, and that is not a safe space to be in. Guntown, Tupelo, anywhere along that area right here, this U.S. highway. I don't remember which highway that is, if we could zoom in right there. Interstate 22, right into Tupelo, Shannon, anywhere Amory, Fulton, that's going to be what we're looking at here. Tupelo 627 is going to be our time for that one. But if we could take that off and go just zoom into the city of Tupelo here, so I can name some streets and roads for those there who are in the path of this potential tornado.
Concerned with the little rotation to the south.
Yeah, so
west of Tupelo near Verona.
Yeah, Verona. Can you just go a little bit further south?
Because I just got a TVS on GR.
Okay. Scroll a little bit further south so we can have the Verona one at the top, because I'm seeing a little bit of circulation to the south here, and also Verona. These two are ones that I'm really concerned about, and they're making their way to the northeast. This one definitely will not make it to you in Tupelo. This one probably won't either, but maybe you might clip your southern suburbs of Tupelo. But either way, the central city of Tupelo, probably not going to be under threat from these two, but Mississippi 145, Mississippi 245 east of the Natchez Trace Parkway. That's where we're watching for this area of circulation moving its way towards the north and east. So Verona, Shannon, Leotis, anywhere in that area, you need to be making sure you are inside that lowest level interior room, away from outside walls and windows. I know I say this a lot, but I want to emphasize it. If you're in any of these areas, now is go time. You have to take your family, your pets, your friends, go there now. Just tell everyone you know to take cover, because this is going to be a rapidly developing situation. These can spin up very quickly and cause a lot of damage. So that's what we're watching right here. Let's go back to the one in Starkville real quick so we can make sure people are informed on that one as well. So I'm just a little bit south of here. Yeah, so we are seeing that circulation still there, unfortunately, and it is moving towards the northeast. So the center of Starkville.
Still on Highway 12. Highway
Yeah.
12 is a major thoroughfare that goes directly through the center of Starkville into the Cotton District, and then exit to the east and goes towards Columbus.
Right, the Mississippi Highway 12 that's right here, Sturgis, Starkville, you are going to be under quite severe threat.
Clear. It's Longview and Starkville now.
So yeah, east of Sturgis. I was saying the highway between Sturgis and Starkville. This is the circulation right here that is making its way towards the northeast. I'm going to go to the other side of the screen so you can see Starkville. Mississippi Highway 26, that's where you're seeing right there. If you could go a little bit, move the camera a little bit down, a little bit to the south, so we could see, yeah, just a little bit to the south. Yeah, so it looks like it's right there and a little bit to the east. So we have Mississippi Highway 12, Mississippi Highway 26, Mississippi Highway 25. It is moving its way towards the north and east. So if you were in the city of Starkville, it's pretty much going on target for you. So you need to be, if you're in that city, getting to that lowest level interior room right now. You don't have much more time to waste. You can't say, well, it's over to my east, I'm going to wait some time to get there. No, just take cover right now. It's better to be safe than sorry. Anywhere on Mississippi State's campus need to be taking shelter right now. It's the city of Starkville. If we could move out just a little bit, so we can see cities to the east and north and east of Starkville that could also be impacted by this after it makes its way through Starkville. Hopefully it does not touch down in that period. We're looking for Rocky Hill, Clayton Village, Osborne, Mississippi Highway 12 east. Again, more on US Highway 82. We're watching that for you as well. Mississippi Highway 389, close to Rocky Hill, Osborne. If it gets to the north, if it holds together, it might even hit Cedar Bluff or West Point, and Mississippi Highway 50 and US 45. And we're not sure it's going to make it that long, but it's best to take cover right now just in case.
Can we go to the north side of Tupelo?
Yeah, let's go back to the Tupelo one. Yeah, so that's
just to the north of the city.
Yeah, scroll a little bit more to the north. Yeah, so that's pretty concerning. I would say that Saltillo along US Highway 45. Baldwin, it's a little bit farther from you, but it's anywhere east of Sherman, east of Interstate 22, along that area. It's in this general area. I'm seeing a little bit of concerning circulation near Baldwin as well. It seems it's not very tight. If you want to take it,
I think that's some side lobe contamination.
Yeah, it could be. So there could be something in here. I would just say if you're anywhere in this area along US Highway 45, it's best to just take shelter in case if anything happens. Better to be safe than sorry. Tupelo, I'm not seeing a major concern for the city right now. You are under the warning, so I would just say better be safe than sorry. Take shelter. But it really seems like the biggest area of circulation is to your south.
Actually, I would say just to the north of Tupelo.
Just to the north.
The
Well,
north side along what Interstate 22.
yeah, okay,
Just to the north
zoom in
of
like
Interstate
right,
22.
right between Saltillo and Tupelo, like right on US Highway 45.
Where that little bend is coming out.
Yeah. And actually, it might be easier to put it on reflectivity, and we can identify it there as well. So if you could, yeah, I can kind of see it there. So zoom in just north of Tupelo, south of Saltillo, a little bit east of 22. It seems like it's right in there. Beach Springs, it's probably going to be you right now. You need to be inside your lowest level interior room. Basically, where 22 meets the Natchez Trace Parkway, that's where this seems to be developing. So we're watching that area of circulation. West of Eggville, southwest of Ratliff, southeast of Birmingham, Mississippi, and it's on Interstate 22. Can we go back to velocity to look at that, just to see if this is starting to develop? Yeah, I would say I'm pretty concerned about this area right on US 45. Beach Springs, you need to be inside that lowest level interior room right now. You need to be taking your family, your kids, and your pets there immediately. You don't have any more time to waste. Let's zoom back out, see if we can see all the areas of circulation in this warning real quick, and then we'll go back to Starkville. Yeah, so I'm not too convinced that the other ones are doing anything at the moment, but again, if you're anywhere in this warning, Tupelo, west of Fulton, along Interstate 22, you need to be taking your precautions right now. So let's go back to the one in Starkville.
With the one in Starkville, it's not a super tight circulation at the moment. If anything happens, it's going to be like a spin up.
Right.
Because there is the red and the green rubbing against each other. I'm in storm relative mode over here, which is taking away the storm's motion on base velocity right now. It's very hard to tell exactly where the couplet is, but on storm relative, it's still right along Highway 12 in Longview right now. You can see that behind me. If we are seeing a rotation, it's going to be right here, moving directly into downtown Starkville. So if you are a Mississippi State student, we do want you in your shelter right now. I called my brother, made sure he's in the lowest level of his dorm, made sure he told his friends to get there. I know our friends at Mississippi State University and their broadcast meteorology program are probably live with their campus publication as well right now. But the good thing that we're seeing right now is when I switch the correlation coefficient, there is no drop. I'm crossing my fingers that this little dropout here, right here behind me, that's junk. It's not associated with the couplet. So thankfully we haven't seen, even with the storm up in Tupelo, we're not seeing any drops in correlation coefficient, but we will continue to monitor it to see if there's a tornado on the ground. Of course, keeping you updated. Thankfully, that tornado warning for Jackson, Tennessee has been dropped. The only 3 tornado warnings we have left are for Clay County in Mississippi, for Itawamba County in Mississippi, and for Washington Parish down in Louisiana. However, the severe thunderstorm warnings, as I zoom out to the big picture, all the way up in Illinois, away from the range of the radar, and then all the way down to Louisiana, we have severe thunderstorm warnings. So the severe thunderstorm wind gusts with these are no joke. We must continue to stay vigilant with that, and then as we eventually head towards Tallahassee tomorrow, we'll get that. But zooming back into the Tupelo region with Robert, I'm beginning to see the segment sort of start to bow out, so we may be seeing more of a damaging wind threat with that particular cell.
Right, and that's something we do look for a tornado threat decreasing, but also a damaging wind threat increasing. So when we have the
Damaging wind threat increasing, that's still something that you need to take seriously, because damaging winds can do just as much damage as a weak tornado. So let's go back and zoom into the Tupelo one, and then after one we're going to get to the one in Tangipahoa Parish, in Louisiana. This one right here, this one near Tupelo, you can see how they've clipped the warning a little bit just right over here. And if we could freeze the radar on the current setting, so I can, just click the now button. I'll put you there. So you can see how it's, I kind of see like it's right in here. It seems like it's getting towards, it could be a circulation still, but the major threat with this really seems to be, it seems to be our damaging winds threat. So if you could take us over to velocity real
Hey,
quick.
can we go to Verona?
Yeah, let's go back to,
Go to velocity south of
yeah,
Tupelo?
take the velocity and then zoom
Could be
in.
a back-end bookend.
Yeah, go back to Tupelo and then zoom in like right down, yeah, and then take it to
Switch
velocity.
velocity.
Yeah, here, 1 second.
Or we can come to me
Yeah.
if we need to apparently our Mac system is glitching out, so we're going to go ahead and switch back to me. But as we look at Tupelo, notice we've started to see a little bit of a bend right here, and then where we're seeing that bend, we're starting to see maybe a bookend vortice turn. So as we are approaching, once again, the same part, southern Tupelo and Verona, we may be seeing another tornado start to develop there, and Robert's going to take a closer look at that one.
Right, we are watching this one south of Verona, and as he was saying, it's sort of like a back-end circulation we're watching here. It's southwest of Tupelo. That's what we're really watching for the circulation, and I'm going to point out to you right here, it's basically right where Mississippi Highway 145 is, just north of Verona. It does seem to be making its way towards the city of Tupelo. So I'm not going to say you're in the all clear Tupelo. You need to make sure you are in your underground shelters or lowest level interior rooms right now. City of Verona as well, particularly those towards the north. If this is going to make its way off towards the north and east, that is going to be concerning because as Jonathan just mentioned, these storms are what we call spin-up storms, which means that they can come out of nowhere and strengthen really quickly. That means they can also weaken really quickly, which is something we want, but unfortunately they can also strengthen really quickly, which is why we are watching this one right here on Tupelo. This is the back-end circulation. We are going to continue to watch this one. Let's go back down to the one in Louisiana, in Tangipahoa Parish and Washington Parish. That's probably made its way a little bit more to the east now since the last time we covered it. Yep. So this seems like the circulation here is not quite as strong as it was earlier. If it is there, it's along Louisiana 1055 and Louisiana 38. That's where your circulation is. It's going to be northwest of Franklinton, and it's going to be, of course, to the east of Tangipahoa, and obviously to the north of Louisiana 440. So if you're anywhere close to the Louisiana-Mississippi border, I would say you need to be into your lowest level right now. Your lowest level room, or of course if you have FEMA shelter or a basement, that's best. But if you're driving along Louisiana 1055 or Louisiana 38, you're close to the Louisiana-Mississippi border, this is not a good situation. We have what looks to be a circulation here, and you need to be taking shelter now. If we can go a little bit more towards the north and east, so we can see if there's this, what the city names are up here towards Louisiana 1055 and 38. Yeah, Warnerton, Porter's Curve, and Clifton. Those of you in those cities right now to the north and east of Sunny Hill need to be taking those precautions because it does look to be a circulation right here. Let's go to a correlation coefficient. I don't think we're going to see anything, but yeah, there's nothing on there, fortunately. That means that we don't see any debris here, and that is something we want to not see because that means otherwise it'll be doing damage. So let's actually go back to reflectivity so I can just see what that storm generally looks like. And it does seem like this is actually a little bit of a back-end circulation in itself. Yeah, let's go back up to Tupelo. Because
there's a brief lowering. It's not blue yet on correlation coefficient, and the couplet there has kind of tightened up on velocity.
Okay, let's go to velocity real quick, and then we'll go to velocity real quick. Yeah, zoom into Tupelo right now. Anyone in Tupelo needs to be into your lowest level room right now. This is a dangerous situation. Anyone in Tupelo is at a very high risk of a tornado right now. Anyone in the city, just anyone needs to be in that lowest level interior room, put as much walls between you and the outside world as possible. If you have a basement, that's best, but let's zoom very tight on it. Looks like almost two circulations here. We have Mississippi 145, US 45.
One is side lobed.
The east one is side, okay, so we'll take the west one then. City of Tupelo, Mississippi 145, Main Street 145, anywhere around there. If we could go to correlation coefficient real quickly to see if it's doing damage, where it could be doing damage. It's going to be just towards Tupelo. Yeah, so if, we could just go to correlation coefficient. That is, I wouldn't say that's definitive. It's not something I would say is a definitive debris signature, but it does seem to correspond to where that circulation is, so it is very concerning. It also hasn't
refreshed in a minute, so
yeah,
we're waiting on a refresh.
It could refresh and show us something, but let's go back to velocity actually, so I can just sort of say where this is. And zoom in real tight on that area just below the city of Tupelo. If you could even go even tighter if that's possible. 145, US 45, go up a little bit to the north. Anywhere along Main Street, then we're Main Street in downtown Tupelo. This is downtown Tupelo right here. The US 45, 178 interchange, that's Main Street, Mississippi 178, Mississippi 145. This is where the circulation is really starting to get going.
And this is definitely going to be rain wrapped because it's a back end bookend, so do not try and go outside and look at this.
Right, that is very much not a good idea. Thank you for saying that, Jonathan. This is going to be wrapped by rain, which means you can't see it. It just looks like a normal storm, but it's hidden in there, and this is a tightening circulation, very bad situation for the city of Tupelo. You need to be inside those interior, lowest level rooms underground right now.
And they just dropped that tornado warning down in Louisiana, so we're down to the Starkville and the Tupelo tornado warnings.
Go back to correlation coefficient here. We'll see if it's refreshed. It doesn't look like it has, but also north side of Tupelo, you need to be into your lowest level rooms as well. McCullough Boulevard, US 45, the 145 interchange towards Flowerdale, east of the Natchez Trace Parkway. Anywhere in that area, you need to be inside your lowest level rooms now, and also off towards the north and east. If we could zoom out a little bit more so I can say what cities might be down next after Tupelo. Northwest of Skyline along the Interstate 22 there, Eggville, that's where we're really looking for as circulation starting to develop, could put down something if it isn't already. Let's go back to the one in Starkville because we haven't updated them in a while.
It's going into downtown Starkville right now.
Okay.
They just updated the tornado warning. It's not confirmed, but they did just update the tornado warning and cut off the first half of it.
Okay.
If there is a tornado, it is likely.
Yeah, put
It's
us on
hard to
velocity real
tell
quick.
right now on velocity in Starkville, but there's not. This may be starting to bow out a little bit. This
Yeah.
is not a classic. If we get a tornado in either Tupelo or Starkville right now, it's going to be a brief spin up that's going to not necessarily stay on the ground for a super long amount of time. However, any type of tornado that hits your house is still significant, so we are continuing to monitor them. But in the specific Starkville region, if there is a tornado right now, I'm kind of concerned with this little shape right here. Sometimes when we get these little spin-ups, there's supposed to be a little bit of a foot that extends on reflectivity, and that's sort of where there is a bit of rubbing between the red and the green. But this is not a classic supercell, so it is kind of hard to tell. But if there is something happening, it is heading into the south and east side of Starkville right now, as opposed to the north side of town. They just took down the warning. But there is a new tornado warning in Mississippi that I just got one up. It is just to the southeast of Jackson. So can we go there on radar?
Yeah, let's go there. So this is our new warning.
Yeah, this is
Okay.
going to be a proactive one for developing.
Right, so I'm going to get to the east side of the screen so we can see this over here. Raleigh, Montrose, and Bay Springs need to take cover now because this could be a developing tornado. It doesn't look like it's on the ground right now, but it's right in here where they're concerned about that. This warning is actually very long because these storms are moving so quickly. It's until 7:45 Central Time. So our time up here is, of course, in Eastern because our studios are here in Tallahassee. So that is, take that to 6:42. So that's going to be roughly an hour for this tornado warning to be in effect. And we're watching for all of you in here. This is going to be to the south and east of Jackson. If you know anyone that lives in that area, let them know. Could be a developing tornado for those of you in Raleigh, Montrose, and Bay Springs. You need to take those precautions right now. Get into a lowest level room, interior, away from outside walls. First floor if possible, basement's even better. But first floor will do. Get out of a car, go to a gas station, go to a store, anything nearby, because a car is not a place you want to be during a tornado. Let's actually go back up to, let's revisit our two tornadoes up in
Starkville was dropped, but Tupelo just to the northeast of I-22.
Okay, that's a good sign for our Starkville friends that the tornado warning has been dropped, so it looks like the circulation has really fallen apart, and that's a good thing here. Though I still am concerned about this area near Tupelo. It doesn't seem to have a strong singular area of circulation here, but if it is, it could be right in here, right along the interstate. That's where it looks to be an area of circulation. It's going to be east of the city of Tupelo now, so the city of Tupelo, you are, at this point, it looks to be fine. If any back-end circulation develops, obviously you're going to want to stay attuned and make sure you don't let your guard down. But if we go to, I don't think we're going to see anything but correlation coefficient just to see if there's something going on here. And there's a little bit of something, but it could also just be hail. So I wouldn't say it's definitive to be any sort of debris on the ground. They haven't confirmed this yet, at least to my knowledge. So I think that this could just be hail. It might not be debris. But let's go to reflectivity, and that'll also show us a little bit about this. So it's really developing right in here. And this is a little bit of a sort of bounded weak echo region right here because you can see how the values of reflectivity are lower in here. That shows inflow winds that could be showing to develop this potential tornado. So those of you in Eggville, that's going to be the area that we're watching right now. Mississippi 371, Alabama 178, Mississippi 178. Excuse me there. Centerville, Mantoshee, east of Skyline along the interstate here. That's what we're watching here. And if you could zoom out,
Okay.
I think they actually allowed the tornado warning to expire.
I think they did as well, but Raleigh, Mississippi needs to be in a tornado shelter right now
Yeah.
with the southern storm.
Let's go back to the southern storm because that one was just issued and it seems like they're confident that could be potentially issuing a tornado.
Yes,
So,
they dropped the tornado warning for
awesome. That is good. We do like seeing these tornado warnings to expire. We don't want to have this to be an ongoing situation. But unfortunately, we just have one here for the city of Raleigh. It looks to be going right on you in Raleigh. So if you're in Raleigh, you need to be inside that lowest level interior room right now. And if you're watching us from North Carolina, we're talking about Mississippi. This is Raleigh, Mississippi. So if you're in there, make sure you know that to go to that lowest level interior room away from outside walls and windows.
What road is that?
Can you zoom in a little bit on the city of Raleigh? This is Mississippi Highway 18, Mississippi Highway 35.
The one to the southwest.
Yeah, zoom in on this a little more to Raleigh.
Because there's the couplet.
It's right on there, Mississippi Highway 540. So go to velocity right now so I can point out where the couplet is. Yeah, so it's right here on Mississippi Highway 540. It's basically tracking along 540 into the city of Raleigh. So this is where 35 intersects 18. Inside the city of Raleigh, you basically need to be inside that lowest level room right now or a tornado shelter because this is a dangerous situation. It's going right on the city of Raleigh, and it could make a direct a connection with you in the city. So you really need to be taking those precautions right now. You can't wait any longer. Take your friends and family and go inside that lowest level interior room right now. Let's zoom out a little bit so we can see what other cities are in the path right after Raleigh.
That's a pretty big tornado warning.
Yeah, it is. It's possibly because it's moving at, I don't know what it is. It could be 60 miles per hour.
I'll get that info for you in a second.
So this is Mississippi 501. This is Mississippi 15. Bay Springs, it's going to be north of you, so you in Bay Springs should be fine. It's going to be basically taking this path into Raleigh and could be following to the north end of Mississippi Highway 18. So
Lewin and Montrose.
yeah, Lewin, Montrose, Pineville, Stevens.
We're moving at 45 miles per hour.
So we're moving at 45. So it's a little bit slower than some of our earlier tornadoes, but don't take that for granted because 45 is still a pretty fast speed for a tornado. And if you are anywhere in this warning, you need to be taking those precautions immediately because it will move quick and you don't have time to prepare. Once this warning is issued, that basically means the National Weather Service is saying it's go time, go now. It's not saying, well, we can wait, it's potential tornado. That's a watch. This is a warning. Which basically means that the Weather Service is saying, right now, you have to take precaution because we think there's a tornado that's happening or a tornado that's about to happen. And right now, city of Raleigh, it's really looking dangerous for you. You need to be inside that lowest level interior room right now. It looks like that notch is right in here, right along the highway. It's going to be right in here, east of Traxler, right into the city of Raleigh, it looks like, unfortunately. Could be impacting you there. We hope this is not putting something down. Let's go to correlation coefficient. I don't think we're going to see much in the way of that. And it's a good thing that we don't because it means that there's a lack of debris. And let's go to reflectivity so we can just make sure I fully understand what's going on with the storm.
We
here.
talk a lot about correlation, but it is reactive, not predictive. One of the more predictive things that we see is the sort of inflow notch that we noticed. And we are seeing the inflow notch with the cell in Raleigh, but we are not seeing any debris at the moment.
If there's an inflow notch, it looks almost to be right in here. So you see where these values are green, they're lower. That means these winds are sort of going in here. And this is what we call kind of a little bit of a bounded weak outgo region. It's not the most clear one that I've ever seen, but it kind of gives us this idea that, well, this storm is being fueled. It's actively intensifying. It's trying to put a tornado down here, and this is showing that it is a healthy storm, unfortunately, and it is trying to put down something for the city of Raleigh.
We're going to zoom out, and then there isn't a tornado warning on it, but there is a similar foot and sort of notch developing to the west of Collins. On the same, just to the south of Raleigh, Mississippi. There's a similar notch. Notice if we look here, where that one tornado warning is, we're going to see a little bit of a kick out. And then down here to the west of Collins, we see another similar kick out, and with a foot on it on radar there. So we have a little foot right here, little foot right here. If we're going to, there's not a tornado warning yet, but if you're in Collins, I would go ahead and start looking towards getting into your shelter because we are seeing signs that a tornado may be developing. However, want to reiterate, the only tornado warning we have right now is for Jasper and Smith counties in Mississippi, for the cities of Raleigh, Lewin, Montrose, the north side of Bay Springs, eventually into areas such as Paulding. That is where the one tornado that we think is most likely to form is right now, but we are continuing to watch other areas because of the storm mode we have today is just so spin up rapidly and then drop a storm. So I would go ahead and take shelter in Collins. It's also probably a good idea just to be inside anywhere of a line in Mississippi right now, anywhere on the eastern side of Mississippi. And we have started to get our first severe thunderstorm warning of the day in Alabama. I'm not sure if it's a proactive warning for the line of storms currently around Corinth, Mississippi, or some of the discrete cells that have popped up near Russellville, but we are starting to see storms start to affect Alabama, but once again, the only tornado warning we have is with this cell in Raleigh, Mississippi. So Robert's gonna get us covered on that on the wall. It does look like they just issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Collins, with a tag of tornado possible in the text. So they're anticipating some of these little spin-ups. So be sure that you are treating severe thunderstorm warnings as evenly as you are treating a tornado warning today, due to the fact that we may get spin-ups within a matter of seconds. So Robert's got us covered on the wall with a look, once again, at Raleigh.
Right, they can spin up very quickly, and that's one reason why we're concerned. Another reason why we're concerned is these are just, even if they aren't producing a tornado, these are some pretty hefty wind gusts with some of these storms, gusting to 50, 60, 70 miles per hour, which will be equivalent to a weak tornado hitting you, particularly where they're getting up to 80 and 90. So you're going to want to make sure you are taking all of these in seriously no matter where you are. Let's actually zoom out to a picture of New Orleans and the Louisiana area. The SPC has just put out a mesoscale discussion that is a little bit concerning for the area around southeast Louisiana, basically saying they are watching for a evolution of storm mode, as Jonathan just said earlier, from what looks to be a downscale evolution from a line to supercell thunderstorms. And if that evolution does happen, the city of New Orleans, anywhere around you, the North Shore, could see the chance for strong tornadoes. I'm not going to say that will happen, but it is something this SPC is watching. And as these storms continue to downscale from a squall line into supercell thunderstorms, that will create a very hazardous situation for all of you down there. So basically, I just want to give you an early warning right now. Make sure you're ready if any of these storms do become tornado producers, that you are ready to be prepared and go into that lowest level interior room right now. So I'm going to pass things off to Chandler to talk about more about the current tornado warning right now. Excuse me.
Thank you for that, Robert. Yeah, we'll zoom into that one tornado warning that we do have. We should at least focus on this for at the moment. So currently we have this storm system that's really pushing its way through Raleigh, going towards Montrose and Bay Springs. We can bring up the velocity radar real quick. So right now we can really see that there is a decently strong difference in winds, and it's going to potentially rotate into a couplet. Right now it's not as much of a couplet, but of course with these with this system, these types of tornadoes that we see normally are very quick and brief, so it might go from this setup to a couplet really quickly. So that's why everybody in the tornado warning should take shelter. Anyone east of Raleigh towards Lewin and Bay Springs, you guys should take shelter. Let's zoom in a little bit so we can see those road names. Yeah, so State Route 18 and State Route 901. Excuse me, my eyes are bad. So anybody along those state routes needs to take shelter immediately. Just past Raleigh, if we go a little bit further east, yeah, so we're looking at, again, State Route 18 being one of our main concerns, as well as State Route 501. And then, of course, off towards Stevens and Lewin, you guys are potentially in the path of this strong storm that has the capability of producing a tornado. Up towards Montrose, you guys are not in the clear either. So again, for the next half an hour, take shelter, go into an interior room of your home, and of course, if you're in a mobile home, go to a sturdier structure such as a public building like a library or a post office even, but just take shelter in one of these locations. Now I'm going to move on actually just to show you guys a bigger picture view of what's been going on today and what will continue to go on tonight. So nationally, we see that most of the country is under kind of the cooler weather, but the exception is the southeast. We have these really warm conditions across the deep south from New Orleans to Atlanta down to Tallahassee. We have a lot of those warmer temperatures, and that's the fuel for the cold front, that squall line that we've been talking about that's almost made its way through Mississippi. That squall line is going to feed on these warm temperatures and continue to sustain itself, keeping up that strength for the remainder of tonight. That's why this is such a severe event, is because it's also happening at night, and it's one of those concerns that we have for people that may be sleeping. Make sure you guys have no weather radio, and make sure you guys have your alerts turned on your phone so that you can be notified in case when this squall line comes over you, you have a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning, you can go take shelter. Both of those warnings you should treat just as severely. Like Jonathan was mentioning, the severe thunderstorm warnings usually have those tags of tornado possible because these quick spin-up tornadoes are hard to forecast for, so we have to just assume that these spin-ups can occur. And even such, we have those straight lines winds that, like Robert was mentioning, can be just as strong as a weak tornado. So it's still a pretty severe setup. And then also some more storm fuel is those dew points, which continue to stay in the 60s for most of Tallahassee, for the Panhandle region, for Alabama as well. So a lot of fuel for the squall line as it makes its way towards Alabama. And then those winds continue to be pretty strong coming out of the south, bringing in that moisture and that warmth. And then also on the backside, coming from the northwest, being a little bit on the cooler side, behind that cold front. Makes sense, right? But yeah, so anyway, this strong southerly flow is coming up through the state of Mississippi associated with that squall line. And as far as our severe weather outlook, again, that moderate risk was issued today for this squall line, and it extended all the way into Alabama. So we still have this in effect for Alabama. As it gets towards you guys are not out of the clear at all. In fact, it will be closer to the nighttime hours. So from Huntsville all the way down to Mobile, you guys are looking at 3 out of 5 to 4 out of 5 risk for severe weather, including winds and potential spin-ups of tornadoes. As for tomorrow, we have that slight risk here in the North Florida region and also in the Mid-Atlantic. And future radar again shows that that line of storms is going to make its way through Georgia in the early morning hours through us, and then make its way out of the coast. So now we'll go over to Jonathan to discuss what just happened currently on our squall line.
Yeah, so as this squall line continues to progress towards the east, and we're seeing this line just sort of march along, one thing that's kind of inhibiting the storms up in northern Alabama and southern middle Tennessee is a lack of CAPE. And CAPE is convective available potential energy that allows a thunderstorm to continue to grow upwards. And we don't have a lot of that right now in those regions. But as we head towards Mobile, the Biloxi, Gulfport, Mississippi area, and into the western Florida Panhandle, Panama City west, we are starting to see a clearing trend in the sky where the sun is starting to come out. Even as the sun is setting, we are still getting that warm southerly onshore flow that is going to build CAPE in these regions. And notice we're starting to see some pop-ups that aren't really interfering or interacting with the line at all. So the Storm Prediction Center, they are the best severe weather forecasters in the world. They just issued a new tornado watch that is impacting this region that is in the southern tip of the moderate part of the outlook. That's a level 4 out of 5. That is where we are seeing a new Storm Prediction Center issued tornado watch that notes the potential for a few significant tornadoes. So they have their probabilities at a tornado much higher than some of the other watches we saw today, but notably the probability for a strong tornado is actually the highest we have seen today. And that is a little bit concerning because as we are losing daylight, these areas are going to continue to remain unstable, but as this line approaches and these little pop-ups continue, we may see some embedded supercells and discrete supercells that produce long-track damaging tornadoes in southern Alabama, western Florida, and southeastern Mississippi. So these areas are where our focus will have to shift as we go later into the night. But as we zoom north and go towards the shoals in Alabama and the northeastern Mississippi, notice we have these pop-ups, which normally on a day like today, you see these pop-ups in the severe weather risk and you're like, oh no, I think I've seen this film before. I didn't like the ending. Luckily, there is not enough CAPE for these storms to really truly get going, and they're sort of interacting with the line and inhibiting it from really starting to get going. So notice we do have these cells. One thing we're going to have to watch for is mergers between these cells and the line. That may cause some interesting interactions of its own that are either be constructive to the storm's development or destructive in the sense that the storm will fall apart. But as these interactions happen, the National Weather Service in Huntsville has gone ahead and issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Lauderdale, Colbert, and Franklin counties in Alabama ahead of this line, watching for the potential for these collisions and maybe some spin-up tornadoes related to that. Now, as we look at the state of Mississippi, it's just severe thunderstorm warning after severe thunderstorm warning after severe thunderstorm warning, all the way down the eastern border of the state with Mississippi. And for a look on that, we're going to go to Melissa on the wall who can get us the details.
While things have been calming down, we are still under a tornado watch as that squall line continues to move forward. there is one tornado warning in effect right now that we took a look at earlier, just to the east of Jackson. Zooming in there, Bay Spring is in that warning as well. You see that line that we're watching at the moment where there is potential for a tornado to be on the ground, but we do not have confirmation on that at this time. But there is potential for that to pop up. So you need to stay ahead of the game, get prepared now. Looking at that line as it moves forward, we are looking at reaching Newton at 7:04 p.m., Montrose at 7:02, Hickory at 6:12, and over to the eastern cities looking at around 7:30. And that, of course, is in Central Time. It is 8 o'clock here. So take our time back an hour. That's what that is. So we are seeing those within the next 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes that storm will be continuing to move and potentially seeing those impacts. So again, there's a lot of rain. It is getting dark, so it's going to be hard to see these storms as they're moving through, these tornadoes as they form. So you're going to be needing to keep your TV going, keep your radio going, so you're aware of what's going on and what you need to look out for. Looking at that velocity, you can see that where some rotation is trying to start on that edge of that line right there. But again, can't confirm that at this time, but it is in that polygon that we are looking at, and that's still in effect. And surrounding areas are still at risk as well. While this is the only tornado warning at this time, we did have a multitude popping up one after the other here just a few minutes ago. So now that that's calming down and that storm continues to move, we do have potential for that to continue. And the National Weather Service has put out a tornado watch for these southern counties of Louisiana and Mississippi, and going into Alabama here soon. And that is likely for tornadoes as we progress through the night. There's also a flash flood watch on the back end of the storm, so you're going to be needing to look out for that too. With all this rainfall coming down, tornadoes and strong winds are not the only threat associated with this storm. Flooding is also a problem, especially in these coastal cities and parishes. Flash flood warning right there until 8 p.m. Central Time tonight, so that's in about another hour that'll expire. But since there is so much rainfall falling, got to pay attention to that as well. There's other threats going on besides just tornadoes. Just tornadoes are the biggest, most prominent threat at the moment. So if you see floodwaters, turn around, don't drown. Make sure you keep yourself safe from all the threats that this storm is associated with. So we do also have those severe thunderstorm watches. So even if you're not seeing tornadoes, these storms are still pretty severe. You're still seeing severe conditions. That includes strong winds, possibility of hail, and again, that can cause damage as well. So looking at a multitude of threats as the storm continues to move through. Moving over to Montgomery, we'll be seeing it in the next few hours and overnight. Huntsville will begin seeing more of this rainfall and severe weather conditions as we go through the night as well. And the farther into the night we get, the more dangerous it will be because it is dark. People are going to sleep. So make sure you are staying aware. Have somebody in your house maybe stay awake, listening to the radio, so you're always aware, or have it set that it'll wake you up if an alarm does come through. Looking at that time for moving into tonight, 7 p.m. for Athens, 7:12 for Decatur, 7:18 for Mobile. So these cities are going to be hit here in the near future as we go through the night. Again, this is in Central Time. We are in Eastern Time. This is not for Tallahassee, but we will be seeing effects in Tallahassee tomorrow. Thankfully, hopefully not as severe. But again, severe thunderstorm watches, tornado watches, and to the north more, we also have a severe thunderstorm warning. So there are, again, serious conditions that we are looking at. But at this time, thankfully, no more tornadoes popping up. We'll keep an eye on it. Make sure you're staying tuned. But are you seeing anything on the radar, Jonathan?
I have not seen anything particularly concerning on the radar at the moment, but there is something rather interesting that the National Weather Service in Jackson, Mississippi has done, and they have indicated in their latest tornado warning that this line is not moving as quickly as it used to be. They extended the tornado warning that we were talking about north of Bay Springs, including the town of Raleigh. They expanded that tornado warning until 7:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time, 8:45 Eastern. And they slowed the storm motion down significantly. They have indicated that the storm is now only moving at 40 miles per hour. So I'm going to go ahead and move to the storms in North Mississippi. Click on it, do a sample. Those in northern Mississippi have slowed down to 45. So we are starting to see an interesting slowdown of the line as it's approaching the Mississippi-Alabama border. which that may actually be bad news for those of us who are in southern Mississippi and southern Alabama who are just awaiting this line of thunderstorms to pass through so that they can maybe get on with their lives and stop worrying about the severe weather risk. With this line slowing down, it's going to prevent rain-cooled air from entering the area in areas like Mobile, Greenville, Alabama, Bay Minette, any areas in southern Alabama and southern Mississippi where we haven't seen rain yet. The slower this line moves, the more instability is going to be able to build up ahead and really amp that severe weather threat down there. So that's going to be particularly concerning as we head into our evening hours. Taking a closer look at this Raleigh Bay Springs tornado. Raleigh, you are in the clear, but the tornado warning, I'm kind of perplexed by it. I think they're issuing it as a precautionary warning because we do not have a confirmed couplet on radar right now. We do not have a correlation coefficient drop. All we're seeing is a strong line of thunderstorms with punchy, gusty winds. If anything, we may see a tornado start to develop to the north of Taylorsville, where right behind me we are really starting to see an inflow notch happen on velocity, but we're not seeing that on reflectivity just yet. So watching this particular area, it sort of has been the dominant area producing tornadoes throughout the day. This is the same cell that produced a confirmed tornado in Jackson, Mississippi earlier, but we haven't really seen much produced by it recently. That is fantastic news. As we continue to zoom out at the big picture, every single county in Mississippi along the eastern half, there is a continuous line of severe thunderstorms, except if you are in the city of Philadelphia, Mississippi, not Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, Mississippi. Jessie has you tomorrow with her big city, small town segment. Maybe she should do Philadelphia. But every inch from a line from northeast Mississippi to southwest Mississippi into the Louisiana border, every inch is under a severe thunderstorm warning except for the county Philadelphia is in. So if you're in Philadelphia tonight, count your blessings. I know on April 27, 2011, that town was heavily impacted by a severe thunderstorm that produced a major tornado. But right now, the only major storms we have are in areas outside of Philadelphia. So going to the south, this is the most particularly severe cell I have right now. Watching an inflow notch to the north of Taylorsville and seeing how that evolves as we continue our severe coverage. But the only tornado warning we have in effect right now is this one for Jasper and Smith counties in Mississippi to the north of Bay Springs, approaching the cities of Montrose and Lewin. Gonna defer to my team leader, Robert, here. Are you with storm reports on the desk right now?
Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and move to the desk, and Robert's gonna go over some of the local storm reports we've gotten this evening.
Right, so we do have this situation, and it has been going on for the last few hours. I'm trying to pull up the reports here. So we have,
hold on. They just dropped the tornado warning for Jasper and Smith counties.
Okay, that's great. We have no tornado warnings for the first time in our broadcast, and that's something we really like to see. Now we're going to go over some of the storm reports here, and let me pull this up here. We do have several. We have 11 tornado reports, 102 wind reports, and then that's a total of 113. No hail reports. We didn't really expect a lot of hail action today, so that's something that we are definitely fortunate for. But unfortunately, we do have several tornado reports. So the first one is actually in the far east of Texas. This was earlier in the morning. It's in Newton, Texas. We had a report of a tornado that did damage to roofs and porches. There were some trees and power lines along the south portion of the Toledo Bend Reservoir that was damaged. So that was in the Lake Charles area, in Texas, nearby the Lake Charles area. There was one also earlier today. It was in Richland, Louisiana. This is the tornado we were covering earlier in our broadcast. This one it seemed to touch down on US 80 and Gin Road, and it was relayed from train spotters and law enforcement. So that happened earlier in Richland, Louisiana. And then we have several tornado reports from that complex that really started to get going in central Mississippi. Around Yazoo County, Mississippi Highway 16 was blocked by trees with structural damage in Benton. That was from that tornado that we did have earlier that was confirmed. And of course, there was a report here from that. There was another one in Hinds County, and this is, of course, where Jackson is, unfortunately. There was a tree down at Robinson Road and Colony Square in Hinds County. That's in the city of, around a mile east-northeast of Forest Hill, and this is nearby Jackson. There's also another report from that same tornado. We actually have several reports, but it seems like from the same tornado. Another one in Forest Hill of a tornado confirmed by a sky camera in Jackson on the southeast side of the city of Jackson, and it was also heard in the area. So that is 1 mile north of Forest Hill in Hinds County. We had another one 2 miles east-northeast of Forest Hill. This is also in Hinds County. And this one was a tree stabbed along Dorgan Street. So this is all around the city of Jackson. It's in the suburbs in Hinds County. Finally, we do have some reports from the city of Jackson itself. One Southwest Jackson, this is a utility pole that was down at University in Dawn in Jackson. And then this was an update of the report that said there was damage at Silas Brown and Jefferson. The trees were down in Commerce Street. There was a large tree down at Silas Brown and Congress. It was in Hinds County, of course, in the city of Jackson, excuse me. So this was all from that tornado. We also have more reports from Jackson. Of course, when you have a tornado, unfortunately, hitting a major metropolitan area, it does affect a lot of people, and that is evidenced by the amount of reports here. Then we have another one from Jackson. There was a tree down at the Central Fire Station, and another tin from a roof was blown into the road at Congress and Tumbagee, and that is in the city of Jackson, of course. Finally, we have one in Leake County in Mississippi. There were trees down across Mississippi Highway 35 near Singleton, and that is the city of Dawsville. And that is, of course, our final tornado report of today. We do have several other confirmed tornadoes that have not gone here into the system yet. That is our tornado report so far.
New tornado warning.
So we're going to go back to Jonathan and talk about a new tornado warning that has just been posted.
So this is actually in a very interesting spot. It is probably the weirdest shaped tornado warning you will ever see in your life. It is this weird 8-shaped polygon, because this tornado, you can definitely see a couplet just to the southwest of Acres, but this barely includes the city of Acres. This is in St. John the Baptist Parish in Louisiana. This tornado is developing, but it's actually about to technically become a waterspout. Not one of the typical summertime fun little ropes that you look at in the sky waterspouts. It's not going to affect much. Oh dear. Okay, we just got 3 new tornado warnings all at once. So this one is not going to affect population, so we're going to jump to the one in Itawamba County, Mississippi, because that is an area that I know quite well, being from Huntsville. I was just watching this, and I just made a remark about it on my Twitter. Death taxes and a rotating thunderstorm approaching the Columbus Air Force Base radar in northeast Mississippi. We have just now gotten a tornado warning issued for Itawamba, Lee, and Monroe counties in northeast Mississippi, with a developing circulation to the southwest of Amory heading towards Smithville and Fulton that'll eventually cross over the border and head towards Hamilton, Alabama and Russellville. But zooming in for a closer look at Amory, we have Robert on the wall.
Right, and unfortunately this is kind of how it happens when you have a major regional tornado outbreak. Is once you start feeling like all the tornadoes are gone, they start popping up again, and unfortunately that's the situation with today. But we're here for you. We're going to get you through it. We're going to keep covering these tornado warnings, making sure you are all staying safe from it. So we're going to go to the one up here in the north. It's in north of Mississippi. Unfortunately, Mississippi, you are not in the clear. There are several storms that could put down tornadoes. This is Amory, the one that Jonathan was just talking about. This is US Highway 278. This is Interstate 22. This is the city of Fulton. This is east of Tupelo. So Tupelo, you are fine. You are not under a threat from this tornado, but it looks like Amory, you are right now in the thick of it. You are going to need to take shelter immediately. Go to that lowest level room, away from outside walls and windows. Take your family, pets, everyone you know, even if it's awkward, just go.
Yes,
So-
to the northwest of Aberdeen.
Yeah. Okay. So it's in this area right here. So the city of Amory, you are really in a not good situation, and it's not the strongest circulation I've seen, but it doesn't mean you shouldn't take shelter, because these things, as we've been emphasizing all night, can really just strengthen really quickly. So if you are in the city of Amory, you need to be taking shelter right now. So Amory, Smithville, you're down the road. This is Mississippi 371.
Hattiesburg is under a tornado warning now too.
Okay, so again, Smithville, Amory, anywhere in that tornado warning, ultimately east of Fulton along Interstate 22. Let's go to Hattiesburg, because that is a new tornado warning as well. So
This is a donut hole on reflectivity.
okay, I also want to emphasize before we zoom out, zoom back into the tornado warning here. It looks to be a circulation developing south of the tornado warning. So those of you need to really be watching this.
Especially on the border.
Yeah, around south of Aberdeen. So I don't know if this is going to get warned, but just keep in mind, city of Aberdeen, honestly, I would just say take shelter now. Just don't play around with these.
If
These
you
can
are
snap
anywhere
quickly.
along that tornado warning, including
Yeah.
just outside the south boundary, take shelter now.
Yeah, anywhere just outside this tornado warning, I would still take shelter along US 45, okay? Let's go to Hattiesburg right now. So Yeah, this is what happens. We have these tornado warnings. They cycle, they go away, and then they come back. And unfortunately, it looks like the city of Hattiesburg. Just go to the south now. Yeah, that one right there.
It looks like Sandy Hook is where the circulation's developing.
Yeah, so Hattiesburg,
no,
it's
like-
just it's the northern half of the city of Hattiesburg that's
Okay.
under the tornado warning right now. South of Columbia, that's where we're looking
Can
for
we go
the
to
actual
me for a
circulation.
second?
Yeah, let's go to Jonathan.
Because I want to point out something once we get the camera on me. So as we look at the reflectivity notice, there is a big donut on the screen right here. And notice we do have that rotation marked here, but this is there could be multiple circulations developing in this particular cell, which Hattiesburg, it's probably not even raining in Hattiesburg right now. But the National Weather Service does want you to go ahead and get in your shelter because we have a potential circulation developing not only to the north and west of Sandy Hook. Yeah, there's the TVS, it just popped up. So potential tornado vortex signature to the northwest of Sandy Hook associated with this donut shape on reflectivity. I haven't seen anything on correlation coefficient to indicate that a tornado could be on the ground right now. But this is probably one of the more concerning situations we have seen today because Hattiesburg, Mississippi is a highly populated area in the state, and we have potential multiple circulations developing as this storm is heading towards the northeast at approximately, let's see here, 50 miles per hour. So we're going to go to the wall with Melissa, and I'm going to have Melissa cover this. And Robert, can you put a storm track on it moving 50
Yeah, I
miles
can
per
do that.
hour? Perfect. So to the wall with Melissa.
Yes, we're going to take a look at exactly when that storm is going to get to you. That storm isn't moving at a decent pace right now. So looking at Hub, 7:47 p.m., Clyde's 9:57, Hattiesburg 10:47.
I don't think that's right.
That looks like it's moving a bit slower than we just discussed.
Yeah. So Hattiesburg will be within the next hour.
Yeah, within the next hour, we're going to be seeing those storms moving through. So take shelter now because
And
an
that
hour is
tornado
going to come
warning's
up
for
a
the
lot.
next hour.
That's right. So that tornado warning is for the next hour. We are looking for that potential in the next hour. But don't wait for that storm to get to you. Take shelter now because if you wait, you're going to get stuck in the middle of it. The storm could speed up or slow down at any moment. So make sure you're taking precautions ahead of time and getting to safety now. So we're looking at that donut hole. And then there's some circulation going on near Chera and Hub going around in that area. So again, if you're in those areas, take shelter now. Looking at Road 13, Highway 43. So if you're traveling, find a place to pull over. It's, again, this is a serious situation. If you're in Pickwick, Saxon, just get off the road, get inside, find the innermost room that you can get to, and make sure you're aware of what's going on. Take your NOAA radio with you. Just find shelter and keep you and your family safe. Bring your pets inside. Unless you're like me and have horses, then let them run. But looking at Hattiesburg, again, a populated area, so we're going to have to keep monitoring that as that continues to move forward. Looking at Hattiesburg, possibly in the next hour, seeing that threat moving towards them. So again, be aware and just make sure you know what's going on. But taking a look at the south, a little south to Hammond, moving over. If you're traveling up 55, it looks like you are in the middle of that right now. So
This is in St. John the Baptist Parish in Louisiana.
So this is St. John's the Baptist Parish in Louisiana. Again, if you're traveling up Interstate 55, you're going to want to get off that road as soon as possible. See some areas of circulation going on here as well. And again, not going to want to mess around with these storms. These storms are potentially dangerous. You need to get off the road and take shelter now.
That's over the lake, I think.
Is that over the lake?
Not to cross the lake into Lake Pontchartrain. So
If you're on the causeway, like Pontchartrain Causeway, you should either continue your journey to get off if you're right about to get off, or you should just stop and wait. You don't want to be in the middle of this thing on the Lake Pontchartrain Causeway.
I don't know if y'all heard that, but the Lake Pontchartrain Causeway, if you are on Lake Pontchartrain or know someone that is potentially driving on there, go ahead and let them know to get off.
Yeah, it's kind of a bad situation because if you're on right now, it's going to be pretty hard to get off. But as you go towards Mandeville, if you're close to the North Shore, close to Mandeville, can get there within the next 5 to 10 minutes, I would suggest getting there right now. If you can't, if you're thinking about getting on the causeway, do not. Now is not the time to do that, particularly because there's other storms falling behind that could also impact the city of New Orleans. So you need to be able to go to your shelter soon. But what we're watching right now is for this area around the Lake Pontchartrain Causeway. And if you're close to a turnaround and you are in the Lake Pontchartrain Causeway and you have not reached the halfway point yet, you need to turn around. This will not be a good situation to be on the Lake Pontchartrain Causeway if a tornado goes over it.
Absolutely. You do not want to be on that road when that tornado is moving over you. You need to either get to a ditch or just get into a building. We don't suggest getting into a ditch, but it's better than being in your car, especially if you saw last week there was a video that was going around social media where a truck was flipped over by a tornado, spun around, and then flipped back up and drove away. We don't want anyone in that situation, but again, looking at the times for this storm, looking at Mandeville, looking at 7:22, Lakeham, 7:31, Slidell, 7:41, and at Eden Island, looking at 7:44. If you're traveling over any of these interstates, Interstate 10, 90, 190, make sure you are getting off these roads as soon as possible. You do not want to be stuck on this road, and if you can't get off of it, find a safe place to pull over and get yourself into somewhat of a safer situation. We're definitely going to be seeing those storms very soon. Again, we are looking at it in Central Time and we are in Eastern Time at this moment, so take our time back an hour, and that is the time right now. But Jonathan, are you seeing anything in more detail on these storms on your radars?
Yeah, so I'm currently looking at the storm in Forest, Lamar, and Marion counties in Mississippi as it's approaching Hattiesburg. And notice we are really starting to see this part of the storm bow out. And we're going to have to watch this backside right here, just to the south and east of Columbia, Mississippi. That's where we're going to have to watch for a more defined couplet to develop and then go to the northeast. Because if that happens, that is when the city of Hattiesburg is going to start to get in trouble. I'm going to go ahead and switch the correlation coefficient on this cell so we can see if we maybe have a tornado on the ground. That is not going to be very helpful because there appears there is something blocking the radar's view. I'm going to switch that back to velocity. Okay, so even if there is not a tornado on the ground, this is indicative of very, very strong winds racing in the inflow notch of this storm. So that is going to be damaging winds regardless of whether or not there is a tornado on the ground. Damaging winds in Lamar, Forest, and Marion County, Mississippi are expected right now. It does look like they just dropped the tornado warning to the south in Louisiana, so that is good news, but you still do not want to be driving on the causeway in any of this damaging wind that we have. So zooming back into storm relative velocity, and the difference between those two is that storm relative velocity does take the movement of the storm out of it via mathematics in the calculation of the wind. And notice we are starting to see those reds and those greens rub against each other just to the north and east of Sandy Hook. And that is where we may potentially see a tornado develop and move towards Hattiesburg. I'm going to throw things off to Robert because he is waving me down and definitely has something to say.
Yeah, so this is a very dangerous situation. We can go back down to the one in St. John the Baptist Parish in Louisiana.
They dropped the tornado.
They dropped it?
They dropped it.
Okay, well, it looks like there's still a circulation there. The reason why I wanted to emphasize this is because if this circulation does develop, I wanted to point out specifically crossover number 5 on the causeway, and there's still a circulation there. The reason why they might have dropped it is because it's not over land anymore, and also if it's a water spout, they were going to do it with a special marine warning.
If you're in a boat.
Yeah, if you're on a boat on the causeway or in the lake, Lake Pontchartrain, you're going to want to make sure you are in a safe harbor right now. If you're on the causeway before crossover number 5, I was just turning back and going to the city of New Orleans if you can. If you are past that point, just go to Mandeville and take your shelter now because there are going to be some storms that come after to move in. But that's the situation with this right here. Let's go back out and go to the tornado warnings back up to the north. Because they are, of course, still, unfortunately, you do have a situation with Hattiesburg. Let's go back to this one. It does look like this circulation has started to calm down a little bit, which is something we want to see with this, but unfortunately it's still a little bit present here, and it is moving towards the north and east, towards the city of Hattiesburg. So US 98, it's basically paralleling you right now. If you're on 98 east of Columbia and west of Hattiesburg, just pull off, just go to, if worst case scenario, a ditch, but better case scenario, go to a gas station, go there right now. So anywhere along that area, you just need to be taking shelter right now immediately. So this is the situation with this one. Let's go back out and zoom out and see where our other tornado warning is. Because we have this one active, and then
County.
Yeah, Itawamba County here. Amory is where we're watching for you right now. This one doesn't seem the most developed at the moment. It really seems like all these circulations are calming down at the moment, which is something we like. But unfortunately, they can cycle back up again. These are very spin-up tornadoes, and we want to emphasize.
We also don't have a great view of this storm
That's
right
true.
now because it is so close to radar.
It is right over the radar, or basically right over the radar. It isn't right on top, but I want to emphasize, even when we say these are calming down, if they are, don't take that as, okay, well, I'm not going to shelter now. Just because it is, we're just telling you the status of the storm. And in fact, a new tornado warning just got issued for this. I think it's actually another circulation. the south right here, yeah. East of Aberdeen, this is the one we were talking about earlier. For the east of Aberdeen, it's going to be
Does
south
that
of
include
Athens.
the radar site?
It does include the radar site. It's going right straight
Oh,
over
it's
the radar
confirmed.
site. It's confirmed.
Hold on, I'm gonna get the
Yeah,
text in a second.
let's get
I'll
some
read the
details on
text
that.
air.
But it's going to be south of Athens, north of Lackey, along, this is Mississippi Highway
Radar
8.
confirmed tornado. So let me.
Go to
I'm gonna
correlation
jump to
coefficient.
CC on me.
Yeah, oh, right here, yes. This is
Yep.
Athens. You need to be underground right now. You need to be inside that lowest level room right now. You have basically no seconds. You need to go there now. There is no time. This is a damaging tornado right now confirmed.
I have it even darker on
Yeah,
mine.
let's go. Let's go take Jonathan's.
So if we run to me, we just to the northeast of Strong, south of Aberdeen, heading directly towards Columbus Air Force Base, and the Columbus Air Force Base radar just got a new scan right here. So I'm going to go ahead and update the storm relative velocity. It's not showing up well at all on velocity, but we do have a radar confirmed tornado in the correlation coefficient. It just dipped again, but we are just to the southeast of Aberdeen, heading towards the radar site. We don't have the best view of it, but we do now have twin tornado warnings for Itawamba County. There is one that is confirmed, and that is the one that we have a drop in correlation coefficient on. That is the one that is developing right here, heading directly towards the radar site. Then I'm still noticing this circulation, and it's gotten a
It's
little
been
bit more
observed.
intense.
It's been observed.
Which
Yes.
one has been observed?
The Itawamba County one, the south one.
They're both Itawamba County.
Oh, well, the south one.
Okay, so one of these has been observed by a spotter and confirmed by radar, but also in the past few scans, the northwestern circulation closer to Amory has also started to get tight. So we are going to hyper-focus on northeast Mississippi right now on the wall with Robert.
Yes, I want to talk about these two. There's a new tornado warning that we'll get to in a second, but this is a very damaging situation right now. It's going to be around the city of Athens. We have this confirmed tornado. It is on the ground doing damage, and that is a thing we do not like to see. So if we could just take the radar up on the wall here to show you where this area is, it is going to be near the area of basically the radar site right here. Columbus Air Force Base, you need to be underground right now. Let's go to correlation coefficient. That's going to be the best way to see this.
It's too close to really see
Yeah,
much.
you can see it right here where it's doing damage. We're going to basically point out where the damage is because it's pretty close to see on the radar. This right here east of the city of Athens is where that damage is being wafted. And of course, correlation coefficient is a measure of how things are close to the size of a raindrop. And if it's not, that means it's probably debris. And this is also lagged by a little bit of time. So it could be a little bit more to the east, closer to the radar site. Greenwood Springs, Columbus Air Force Base need to be underground. At the Air Force Base, if you have a tornado shelter, if you have an area that's FEMA grade, if you have an area that is underground, that's best, lowest level interior room, if you don't have that, you need to go there now. Do you have something for us, Jonathan?
Well, this is actually not tornado related, but there are some wildfires in the state of Alabama right now as this is approaching. There are apartments in Hoover, Alabama, the Birmingham suburb, on fire right now.
Okay, so that's something that's
And that's
unfortunately.
the one thing that is really producing these tornadoes today is the strong winds and the strong wind shear, and that's helping fuel these wildfires that we normally don't see in the southeastern United States. But zooming back into Mississippi right now, we're seeing double circulations, one approaching the town of Quincy and Columbus Air Force Base. National Weather Service Birmingham is tweeting that there is a small embedded confirmed tornado just to the southwest of the Columbus, Mississippi radar site.
Yeah.
So it is a small tornado, but that does not mean that it is not damaging.
Unfortunately, it is lofting debris, which makes this tornado confirmed. It is right here. This could be lagged behind a little bit, and unfortunately, if this does hit the
And
radar
another
site,
one.
we may lose coverage. But we do have let's go to that new tornado warning I talked about a little bit ago, just so we make sure they have coverage as well, and we'll come back to these in a second. But go to the south.
There's a new one for Bay Springs, Quitman, Paulding.
Yep. Yeah, this is the one that just got posted about 2 minutes ago. Zoom into that, and I'll just name some of the cities that are out of you. It's the east of Bay Springs, the west of Quitman, Heidelberg, US 59, Enterprise, this is Enterprise, Mississippi, not Enterprise, Alabama. So this is not in our viewing area. This is Enterprise, Mississippi. Those of you in this area along US 11, you need to be taking shelter right now. It does look like there's some circulation in this area that's starting to wrap up. So this is a major concern for us. Make sure you're going into that lowest level interior room, away from walls and windows, away from outside things. You're trying to put as much space between you and the tornado. That's why underground is best, but if you don't have an underground shelter, then you're going to need to go inside an interior room. But let's go back up to those tornadoes, one of which has been confirmed in Mississippi. So Let's go down here to this one. That's going to make its way towards the radar site and go back to correlation coefficient.
I'm going to jump the tilt on mine way up.
Okay. Yeah, so we can't really do that on this one, unfortunately. So actually, if we could just take Jonathan's and see.
I'm not there yet.
Oh,
Keep
okay.
on, Robert.
So that's fine. So let's actually take the Amory one, because that's also a major situation. That is, I think it's to the northeast of Amory now. Let's go back to velocity.
Okay.
So yeah, it is to the northeast of Amory now. It seems to be some disparate circulation here, so I'm not seeing anything majorly concerning. But the town of Smithville, you do need to be underground right now. Just because I said it isn't majorly concerning doesn't mean that you shouldn't take this seriously. So make sure if you are in this area, you are inside your lowest level interior room, away from outside walls and windows. I say this a lot, but I want to make sure everyone knows what to do. So that's why I say the same phrase over and over again, because it's something you need to do. You're away from outside walls and windows, not in a car, not in a mobile home, in a sturdy structure. You want as much between the tornado and you as possible. As much walls, as much things between you as possible. That's why the bathroom is best, because a lot of piping in the bathroom helps keep those walls very sturdy. So Mississippi 25 going to Smithville, that's another thing we're watching. Let's go to one. There's another tornado warning. So yeah, let's actually go to Jonathan.
So if we do have a tornado with this storm, which we do because it's confirmed, it's going to be right here on Quincy. So what I did is I increased the radar angle of the radar upwards, so we're getting data that's a little bit higher up in the atmosphere, because it's a little bit hard to see very, very close to the ground. Notice these reds and blues are touching right there, but where I am particularly concerned is where we have this L shape right around the city of, or town of Quincy. This is going to clip right over the cone of silence, so we may not be able to see anything on this storm for a little bit, and as a result, we're going to have to go cover other cells that are also under warning. But this is a dangerous situation developing for any town such as Quincy. It should pass to the north of Gatman, but eventually Detroit, Alabama, and Hamilton, Alabama. We're going to have to watch for the National Weather Service Birmingham to see if they continue this warning, but we are starting to see a dangerous situation develop in northwest Alabama. So back to the wall with Robert, who's going to take a look at the Hattiesburg cell.
Right, Hattiesburg still very concerning here. This one is the one to the far south. It is making its way to the east, northeast towards Hattiesburg. And yeah, so the circulation here, again, not the most developed. We're seeing, no matter what, strong winds out ahead of this. I don't know exactly how strong these are. Maybe Jonathan can tell me here in a second. But west of Purvis, south of Hattiesburg, these winds ahead of the storm are going to be incredibly strong. So even if you don't have a tornado, it's going to be very violent for you. And you're going to want to make sure you're inside and you have everything secured inside before this comes. But you don't have a lot of time to do so. So if you're going to do that, you need to do that now, particularly in the city of Hattiesburg, because once this thing gets close to you, you're only going to have seconds to get into that lowest level interior room, away from outside walls and windows. Tornado shelter is best.
This is going to be a back-end bookend.
So yeah, it's on the back end of the storm. This is where we're really looking for the tornado potential right here, but this is the high wind potential out ahead of this. So right now, west of Purvis, this area, US 98, this area is the biggest potential for high winds. This area right here, the biggest potential for your tornado. So that's what we're watching as it makes its way towards the northeast, towards Hattiesburg, and a major concern for anyone in Hattiesburg. You need to be taking those precautions immediately. Like I said, you really had time to prepare there, but now you really don't have any more time to prepare. You just need to make sure that you're in that room now, because if this thing really spins together once it gets over Hattiesburg, that's pretty much, you don't have any more time. You need to get into that shelter because you need to be safe for this. So let's zoom out. I think there's another tornado warning just north of this that is still in effect, that we're still continuing to watch.
The one for Clark and Jasper.
Yeah, so this one's Clark and Jasper, Quitman, Heidelberg, east of Bay Springs, and I'm really concerned about that right there.
Yeah, that's not
That's
good.
not good, very much not good. What we have right here, this green right here, these very bright greens, that's what we call folding over. That means that these reds are actually so high in intensity that it's showing it as green. This isn't green, this is just red being very high on the scale, and that's right next to the green. That means there's probably a tight couplet or rotation. A tornado could be on the ground, basically along Mississippi 528. If you could take us to correlation coefficient here, I don't know if we're going to have anything. Yeah, there's not anything there. But just because there's not anything there doesn't mean there's a tornado on the ground, because this could just be an unpopulated area where there's no debris to loft. So we have west of Kelowna, south of Fuke, east of Acme. It's going to be northwest of Heidelberg. This area right in here, we're watching that potential for a tornado. That's going to be very damaging. It's moving its way towards the north and east. Kelowna, that's where we're really watching. Barnett, it's going to be Mississippi 503, west of Interstate 59. It's going to be a little bit to the west of Barnett. Pahuda, Orange, all of you, Mississippi 512, Harmony. I'm naming all these places. If you're in any of these places, you need to take shelter right now. I'm not going to cover the tornado, so I'm going to move over here. We have this right here. This circulation, this is very concerning. I do not like the look of that. Let's actually take reflectivity here, so just so I can see what it looks like as a storm. It could be Boeing as well, and if that happens, it will be a better thing, because that would just be high winds right here instead of a tornado.
Well, it's going to
threat.
be a punch of wind. Your trampolines are going to start flying.
That's a major thing to say. Thank you, Jonathan, because this, no matter what, is going to be it's going to pack a huge punch for all of you into the east here, Pahuda, Heidelberg, anywhere along Interstate 59. Because even if it's not a tornado, these strong winds out here are going to feel like it. So basically, tornado or not, it doesn't matter. You need to be taking that shelter and taking those precautions right now. So let's go back up to the one near the Columbus Air Force Base that we're continuing to watch.
Itawamba and Monroe.
Yeah, Itawamba and Monroe. It's going to be this one right here. It's basically going right over the radar site right now. So I don't think we have a good view of that. We could take correlation coefficient just to see. I don't know if that's going to really show us anything. Yeah. It's pretty much on top of the radar site right now. So we can't really tell you about this. I mean, we can tell you where it is. It's on top of the radar site right there. But if you are anywhere along this US Highway 278, west of Detroit, Alabama, west of that area, Sipsey Fork, Mississippi, Pine Springs, Alabama. It's about to cross the Mississippi-Alabama border. Greenwood Springs, Mississippi, US 278, anywhere in that area.
It's in the cone of silence right now.
Yeah, it's right over the radar site. So anywhere in this area, you need to be taking those precautions immediately because you don't have any more time to do so. You need to go into those lowest level interior rooms, make sure you're putting as much between the tornado and you. Let's zoom out a little bit, see what's east of this area, just so I can name some places. Well, zoom in a little bit
It's
more.
Detroit, Alabama,
Yeah,
Hamilton, Alabama.
Hamilton, Alabama is going to be another city under it. This one up here also, this is an area of circulation we're watching. Fulton, Alabama. I know in Texas it's pronounced Bear. I'm not sure how that is in Alabama. It's Smithville, Interstate 22 right here. Again, these are all populated areas. These are areas we're very concerned about. A lot of cities around here, this is more disparate circulation. Now, we're not really as concerned about this. But again, if you're anywhere in these areas, this could drop a tornado very quickly. So you need to make sure that you are watching this and you are going into those lowest level interior rooms whenever a polygon is put over you. As James Spann says, respect the polygon. You need to do that because these circulations can just drop something very quickly. And even if you don't see something over you, it can do it within a minute or two. So even if you aren't watching, it can just do it. And again, this area right here, basically right along the Alabama-Mississippi border, it seems to be tightening up, and I'm very concerned about that.
This is just not going to stop. I keep seeing Boeing segments with potential spin-ups. Like there's one south of Columbus right now that could spin up in a second. There was one.
Oh yeah, right south of Columbus.
There was one near Laurel. No, yeah, there was one near Laurel, Mississippi that could spin up quickly. So some of these cells only have a severe thunderstorm warning, but often in the text of these severe thunderstorm warnings on days like this, the National Weather Service will include language such as tornado possible. So I do want to take a minute and say that while we are focusing on the tornado warned storms, any severe thunderstorm warned cells today may also produce tornadoes, and you do need to take those seriously. Maybe not sit in the bathroom with your head covered if it's only a severe thunderstorm warning, but definitely get inside to the lowest level of your home. Don't be out and about in these storms.
Right, you don't want to be out in a storm like this already because these are high winds, but these are also tornado producers. You really don't want to be outside. So we're looking right here, Hattiesburg. This is an area of circulation as it makes its way towards the north and east. It does seem to be following US 98. If this does put something down.
So I don't think that tornado that is by Columbus is down on the ground anymore. There is a National Weather Service entered tornado LSR that says brief tornado touchdown, but very, very small circulation. So that's probably a likely EF1, EF0, very low end tornado that touched down just to the area of the radar there. But we can garner from that these storms are capable of producing tornadoes at a second's notice. And as these cells continue into the state of Alabama, we're going to have to continue to watch them. But sorry to interrupt, Robert, but that was just published, so I needed to say that.
That's definitely a good thing to mention, that these storms can really just be quick tornado producers. And even the National Weather Service, which is great at doing these things, can even be surprised by tornadoes developing. They do a great job with giving people lead time, and that's why they have so many of these tornado warnings issued. They're trying to be cautious here. But even given that, some of these tornadoes can spin up so quickly. So that's why along this line, along these severe thunderstorm warnings.
Can we go to the Hattiesburg Cell, Melissa?
Yeah, let's go to Hattiesburg. Any of these severe thunderstorm warnings I want to point out, that's why they have these issued, the Weather Service, because they might not think there's a tornado right now, but they have these tornado possible tags because they think something could be developing. I don't like the look of that.
That's why I'm concerned.
Yeah,
There's
that looks like there could be
there's
some
an
back end
inflow
rotation.
notch.
Yeah, so right here could be something. It could be developing, and if it is, this is not a good area because it's going towards the city of Hattiesburg. So again, city of Hattiesburg need to take those precautions immediately. This could be a very dangerous situation towards you. Along Interstate 59, US 11, US 98, going north of Purvis, city of Hattiesburg,
Oh, there's a
anywhere in that
strong
area.
couplet to the northeast of Bay Springs on the cell, just to the north
Okay,
of that.
let's take this back to reflectivity here. Let's look at the Hattiesburg one, and then we'll go to that one. Because I just want to really emphasize this notch right here where we see these winds coming in. This is another example of a bounded weak echo region, something where there is less of a chance, or no less of a chance. This is where the winds are coming in, and you see these lesser colors that shows you that the winds are feeding into this potential growing tornado. It's intensifying, and that's what we don't like. So City of Hattiesburg, you need to take this precaution right now. This is a very dangerous situation. You need to be in a lowest level interior room in a sturdy building away from outside walls and windows or underground. Okay, let's go to that another one off to the north. It's going to be Bay Springs, this one right up here. And I don't like the look of that one either. It's not a good look. That means it looks like there's some inflow into this one as well. Let's go to velocity for this one. And it's going to be basically to the west of Interstate 59, south of Enterprise, west of Quitman. So yeah, velocity right there. And I don't like that look.
I have a TVS on my...
Yeah, so that's, when he talks about a TVS, it's basically just a software, part of our software basically depicting that there is a good chance of a tornado vortex basically forming right there. They're out of all of the analogs, it's seeing that, okay, this is something that it looks like, well, it could form a tornado, and that's why we're concerned. And it looks like to be the north of Heidelberg, along Interstate 59, this area right here. If we could zoom in on this area north of Heidelberg, along where those green and red really meet close to the interstate. Yeah, just keep zooming in.
To the northwest of Paulding.
Yeah, it's right around that area to the northwest of Paulding. This area right here, yeah, so just scroll up a little bit, go to the north, go back down. Yeah, you're fine. A little bit to the west. Yeah, a little bit to the west, and zoom out just a little bit. Yeah, just out just a little bit more. Okay,
There might be two circulations.
there could be two. That's one reason why I wanted to zoom out a little bit more. I was a little bit confused, is because it looks like there might be two right here. Could be one right in this area. Could be one over here. Maybe even something over here. A third of this. See, these are spin-up tornadoes, and what they can do is they can come really out of nowhere. That's why we're trying to warn you, is because these things can really spin up very quickly. So anywhere in this area, you really need to be. It looks like they just trimmed the warning.
They just issued another tornado warning down in Hattiesburg. So
Okay,
there's now
so
two.
we'll go to Hattiesburg in a second, but just it looks like this area
And a
basically.
new one for Mandeville.
Okay, so that's in Louisiana, so we'll get that one in a second as well. So along the Mississippi 503 corridor, anything west of 59, Interstate 59, city of Orange, Paulding, Kelowna, you need to be inside your interior lowest level rooms now. Could be a tornado developing anywhere along this area. Okay, let's take the Hattiesburg one, and then we'll go to the Mandeville one.
I think they're growing increasingly concerned with a circulation heading directly into Purvis. It is
Yeah.
where we're at.
Oh, I don't like that. Yeah. Let's go to reflectivity real quick, so I
If
can.
we go to me, I have storm relative.
Okay, yeah, we'll go
velocity
to
pulled
Jonathan.
up. So right here behind me with the storm relative velocity, on the base velocity on the other screen, we're going to only see one of these colors. But the storm relative stripping the motion, just got a TVS here. TVS is not end all be all. It's a computer algorithm. It may not be right. That's why we have human input. But notice right here, approaching the town of Purvis, we sort of have this turning between the red and the green. And as this moves to the northeast, we are watching for a potential tornado to develop right there. And now that I've given Robert a geographical sense of where that new circulation they identified is, we're going to run to the wall, because the wall does have better coverage when it comes to identifying cities and towns.
Right, so let's zoom in right on Purvis. Again, US 11, Interstate 59, Purvis. I don't know which highway this is right here. This is Mississippi 589. So 589 Purvis, it's where it meets. This circulation is really starting to wrap up right here. They just issued a tornado warning for this. This is going to make its way towards the northeast. So if you could zoom out just a little bit, and we can emphasize what cities are to the north and east of it, it's going to basically clip the southern end of Hattiesburg. So I know we've already talked about Hattiesburg with the other tornado. This one's going to clip the southern half. The other one might clip the northern half. So if you could just zoom out right here, and we could go a little bit to the east.
If you are anywhere in
Rock-
Forest and Lamar County, it's in Mississippi, get to a tornado
Yeah,
shelter.
Forest and Lamar counties, you just need to be underground right now, or a tornado shelter, or a lowest level interior room away from outside walls and windows. Wallace, it's going to be north of you. Batson is probably going to get right close to you. I think it's a little bit to the more to the north and east of that storm track, but it's going to be more Batson, US 98, and then if it does get towards this area, this more southerly track, Epps, Barron Point, and Belleville, it'll be within the next hour. Again, our time is more towards the Eastern time, so make sure you take an hour off that. But if we could go a little bit more towards the north and east, and actually, wait, we just got a new radar scan. Let's go back to Purvis. Let's zoom in on Purvis here, if we can.
I'm going to CC on me. I'll let you know if I see
Okay,
something.
sounds good. Yeah, zoom right back in on Purvis.
There's folding.
Okay, that's not a good sign. So that means that this circulation is really tightening, and right over the city of Purvis, you need to be underground right now. I will say this could just be radar clutter. I'm not exactly sure.
It is clutter. It's not good.
Yeah, this could just be. But actually, if we could take reflectivity, that would help me also determine what's going on with this storm. And it does seem, if you could zoom out just a little bit, yeah, it seems like. I don't like the look of that north one as well. We'll talk about Purvis in a second, then we'll go to the north one.
Okay.
Purvis, you need to be underground or in a tornado shelter or interior closet or bathroom right now. That's best. Let's go to that north one. I don't like that because it looks like there's an inflow option to that one, which basically means it's feeding a growing tornado. This thing called a mesocyclone, which is basically a big spinning part of the storm, can put down a tornado, and that's what we're concerned about. So just go a little bit more towards the north for that northern tornado warning, so we can take that real quickly. And just move it up a little bit. Yeah, so, and then take velocity real quickly because that looks concerning. I think velocity might be lagging here a little bit. So, but if there is something happening here, it's going to be in this area.
There you go.
Yeah, so actually go a little bit to the north. Yeah, so this is a different radar. So we're taking different radars here. And if this is very concerning, I realize this is a little bit of a distance from the radar. So
But that's a loft circuit.
yeah, this is a loft, so it's going to be a little bit higher. So this is not something right on the ground. But this means that a mesocyclone is clearly developed here. It means that it could put down a tornado. This storm is really spinning, and it could put down something at any moment's notice. So Mississippi 589, Clyde, along US 98, it's going basically right into West Hattiesburg. So if it makes its way towards the north and east, it's really going to impact you around West Hattiesburg here in the next roughly 15 to 20 minutes. So West Hattiesburg, Hattiesburg, Bowie, Barrontown, you really need to be taking those precautions immediately around US 49, Interstate 59, anywhere around Oak Grove. You really need to be taking those precautions immediately.
We're going to keep radar focused on the wall on this one, and I'll let Robert stand up there, but I'm just going to throw out some town names that are with the northernmost cell right now near Paulding. I do not like at all what I am seeing on radar right behind me with this little couplet in Paulding. This is a little bit of range folding, a little bit of de-aliasing needs to be done here, but we are starting to see a couplet develop on the east side of Paulding that's eventually going to head towards Pachuta, Stonewall, Enterprise. Any of those towns, you need to be ready in case this one actually drops a tornado. Going back down to the Hattiesburg Cell, it's a little bit of broad rotation still, but as Robert said, we are watching that influx. Hattiesburg is in a location that's not really great for our radars because it's scanning aloft from multiple different locations, but twin tornado warnings in Hattiesburg right now for both the north side of the city and the south side, so be ready if you live in Forest or Lamar counties in Mississippi.
Right. Let's go to the Mandeville tornado. We haven't talked
Yes.
about that one yet.
That one is not the cleanest on radar, but it is a continuation of that cell that just passed over Pontchartrain that Melissa covered.
Right. So go back in down towards New Orleans, that one down there, and then zoom in here. The issue with this one is this is a very populated area, suburbs of New Orleans. This is right where the Lake Pontchartrain Causeway comes up.
And it's close to the radar.
And it's close to the radar as well, so we don't get quite as good of a view of it. So if you're just coming off the causeway, you need to be taking your shelter right now. This is a very serious situation right here as we get towards
This time it's going
Interstate
the
12.
other way on the causeway, though.
Yes, yeah,
Yes.
yeah. It's moving out towards the north and east. So I want to emphasize that if you are on the causeway, you're fine. But it's basically right as you get off in Mandeville. It's going to be for the North Shore suburbs, a little bit east of Covington. It's not really going to affect you, but it's going to be Interstate 12, Louisiana 435, Louisiana 434, a little west of that, Louisiana 36. Anywhere in that area, you need to be taking those precautions immediately. Can we go to correlation coefficient? I don't know if we're going to see something here, but I just want to check.
I didn't see anything on the...
Okay, well then we can just go to reflectivity then to see the structure of the storm. This storm is, again, northeast of Mandeville. It really seems to be going, this is something that came ashore from Lake Pontchartrain. So yes, this is...
Actually, I'm seeing a couplet just to the southeast of Mandeville on the very edge of the tornado
Yeah, I
warning.
see that as well. I think that might be something new developed, or maybe that's the circulation from before.
Or it could be radar just glitching
I
because
see
of the distance.
the one that I
but-
think they're warning for is this one along LA 59. It's northeast of Mandeville.
But I would
This
not
is
be
the-
surprised to see a new warning in a second
Yeah.
for the southeastern one.
This is
'cause-
something concerning as it's right in a populated area in Mandeville along I-12. But this one that Jonathan's talking about is also right here. So it's this right here that looks a little bit suspect. Could be something happening here as well. So again, with these kind of situations, they can be very quick tornadoes that can just develop. So if you're anywhere on the North Shore, nearby Mandeville particularly, you really need to be taking those precautions and going into a lowest level interior room now. I really don't like the look of this storm, particularly around here.
Yeah, we're going to wait for official word on a tornado warning there, but I do want to take a moment to mention the city of New Orleans. We all know that that city is recovering from a tornado that went through the east side of the city last week. New Orleans, you are not currently under any tornado or severe thunderstorm warnings. However, we are continuing to monitor a line that is just now entering the western portions of the city. And if anything happens, we will immediately jump to you because we know you are still dealing with damage from last week's storms.
Right, and the North Shore, unfortunately, was able to, it seemed to escape from a lot of damage last time. There was a tornado there, wasn't quite as bad as the one in eastern New Orleans, but unfortunately, it seems like you guys are getting hit by this right now. Hopefully won't put something down, but just take those precautions anyway, just in case. If we go towards New Orleans, just to take a quick look at what's going on down there right now. The city is, yeah, so just zoom in close to, this is Jefferson Parish and this is Orleans Parish. I don't think there's anything right now, but if they do issue a warning, let's put velocity real quick on this just to see if there's anything going on. So nothing too suspect right now, but if something does get issued for that as well, and there is a new tornado warning for the North Shore, not for the city of New Orleans, this is for the North Shore.
Is that what I called?
Yes, it's the one we talked about just earlier. So Pearl River, Picayune, anywhere along US 190, Interstate 12. This is an area that we're watching for an area of circulation just south of the storm. And unfortunately, it's a little harder for us to see because of the radar site. But no matter what, anywhere in this area, you need to be taking your shelters now, taking that precautions, going indoors into your lowest level room, right along LA 434, LA 36, Interstate 12. That's an area you need to be taking precaution for immediately. So we have these storms right here. If we could just zoom out back and go back up
Did
to the
they
ones in
just
Mississippi.
expand it and make it a bigger tornado warning?
This one down here, it's possible that's the case as well.
Because, okay, it's confirmed.
Okay, so
It is
go back to
confirmed.
reflectivity real quick for us. So we can just,
Let me read the warning text. Tornado-producing storm located near Lacombe. So that's the circulation that we just noticed.
yeah.
Near Lacombe, 11 miles southeast of Covington, northeast at 50. This is a moving one. Radar confirmed damaging tornado. Tornado observed by radar. So let's go to correlation coefficient.
Yeah, let's
for
take
these.
correlation coefficient on here. And yes, that's confirmed. That is definitely confirmed right there. That is a
So that's the
circulation that is
circulation we saw
wafting
earlier.
debris.
Okay.
And it's just north of Big Branch, west of Lacombe, south of St. Tammany. So if you are
So,
nearby,
I do just want to say real quickly, if you are our friends in Mandeville or there are friends on the Causeway, this is not the circulation we are monitoring
Yes.
for you. This is one just to the east.
Mandeville and the Causeway, you do have a warning for you as well. We're watching that as well. What we're talking about for this confirmed tornado north of Big Branch, and this, I think this just got a little bit bigger. The debris area is being wafted in the newest scan. It's north of Big Branch, and what we use correlation coefficient in these types of situations because we're close to the radar. It's harder to depict on the velocity, but where we have this area of circulation, very clear wafting debris. So if you're on Interstate 12, if you have just got off the Causeway and you're going home towards the east part of the North Shore, you just need to stop at Mandeville. Don't go anywhere else to go to a gas station. If you're going west on I-12 towards Baton Rouge, you also need to stop before LA 434. You get to a gas station immediately or some sort of
Where
restaurant.
I-10 and I-110 diverge, or no, I-12. Where I-10 and I-12 diverge from one another, stop, please.
Yeah, if you're in Baton Rouge right now and you're listening to this, and if you're in the city, just stop right now because that's just a good thing to do because we have these storms ahead of you. It's already going to be hard driving conditions. But if you need to avoid this situation right here, we have potentially 2 tornadoes going over Interstate 12 and north of Big Branch is where we have this area of circulation that is wafting debris. Unfortunately, you do have a confirmed tornado on the ground doing damage. And if you are living in this area, St. Tammany, big branch anywhere in this area. I believe that's Florence off towards our north and east, or no, it's not. If we could zoom out just a little bit so I can see that city name, so I can properly cite who's out there, who could be in this tornado. If we could just zoom out a little bit and go to the east a little bit.
Yeah, this is eventually going to cross over into Mississippi.
Yeah, Florenville,
Picayune.
LA 36, LA 41, LA 434. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, Pearl River, you are technically not in it.
Yeah.
Unless you live in the far western or northern portions of Pearl River, but Picayune, you are in it. Nicholson, you are in it. And it's right now over Lacombe. So if you are anywhere in this region, Mandeville, you are in the clear from this particular circulation, not on radar. You are still under a tornado warning, but I'm not seeing anything confirming a tornado on the ground in Mandeville. Lacombe, you are more in danger right now.
And I should emphasize that this really seems to be going over the path of the confirmed, or close to the path, I wouldn't say the exact path, but close to the path of the confirmed tornado from last week that also happened to go right over where the radar was. It's a little bit to the west of the radar. Slidell, you are fine. You're fine in Slidell. If you're on Interstate 10, you're fine. But I would say it's probably a good idea to just pull off the road and just wait for all this to pass, because a new tornado could develop at any of these places very soon. This area of circulation we're watching, again, really hard to see on velocity, but we do see that debris being wafted on radar. It's going to be along I-12, along US 190, west of Slidell and east of Mandeville, making its way towards the north and east. So let's go back up to the Hattiesburg storm. I think that would be good for us to cover that one real quickly, just because that is getting towards a major metro area. Yeah, and we do have a new tornado warning for that as well, as it makes its way towards the north and east. So basically we have 3 tornado warnings now here. 2 of them are for this north segment that's now making its way towards the city of Hattiesburg. South one's for Purvis. So let's zoom in on this one in Hattiesburg.
Laurel, Mississippi, you are now under a tornado warning.
Laurel is now under that tornado warning. Unfortunately, the situation just keeps getting worse. And I almost think that that's a new circulation that the tornado warning's for, not this old one, actually.
I'm still very concerned with the old circulation that is now to the north.
Yeah, let's focus on Hattiesburg here. Let's zoom in towards Hattiesburg.
Yeah.
Let's go have Hattiesburg on the right side. Yes. Oh, that's very concerning. Okay, go have reflectivity on real quickly. Okay, so that's not going to show us that much in the way of an inflow notch, but it does still seem to be there. Let's go to correlation coefficient real quickly. I don't know if we're going to see something there. That could be something, but it could also not, so I'm not going to say there is something there. But let's zoom back into the Hattiesburg storm and go to velocity, because it's the best thing we have here to show us how strong this is. Obviously, this could just be a high-level scan of this, and it might not be putting something down, but no matter what, this is a strong circulation at some point in the storm. This is something we're very concerned about here along Interstate 59, along Mississippi 42, basically going towards the northern suburbs of Hattiesburg. So if you are in the northern suburbs of Hattiesburg, Riverside, west of Dragon, it's going to be along basically where US 59 or Interstate 59 meets the Mississippi 42, the interchange here. That's where that circulation is, and that is a major concern for us right now, just south of Eatonville, as it makes its way off towards the north and east. It really seems to be strengthening a little bit, and this is a big concern because really this could put down anything at any time, even if it isn't already. Let's go towards the southern storm if we can, after we get this track on there. So this is going to be coming into Hattiesburg at 7:58, at 8:05 at Benson, at 8:15 at Crotts, and 8:20 at Blodgett. So let's actually go to the southern storm now.
Remember, those hours are one behind.
Yeah, they are, of course. So all of those time frames are right. Those are Central Time, but if you compare it to our time at the top, our time at the top is Eastern Time. So all of those times in there are right, but this is not. Go down to this one down here, the one south of Hattiesburg. Yeah, zoom right back in on that. And you can't really see it on there, but you can see it there, yeah. So this area of circulation right here, US 49, US 98, where US 49 and US 98 meet, that's where we're watching for circulation. It could be an area that we're really concerned about down here. And it's going to be west of New Augusta. It's going to be south of Hattiesburg. This is basically the outer loop of Hattiesburg, with 98 where that meets right there, basically going to the southern suburbs of Hattiesburg. So if you're anywhere in this area, again, you need to be taking shelter right now, taking those precautions. This is a southern tornado warning for that storm. And let's go to the north. Actually, wait, first, McCallum and Batson, you need to be taking those shelters right now, going into a lowest level interior room, away from those outside walls and windows. Let's now zoom out and go to that northern of the 3 storms. I don't know if that's for a separate circulation, if that's an extension of the Hattiesburg one. Go to, yeah, down here, because I see something that could be suspect along right here, west of Interstate 59, down to the very, very far bottom of the screen. There's that one right there, but this one right here is one I'm concerned about. It could just be something like side lobe, but it could actually be something that's going on here. So again, these are things that could produce tornadoes. That's why we're very
Can
concerned.
we jump to me for just a brief
Yeah,
brief
and we'll go to
second?
Jonathan.
I just want to mention that Mandeville, you are in the clear now. This line has passed you. We are losing sight of the one that is approaching the radar site, the one that includes Picayune. However, I am a little tiny bit concerned because how close we are to the radar, that I'm noticing that there is a tiny couplet right here. Looks like we're getting a new scan. We'll see if this updates. But to the south and west of Slidell, it looks like we are starting. They just dropped the tornado warning for Mandeville. That's in Covington. That is good news. But just to the south and west of Slidell, looks like there's starting to be a little bit of rotation in this line. Not a tornado warning yet, but just in case, I would go ahead and start getting ready to take your tornado precautions just in case that does develop and a tornado warning does get issued. Now, we are starting to see, because the radar is going through these are linear storms, and at some point in the day we knew this was going to happen, that the radar beam is going to be cutting through so much of the storm that it's going to start to get very jumbled and pixelated, so we are not getting as clear data as we were getting earlier. But as you zoom in on the Hattiesburg area, looking at the storm relative velocity, notice this area to the north and east of McLaurin, we might see a tornado there. Once again, another tornado approaching and exiting the city of Hattiesburg in this region, and then they went ahead and issued a tornado warning for the city of Laurel and that corridor because, once again, we have another developing circulation on the bookend side of this echo where we're going to have some rotation like this. That's going to come up north, up the interstate towards Laurel. So they went ahead and issued a tornado warning for that. So if you are in the city of Laurel, the actual tornado might pass just to your east of downtown. But go ahead and take those tornado precautions because this is a very volatile situation where we keep having spin ups and spin downs.
Right, and we do have a new tornado warning extension for the one it's near Meridian. This is, again, a very popular area of Mississippi. Meridian, this is its circulation.
That's the one I was
just
talking about, yep.
Right, so Interstate 59 is going to be west of Stonewall, north of Pahuta. This is where this circulation is right here. It's going to make its way off towards the north and east. So if you are in the city of Meridian, you
A
need to
very important thing to note here is that we have been begging, the National Weather Service and its employees have been begging for a radar around the city of Meridian or somewhere in that region because we are scanning so high up in the atmosphere that it is hard to get high resolution of what is actually happening on the ground. So this is yet another case where we are seeing need for that. But as we're approaching the city of Meridian, it looks like there is a tornado potentially developing on the ground. I just got a TVS signature on my software to the northwest of Stonewall. So Robert, we're going to focus on that little couplet to the northwest of Stonewall.
Right, this area northwest of Stonewall is one that we're very concerned about. It's going to be making its way towards the city of Meridian, and it's a very high populated area here in Meridian. This is, again, we're concerned for all areas here because even if it's not high populated, but when it makes its way towards a higher populated area, it's a higher chance of unfortunately affecting people and causing deaths. So that's why we're really concerned about these. We might even have a second circulation out here in Equipment, but this northern circulation is very well developed along Interstate 59, and it's making its way, basically tracking up right Interstate 59 towards the airport and towards the city of Meridian. If you're anywhere in the city of Meridian, you need to be taking those precautions immediately. Okay, it's going to be Equipment 806, Meridian 808, and these times are all central. Energy and Cuba, it's going to be roughly after that around 8:10. Let's zoom out and go towards the south a little bit. Let's see basically our whole situation going on here. Fortunately, the tornado warning in Mandeville and also to the east in Lacombe has expired, and all that the Mandeville one expired earlier, but the one to the east of that was confirmed has also been expired, so that's fortunate. We are basically watching these two main areas of circulation here. And actually, before we zoom in, let's take a big picture view. I want to see like big picture. So yeah, all of our northern storms off towards Kentucky and Tennessee are all basically severe thunderstorm warnings, linear. Should not be discounted because these are going to be strong damaging winds that are going to be equivalent to a weaker tornado, but all of these areas don't really seem to be as too much of a tornado risk immediately. This is just some heavy rain for all of you up here. Seems to be the main tornado or main thunderstorm threat that could produce tornadoes is through down here into Tennessee, into Mississippi, and the main tornado producers are into central Mississippi and southern Mississippi right now, particularly around Meridian and then around the city of Hattiesburg. So let's go to the Hattiesburg one just to see what's going on with that. We could have three separate distinct circulations here with this one. I don't really like the look of that one. Let's go to, this one right here.
Really starting, that north one is starting to dominate.
This north one's really starting to dominate here. So if you are near the city of Laurel, east of the city of Laurel, I think it might pass to the east of you, but anywhere to the east of the city of Laurel, you really need to be taking those precautions right now, because this one is going to be making its way, basically tracking along Interstate 59. It's going to be tracking towards the north and east. You need to be going towards its lowest level into your rooms right now. That's a big concern. Also back down towards, again, this is basically also tracking along US 11 and going to be towards Ellisville, going to be to the east of Mississippi 590, east of Mississippi 29. I'm going to go back down towards the one in Hattiesburg. This one right here, looks like this is our main circulation. It's to the west of Barrontown and then southwest of Morriston. This is where the circulation is right now. It's making its way towards the north and east. It's going to eventually make its way towards Mississippi 29 right here. So if you know anyone in this area, or if you yourself are in this area, you need to be taking those precautions right now. Lowest level interior room, away from outside walls and windows. And if you're in a mobile home or if you're outside in a car, go to a sturdy shelter like a gas station immediately. We have something for Jonathan.
Yeah, so with some of these storms, we have to switch between different radar sites to really get the best angle of it. So I switched to the Columbus Air Force Base, even though it's a little bit further away from Meridian than our Jackson and our Mobile radars. But looking at the Columbus one, you really start to see something jump out to the north and west of Stonewall, about to enter Lauderdale County. So right here, we are really starting to see a bookend couplet on the end of this cell. We have the C shape right here in the reds, and then coming in on the end is a little bit of inflow, and then right there where the inflow and the outflow meet, we are starting to see a little bit of a couplet that's going to track into Lauderdale County, maybe affecting the southern and eastern portions of the city of Meridian. I haven't seen anything on correlation coefficient yet with this cell, but I must note that because we are looking into the aloft portions of this cell, correlation coefficient gets a little bit tricky. If we have a violent tornado, we are more likely to see anything. However, given the nature of this setup, I don't think we are seeing a violent tornado on the ground approaching Meridian right now, so it's going to be a little bit tricky to see if any debris is getting lofted up because we are looking high in the atmosphere. However, if this situation continues to develop and approaches the city of Meridian, where we are starting to see more and more population, the chances of debris going up does exist. So we might have to watch this cell for a tornado confirmation as we are entering Lauderdale County. Now zooming further down and looking, I'm going to have to switch to the Jackson radar. We are playing pick a radar and go with it today. So switching to the Jackson radar, that's really cluttery for Hattiesburg, so I'm going to switch to Mobile. It looks like all of our Louisiana tornado warnings were dropped, so that is fantastic news for our friends in Louisiana who are dealing with the storms from earlier. Looks like the southern Hattiesburg tornado warning was dropped. It is moving out of the area for the second of the three Hattiesburg tornadoes. The main focus is going to be those tornado warnings. They just expired another one. So the only tornado warnings we have left in place are for Lauderdale County, Mississippi. That's going to be your Meridian, Mississippi tornado. Jones County, Mississippi. I believe that is the one just to the north of Quitman that I'm clicking on right now. Tornado warning for Jasper County is canceled. Okay. So Lauderdale, Jones, Clark, and Forest counties are the only counties that we have left under a tornado warning. Moving up to the North Alabama storm, sort of getting into my home turf. If we go to the Columbus, Mississippi radar, you will notice that the winds are definitely roaring in these storms. So that is why we do have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect. The National Weather Service Huntsville has gone ahead and put out severe thunderstorm warnings, extending from this line past Russellville, past Florence, past the Shoals, and that is going to give people a heads up that strong winds and damaging, maybe some pea-sized hail. This is not a supercell that has a strong enough updraft to create those baseball-sized hail we sometimes see on severe weather days in North Alabama. But what we do have is we do have a line of a linear-oriented line that is going to produce some damaging winds from a long bout, which I'm going to go ahead and zoom out to get the big picture. We have severe thunderstorm warnings all the way from Clarksville, Tennessee, all the way down almost to the Gulf Coast of Mississippi. So that is a continuous line of severe thunderstorm warnings where we have this bow echo quasi-linear convective system. Don't get confused by the science terms, but as it pushes to the east, that damaging wind threat is going to continue throughout the night. And because of the sheer amount of wind shear we have in the atmosphere right now, as these winds start to change directions with height, that is when we start to get tornadoes. So, once again, tornado watches are in effect for all of these areas, except with the exception of southern Indiana and Kentucky. You are under a severe thunderstorm watch where the dynamics are not as good for tornadoes. But anybody in the state of Alabama, from Huntsville down I-65 into the Birmingham, Montgomery, and Mobile metropolitan areas, as we head further and further into the night, we are going to have to watch very, very closely for tornadoes. However, I am noticing that we do have a new tornado warning for Waynesboro, Mississippi. I'm going to have to sort of fight to find a good radar angle on this. Oh dear, okay. It also looks like there is a new tornado warning for eastern parts of Orleans Parish down in New Orleans. I don't think this is the same area that got affected by a tornado last week.
No, this is a relatively unpopulated area.
Okay, good to know.
There are people along US
90, so that is something you need to keep in mind if you do live along US 90. But this area right here is basically this is east of New Orleans East.
Oh,
so,
wow. Okay,
this,
that actually...
yeah, this
okay,
area.
so I went ahead and jumped to the New Orleans radar, and this is what we're talking about. When we have these Boeing segments, they can very quickly spin up tornadoes. Right here where we have this little hook, it's not a classic hook echo that we get with supercellular based convective modes, but today with this linear mode, the wind directions can change so fast that we get these little spin ups that then we issue a tornado warning for it, and that may be gone in a matter of seconds. However, in Mississippi, we do have another new tornado warning that is now going just to the south of Laurel. So it looks like these tornado circulations that we had near Hattiesburg, there are multiple circulations, and those are going to continue to enter the populated areas of Laurel with the northern circulation, and then the southern circulation was just issued an extended tornado warning until 10 p.m. That is in the Eastern time, so 9 p.m. Central time. This circulation is going to track off to the northeast, eventually approaching the metropolitan area of Waynesboro, Mississippi. So I'm going to go ahead and continue to zoom out. It looks like we are okay, there is another new tornado warning in Mississippi. This line just continues to keep on spinning for, it looks like just to the east of Macon. There looks like on radar there is a couplet east of Macon, and this one is eventually going to head into Pickengsville, Alabama. So this is going to start becoming part of the National Weather Service Birmingham's territory. I'm going to go ahead and switch the correlation coefficient and see if I can get anything on any of these storms, which I'm not expecting much because we are so far from radar. But if I see anything significant, well, this is actually significant right here. In the tornado warning just to the south of Meridian, I'm definitely seeing a couplet along Lauderdale and the county below its line. This is going to produce a tornado threat for these two counties as it is racing towards the Alabama border. So didn't go there to look for that. I'm still going to keep looking for coefficient. My words are not coming to me right now. But as we look at the Louisiana radar, okay. Definitely a couplet in Orleans Parish. I'm not seeing anything on correlation coefficient that's going to indicate a tornado there. But in the matter of minutes, we went from having 2 tornado warnings to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
And we have
8.
a new tornado warning. So there's a new tornado warning. It's going to be south of Hattiesburg. It's going to be northwest of Wiggins. This is an area, it's going to be around Lumberton.
Oh, I see
to
it
the east
too.
of
Okay.
Lumberton. And this is an area that we're looking about right here. So we
I
have
have the
Highway
couplet on
49.
radar right here.
Yeah, so at 49, we have Fruitland Park. It's Carnes. This is an area that we're really concerned about. In the city of Maxie, you need to be taking shelter right now, so you need to make sure that you are continuing to take these precautions seriously. Go to that lowest level into your room, away from outside walls and windows. And this is a very tight circulation that has just really popped up here with this storm as it moves close to Mississippi 13. We just got a new scan in, so I'm going to see what happens there. But it's around Mississippi Highway 13. And there's not a lot in correlation.
New tornado
coefficient.
warning for Pickens County, Alabama as well.
Okay, so yeah, this line is really producing tornadoes now, which is really unfortunate.
And
that
what
is,
I'm particularly concerned about with this line approaching Alabama is throughout the day I keep seeing reports of power lines down, tree limbs down, even some siding tearing off of homes in the Tuscaloosa area. And what that is that's just going to be debris laying around to be picked up by any strong wind. So even if you are under a severe thunderstorm warning, there may be flying debris. So really take the warning seriously tonight. But we have our first tornado warning for the state of Alabama issued, and that's an extension of the one just to the north of this Wiggins storm you were looking at. There's another new tornado warning east of DeKalb, Mississippi, near Porterville and Electric Mills. That is another new tornado warning issued. So we now went from a line of severe thunderstorm warnings to a bunch of tornado warnings in the matter of minutes. So that's how quickly these storms can spin up. Robert, I'm going to send it back to you in the Storm Center to get more of a closer look because my radar is struggling over here.
Right, I believe we have 11 active tornado warnings right now. Jonathan can confirm on that number. I was just sort of counting by hand here. I think it's actually might be 12.
Okay, and yeah, okay.
So yeah, we have.
There's a now confirmed tornado in Lowndes County, Mississippi. That
Okay.
is the one by Macon heading into Alabama.
Okay, so let me make sure. Yes, so it's the one they just extended. It's close to US 82, going to Reform, north of Aliceville, east of Macon, southwest of Columbus, or southeast of Columbus. It's going to be, we're also looking for Pickersville, Carrollton, anywhere in this area. Alabama 86, Alabama 14, Alabama
There's a debris
17.
ball.
Okay, let's go, yeah. Okay, that is very concerning. This is Prairie Point. Prairie Point, if you are in Prairie Point, you need to be taking those precautions right now, that lowest level interior room. North of Memphis, Alabama, south of Ravine, Alabama, Ravine, Mississippi, Big B Valley, Mississippi, southwest of Pickersville, Alabama. This is the state line right here.
Pickersville, Alabama needs to be in a tornado shelter
Yes,
now.
Pickersville is in a very dangerous situation. This tornado,
Pickersville, Carrollton, and Reform need to be in tornado shelters now.
yes. Yeah, the Pickersville is basically about 2 or 3 minutes away from this tornado. You don't have a lot of time. You just need to go to that tornado shelter, interior, lowest level room, underground if possible. That's where you need to go right now for that storm in Pickersville. This is what happens with these kind of lines, and I think that actually might be a new tornado warning as well.
Oh, no.
We have, basically the situation is we have these storms cycling, and we knew this could happen earlier today. When we saw 10 tornado warnings on the line in Louisiana, unfortunately, seems to be increasing in intensity right as it gets into Alabama, and this is an environment that we knew was going to be a dangerous environment for tornadoes, and it looks like it's going to be very much the case
I'm pretty
tonight.
sure there's a tornado over Lake Pontchartrain too, to the northeast of New Orleans.
We can go back and look at that right now. That is very strong, and that is possibly a tornado or a water spout. It could probably be a tornado though with that intensity. It's to the east of I-10, it's to the west of US 90. If you are on I-10, you should be fine from this, but if you're on US 90, you need to stop before you get to that, get to the bridge of Lake Bourne there. It's the east of Lake Pontchartrain, it's near Green's Ditch, and west of Rigolette's, southwest of Pearlington, and of course not for the city of Slidell, but south of the city of Slidell. That's where we have an area of circulation we're very concerned about. So we have that going on. I'm just going to go basically up all the tornado warnings because
There's
we
so
have a
many
lot
right
of them.
now.
And we're just going to take them one by one. We're here for you. We're going to go through them. We're just going to work them all, and we're going to make sure everyone knows what's going on. So we're going to take the one in Wiggins now. North of Wiggins is very concerning circulation. It's wrapping up. If you're on US 49, you need to be off right now inside a gas station, north of Fruitland Park, west of Barbara, Mississippi Highway 29, southwest of Beaumont, anywhere in that area. You need to be taking those precautions right now into a lowest level interior room. Okay, we're going to go to the north now. West of Rickton, we have another tornado warning. This is, if you're in the city of Rickton,
New
you need to be
confirmed tornado. It's that Wiggins one you were talking
Okay, it's the
about.
Wiggins one. This is now confirmed. It's on the ground. We're going to go to correlation coefficient, and that looks to be a
City
very
of
weak
Maxey,
debris
it's
ball
under- it's-
along U.S. Highway 49, east of Carnes, west of Barbara, north of Fruitland Park. Okay, that is a very dangerous situation. If you're in that polygon anywhere, if you're anywhere in any polygon today, right now, I would just say go into a lowest level interior room now. These storms are popping up tornado warnings so quickly we can't even cover them all. So if you're even in a severe thunderstorm warning, just go act like it's a tornado warning. This is a very dangerous situation. A regional tornado outbreak is underway for Mississippi and Alabama, and it's a very dangerous situation for everyone involved. So we're going to go to Rickton now. We have a tornado warning for Rickton. Everyone in the area of Rickton, you need to be underground or inside a lowest level interior room now. Mississippi Highway 15 and 42, that's where they meet. If you're along those, it seems to be a little bit to the north of Rickton and Blodgett. That's an area that we're concerned about for a tornado developing. So anywhere in those areas, if you're anywhere in that polygon, if you're all the way to the far east and you think it won't hit you, just take those precautions now. It may save your life. So now Hattiesburg, you are in the clear, but we're going to now go to the one in Laurel. It's the east of Ellensville. We have an area of circulation east of Ellensville, along Interstate 59 to the southwest of Laurel. If you are in any of those cities, you need to be underground right now or inside a lowest level interior room. that is away from, basically, they're trying to put as much space between the tornado and the outside world as you as
Southeastern
possible.
Meridian, Mississippi needs to be in a tornado shelter now.
Okay, so we're going to go up to the one in a second. Waynesboro, I just want to shout out you, US 45, US 84, anywhere in those areas, you need to take those precautions now. So we're going to go up to the north again. We're going to take this one here. Now, this is it's the northeast of Equipment. We're going to work the one here in Meridian. This is a very tight area of circulation to the south of Meridian. If you are in Meridian's southern suburbs along US 45, that is a controlled access highway, US 45, there's a mall down there in southern Meridian. If you're anywhere by the mall, if you're anywhere by, there's a lot of hotels down there. If you are a tourist there,
There's the
northwest of
Love's travel
Innsor.
stop on the interstate right
So
there.
there's a you said a traffic stop?
Love's travel stop.
Oh, Love's Travel Stop, sorry. If you're Love's anywhere in that area, west of Innsor, east of Wolf Springs, is going to cross the interstate soon. So you need to be inside that lowest level interior room now. And you can see it on the storm here, where it's sort of wrapping up and having that circulation. This is a very dangerous situation for the city of Meridian. If you don't know where you are in the city of Meridian, just take those precautions and go to that lowest level interior room
Okay,
now.
another new confirmed tornado for Greene and Perry counties in Mississippi.
Okay, so part of me, I don't exactly know where Mississippi
That is going to be north of Wiggins,
Okay, so yes.
to the east of Maxey. That one is now confirmed.
So this one to the north, and these, I'm very concerned about this situation now. You can see how these tornado warnings have really popped up. If you're watching us over the last 5 minutes, I assume you can tell by the intensity of what we're saying and how many tornado warnings there are here. There are tornado warnings getting up now, but now with the amount that are getting confirmed, this is a very dangerous tornado outbreak that is underway for Mississippi and Alabama, and this could be a very bad night for those of you. So if you're anywhere, Mississippi or Alabama, particularly Alabama now, and it's going to eventually impact western Florida, you need to have a way to receive alerts and wake you up. These are damaging, dangerous tornadoes that can pop up at any minute, so we want you to make sure that you know that these are happening and that you can wake up when they're happening. So make sure you have a NOAA weather radio and your phone with alerts on. These are damaging tornadoes. Okay, so we're going to go to the one east of DeKalb. It's going to be west of Geiger. Scuba, north of Mill, northwest of Gainesville. Is going to be anywhere in this area. That is a very tight area of circulation, it looks like. It's going to be south of Geiger, yes, along Alabama 17. So if you're on Alabama 17, you need to stop at Geiger, stop at Amel. You can't go to that tornado. That is a very dangerous situation. East of Scuba, Mississippi 16, Alabama 17, Alabama 39.
They just confirmed the Meridian tornado.
The Meridian tornado is on the ground, so if you are in the city of Meridian, you need to be taking shelter. I'm just going to go to the wall. So take me to the wall. If we can get someone operating the radar here. If you're in the city of Meridian, it's city of Meridian, city of Livingston. This is a very dangerous situation for us here. Decatur, Interstate 20, anywhere around here, this is a very dangerous situation. A confirmed tornado on the ground, northeast of Quitman. So yeah, if we could take a V2 right now, if those in the control room could take us to V2 so we can go on the wall. Yeah, just fade us into that real quickly so we can go here. Meridian and Quitman, that's what we're watching for this right here. So we have Demopolis. You are potentially under risk for this tornado. Energy, Cyril, York, Butler, Pennington. You are all in the path of this tornado here. We have this right here. If we could zoom in, Chandler, it can take me right back into Meridian because this is confirmed right now. We have this right now, a very tight circulation. This is a very dangerous situation for the suburbs of Meridian. If you are at the mall in Meridian, if you are along...
That's not even suburbs, that's just Meridian.
Yeah, honestly, that is just Meridian. Yes, so this is US 11. This is this important highway for Meridian. It's to the east of that. If you're anywhere in this area, this is a very dangerous situation. If we could go to correlation coefficient real quickly, I'm not sure if they confirmed it through a spotter or correlation coefficient.
Okay, they just issued an expanded tornado warning just to the east of Slidell, too.
Okay, so yeah, it's not correlation coefficient. Let's take the one, let's actually keep going up here and then we'll get to the one in Slidell. So Meridian, this is a very dangerous situation. You need to be underground now or inside a lowest level interior room. Let's go up north. I think the next one is DeKalb. Yeah, so the one here in DeKalb, or to the east of DeKalb, this is the one by Geiger. That's also an important one, but we just covered that one. So let's actually go to the one by Reform. If we go to Velocity right here to see where this is, Pickensville, southwest of Ethelsville, west of Reform, northwest of Carrollton. Anywhere in this area, the circulation seems to be right along the Mississippi-Alabama border right now. So anywhere southwest of US 82, southeast of Columbus, this storm is going to get to you around. If it makes its way all the way out to Gordo at 841, Millport, it's going to make its way to 832, and for the southern tornado warning, Aliceville, 827, and if it does make its way all the way out to you in Fayette, that would be 838, excuse me. It had to catch my breath there for a second. We have, if you can't tell, the situation is very much intensifying. So we're trying to keep you safe here and informed. Okay, so this is the one here. And yeah, if we could just take the track off and zoom out and get a big picture situation, because if you are anywhere in Alabama or Mississippi,
I'll just read the counties that are under
yeah,
tornado
just
warnings.
read the counties now. If you are in any of these counties that Jonathan just reads, you need to be inside a lowest level interior room or a underground room right now. Okay.
So we have confirmed tornadoes in Greene, Perry, Lauderdale, Lowndes, Noxubee, and Forest counties in Mississippi. And then regular tornado warnings that we still need you to get into shelter for St. Tammany, Hancock, Greene, and that's in Louisiana. Greens, Pickens, and Sumter County in Alabama. Pickens County in Alabama again. Greene, Perry, and Wayne County in Mississippi. So both Greene County, Alabama, and Greene County, Mississippi, you are under a tornado warning. Jones County, Mississippi, Kemper County, Mississippi, another tornado warning for Noxubee County, Mississippi, and another tornado warning for Clark County, Mississippi. So we have at least 8 active tornado warnings right now in Mississippi, in addition to the severe thunderstorm warnings. So
and 4
lots
active
going
tornadoes
on.
as well. Yeah, 4 confirmed tornadoes. We have these right here. These run until 9 p.m. Central Time. It is 8:25 Central Time, 8:25. If we could go to reflectivity and just take a big picture situation so I can point out every single one of these tornado warnings. So yeah, just zoom out all the way and yeah, all the way. Thank you. So yeah, we have a lot of tornado warnings right here along this line. This is a very dangerous line, entering a very primed environment for not just typical run-of-the-mill QLCS tornadoes. These could be strong. These could be damaging. These could be, I know we've talked about today about spin-up tornadoes, but these tornadoes are getting to the environment where they might not just be spin-up tornadoes.
Especially the southern ones. Those are the ones that have
Right.
been in the tornado watch that explicitly states strong tornadoes.
Right. These might not just be the ones that we've seen all day today. These could be the most serious ones, the long track tornadoes that we really don't want to see, and we don't usually see with systems like this, but this is a day that we don't usually see. It's a moderate risk, a level 4, and that means that we're very concerned about this. The SPC is as well. So major cities that are going to be in the path of all of these tornado warnings, basically, if you want to imagine this as one big tornado warning going all the way down from Bay St. Louis all the way up to Greensboro, that's basically what's going on here. Because even if these aren't tornado warnings in the gaps in the middle here, these are areas of high winds that are going to feel just like a tornado. So Bay St. Louis is 829, Pass Christian 834, Gulfport 841, Greensboro 844, and in Biloxi is going to be 852. Those are the next big cities in the way here, and ultimately, this will make its way to you in Mobile. It's going to be in Mobile in about an hour. It's going to be in Montgomery here in about 2 hours. It's going to be in Birmingham in about an hour. So these are major cities in the way here.
Tuscaloosa.
Tuscaloosa, it's basically knocking on your door here in Tuscaloosa. We have this one right down here. It's going to make its way through Utah along I-20. And once it makes its way past Utah, it's going to be in the city of Tuscaloosa. And we don't have anything for you right now, but that's a major concern. These are probably going to pass to your north in Tuscaloosa, so that's not our biggest concern here. But basically, like I said, treat this as one big tornado warning. There's so many tornado warnings out right now. It's hard to talk about all of them, but basically just emphasize that if you're anywhere along this line, you are at risk for a tornado, a damaging tornado. This is not a good situation. Okay, east of Meridian, we have this right here, west of Cuba. This is the state line right here. This is a tornado that was, and it might still be confirmed on the ground. It's moving its way towards the north and east, and you can see this tight couple here. These purples are basically just...
Oh, wait. New tornado warning for Livingston, Alabama. Extension of the Meridian one.
Okay.
That's for the
Yeah, this
other
one's-
side of I-59.
Yeah, this one's right here. I think this is the one that you're talking about. This is US 80, this is Cuba, Livingston. Yes, this is the extension of it right here. The tornado's back in here, and it's going to move its way off towards the north and east along Interstate 20, and Livingston and Cuba are going to be next in the path of that. US 11, US 90, west of Demopolis. Demopolis, it's not coming for you yet, but you need to be ready to go into your lowest level interior room as soon as possible. And yes, it's going to make its way towards Livingston and ultimately Demopolis here within the next, probably I would say 30 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Cuba 833, York 838, Derby at 843, Livingston 848, Hall Creek 857. These are all storms that are going to be in the path. If I'm naming your city, if in any time of this broadcast you hear your city come up, you hear an interstate nearby you come up, a road nearby you come up, an intersection you know, just take shelter now. It's better to take precautions than just wait and have it hit you and you weren't ready. Okay, let's zoom back out again, and we'll see if there are any new tornado warnings. Because unfortunately it seems like there are being a lot issued at the moment. If we go to reflectivity and just see the overall makeup of these storms here, we do actually, let's zoom into that northern area here. I don't think, yeah, these are just continuing tornado warnings that we've had previously. We have Carrollton, you're under the gun for this north one. I don't like the shape of that storm as it makes its way into reform. If we could go, if we could go, yeah, velocity would be good. So we can see the area of circulation be right here, and the one for the south is going to be right here, and they're going to both make their way towards the northeast in the next 30 minutes or so. So reform anywhere in this area. Aliceville, this whole region, you're under a caution for a tornado. It doesn't matter which tornado it is, north or south, you are under a caution for a tornado. So you just need to take those precautions immediately. If we could zoom in and see what other roads there are in this, 2 tornado warnings we have right here, just a little bit. So yeah, these are Alabama state highways: Pickersville, Carrollton, Aliceville, Memphis, Alabama. You need to be taking those precautions immediately. Seems like that circulation just to the northeast of Geiger is still also there, and it might still be confirmed. It's making its way off towards the north and east. If we could zoom out a little bit more and go to correlation coefficient, just to see if we have anything going on with this situation.
See what Birmingham's getting?
Yeah, I don't see a whole lot going on here, but these are still very strong areas of circulation. They could still be putting down tornadoes. And if we could zoom out here and just go wide.
We are in a radar coverage gap, so it's not really
yes.
easy.
So that's good to emphasize that we are in a radar coverage gap here, so we might not be getting the full details here. So that's why it's important if there's any warning issued for you, even if it's not a tornado warning, just take coverage now, because this is a situation where a tornado can spin up very quickly, and this is a very, very bad situation.
Yeah, so as we go ahead and look more and more at this situation, I want to take particular note of what we have going on. Let me switch to the New Orleans radar on me. When this loads, come on, New Orleans radar. Yep, there we go. So I want to take particular note of this one cell that we have for St. Tammany and Hancock counties in Louisiana. Because right here to the east of Slidell, city of Slidell, you are not in this, but to the east of Slidell, approaching Burlington, we have an embedded supercell. And what that means is that a portion of the linear line that is developed, that's didn't need to say that, but the portion of the linear mode of storm we have has formed into more of a supercellular structure, and that's really relevant in the reflectivities, where we have this inflow notch where this big C of the red is. We have this inflow notch and the outflow coming, and it's really starting to circulate. So I'm particularly concerned with this mode of embedded supercellular storms in the more dangerous of the two, the more significantly worded of the two tornado watches we have right now. As these southern storms continue to progress east, we might start to see more of these embedded supercells, which is going to increase the number of tornadoes and increase the number of tornado warnings we have. Looks like we're getting a new scan on this right now. That couplet really just tightened to the east of Slidell. So I'm going to go ahead and zoom in. If you are in Burlington right now, that is not a good look. Burlington to the northwest of Lake Shore, eventually heading into the state of Mississippi. This is where we are starting to see a tornado begin to develop. Currently under tornado warning, it is not confirmed, but we could continue to see it develop as it pushes east. Now, it looks like the city of New Orleans is now under a severe thunderstorm warning. I do need to point out that the line has actually passed downtown. So if you're in French Quarter or any of those areas, it has actually passed you. The line of strongest winds is now to the east of New Orleans, now affecting areas that were hit by a tornado last week. So, if you are south of that in Louisiana, you are not under any warnings, but we currently have severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings lined up all the way from New Orleans, all the way up into Kentucky. Now that we've taken a moment to reset, I want to go ahead and go back to the northern cells on the Columbus radar, because that's the closest one. Looks like we are starting to see more of a bowing out, so they have these tornado warnings up as a precaution in West Alabama, but I'm not really seeing any hooks there. However, if you are anywhere north or south, not along at the moment, but north or south of the I-59, I-20 corridor, you need to be on alert for the next few hours, particularly if you're in the city of Tuscaloosa, Utah. If you're at the University of West Alabama or near Livingston, you're currently under a tornado warning. But in these areas, we're going to have to perpetually watch for spin-ups as we head through the evening. Now, back to the wall with Robert.
Right, so a regional tornado outbreak is underway. That's basically the best way to put this here. We're going to take a wide view, just sort of take a breather. We're here for you, and we're going to go through all of these just right here where they are. I don't want to zoom in, I just want to sort of point them all out. We have all these three up here. These are 3 tornado warnings we're watching. We have this one going towards Livingston, this one going towards Geiger, and this one going towards Carrollton. So if I'm naming your city, just make sure you're underground right now. We have these two over here. This is towards Waynesboro. And then this one down here is the one that came from Hattiesburg. Hattiesburg, no more threat to you, making its way out towards the north and east. This one down here is the city of Slidell. You are not in a major threat from this right now. It's to the east of you in Slidell. These are our major tornado warnings. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and there is actually an 8th in there just to extend this one down here. But we have 7 active tornado systems, and 2 of them are currently confirmed. So this is what we were talking about. We were warning earlier about this could happen, where we have the situation. We have a new tornado warning now, actually. So I will go to that one in a second.
Where is it?
It's fully in Alabama. Excuse me, sorry, I had a little bit of a tongue tie there. It's in Thomasville, and this is a.
This is a discrete cell.
This is a discrete cell ahead of the storm. This could be very dangerous. Could we go
It's
to
in the
velocity?
biggest radar hole possible, and I want to point out that the NOAA weather radio transmitter in that area is down.
Right, so if you are trying to listen to no other radio and it is down, either go and switch to a different frequency or just go and turn on your local affiliates and make sure you have a way to receive warnings. This is a situation that is getting pretty much worse by the hour. And as you can probably tell here, it's not a good situation. If you are in any of these warnings, you need to take shelter now. This is not a situation that you can play around with. This is not a situation. I know those of you in Alabama and Mississippi, you are probably fatigued from having so many tornado warnings. I know as a Texan, we get a lot too. It's very easy to just say, well, this is just another one. It's not going to actually affect me. You know, I don't actually have to pay attention to this. I can just stay outside. I can stay in my bedroom that's close to my window because I can sleep through it. It won't do anything. This is not a situation we see even in a place like Alabama that frequently. This is a situation that is going to be a tornado outbreak that is going to affect a lot of people in Alabama and Mississippi tonight and ultimately Florida. So if you are in any of these areas, please take this seriously.
There is now a second confirmed tornado in the same county that Meridian is in with a northern circulation.
Right, so we have
Meridian County has 2 confirmed tornadoes.
2 confirmed tornadoes in Meridian. 2 ones.
Not Meridian County, Lauderdale.
Or sorry, Meridian County. Yeah, Lauderdale County. It's going to be, it's these right over here. It's not these 2. It's the one. It's to the south of them. It's going to be this one. Are you talking about the one coming into Livingston?
Yes.
And then where's the second one? Is it both
There's
on
2
this?
tornado warnings stacked they're on the Mississippi side.
Okay. Oh, it's these 2 right here.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So it's these 2 are confirmed tornado warnings right here. And it's making its way towards Livingston. There might honestly be a new tornado warning issued for it as it gets to the north here. Let's go to
Birmingham's going to have to extend along north of Livingston if that one is confirmed.
Right. Let's go to the one in Thomasville because we haven't covered that one. Thomasville, Alabama, not Thomasville, Georgia. I know a lot of our viewers are watching from Tallahassee. We have no threat to the Tallahassee area immediately. Tallahassee, Bainbridge, Thomasville, Dothan, you are all fine. We do not have a threat right now, but this threat will come to us later tonight into tomorrow.
I also do want to mention that Thomasville storm is in the worst radar location we can possibly have today.
Right. It is not an ideal situation. Let's zoom into the Thomasville storm. We'll do our best job with it. But the reason they probably warned this one is not only because of a circulation, but like Jonathan said, it's in a radar gap, and they want to make sure that everyone here is staying attuned to this. Is this like right along the CWA boundary?
It's along the Mobile-Birmingham boundary,
Yeah.
and it is in a radar hole.
Right, so this is right where this is. Mobile has issued this one. If we could go to velocity, I know we probably won't be able to pick up a lot of great things there, but
There's a couplet,
there
but
is a
it's not
couplet
great.
right there. Yeah, so it's north
But
of the
that
city.
is a loft.
Yeah, this is a loft, but it's north of the city of Thomasville. So if you're in the city of Thomasville, Alabama, you need to be taking those precautions right now west of Pine Hill, south of Sweetwater, along US 43, Alabama 5. This is Alabama 10. Anywhere in this area, you need to be taking those precautions now because this is a tornado potential situation, and it's better to be safe than sorry. We're also looking at Vineland, 923. Hampton, that's going to be 945. And ultimately, if it gets down to those other areas, it'll be out in about an hour or 2. But this is a discrete supercell ahead of the line.
There is a tornado report in Noxubee County, Mississippi, which is these are these cells that are just to the north of this Livingston one in Aliceville and Carrollton, Alabama. Right. Mobile homes damaged.
Okay, so we have Noxubee County. That's back towards, is that Macon?
Yes, that's Macon.
So it's this one right here is making its way towards Reform. This one that was in Macon did damage. So if you're in the city of Reform, you need to be cautious. This is a tornado that did damage, and it could be coming over you right now. So if you're in this area, you need to be taking those precautions. Going to make its way towards you in 8:40 Central Time in Reform. We also have the southern circulation here, Aliceville, south of Aliceville, making its way towards the northeast. Aliceville needs to be in your shelter right now. this circulation is strong and it's making its way out towards the northeast. If it does, it might make its way towards Akola here around 8:53 Central Time and Coker in 8:59 Central Time.
Can we go down to the storm approaching Leakesville, Mississippi?
Yes.
Because
So
that one is confirmed, and we need to spend a little bit more time talking about it.
right. Which one is that?
It's the furthest south tornado warning.
Right, yeah,
out
we
there in
haven't covered this one
Louisiana.
as much. That's a very, very good point. It's going to be south of Beaumont, west of Weeksville. This is around US 98, and then it's right in here. It's going to be one of these areas of circulation right here. It's going to be the biggest area that we're watching. It's going to make its way towards Avent at 8:42, Bexley at 8:49, Weeksville 8:54. So if you're anywhere in this area, you need to be taking shelter right now because a tornado potentially is coming towards you. If we could put on
Mobile just put out a
reflectivity.
giant severe thunderstorm warning with that cell that extends all the way into Mobile County.
Okay, no, I don't like the look of that right there. Where it has that inflow notch, that's feeding a growing mesocyclone that could put down a tornado southeast of Beaumont, west of Weeksville. It's probably going to make its way right along Mississippi 57. This right here could be a very damaging situation for those of you west of Weeksville. Okay, let's take a big picture view now, see what's going on with the entire situation. Just zoom out and we'll see what storms we haven't covered because to make sure everyone is covered here. Cover the top two there. If you're anywhere near Carrollton, anywhere near Geiger, you need to be in your shelters now. Also, if you're in Livingston with that other cell that has been confirmed, you need to be into your shelters now as well. Anywhere near Thomasville, Alabama, shelters now. You need to be taking those lowest level cautions. Lowest level interior room away from outside walls and windows. Get as much space between the outside world and you. It will keep you safe. Let's zoom into these two right here, this one right here. I don't think we've covered this storm in a few minutes, and we need to make sure that these people are also informed.
What cell is that?
Yes, Waynesboro. Waynesboro, we're making sure that you also know that you have two areas of circulation that we're watching. One right here, making its way right towards the city of Waynesboro. This one to the south of the city of Waynesboro. So we're looking towards Waynesboro. It's going to be US 84, US 45. You are along US 84, west of US 45. You need to be taking those precautions right now. Inside that lowest level
the
interior
newest scan
room.
of that Leakesville cell looks nasty.
Okay, 846 in Waynesboro, 850 in Battles, 856 in Copeland, and 906 in Silas. So anywhere around here, Waynesboro needs to be underground. We're in a lowest level interior room now because that is going to be a dangerous situation coming towards you, and it battles also as well for this other southern circulation. Let's go back down to the Leakesville tornado that could be on the ground. We don't know for sure, but we're just assuming it is at this point. Let's go back in towards here, and that is definitely a tightening circulation. I'm very concerned it could go a little bit north. Right there. I don't like that. That is a very tight circulation. McLean, Royce, and I'm going to scoot a little bit, Weef. Anywhere along this is Mississippi Highway 57, US Highway 98. Anywhere along there, you need to be inside your lowest level interior room now. Royce and Weef and Binjo, anywhere in there, this is a damaging situation that could get to you soon, and this is a tightening cell. So anywhere in these areas, you need to be inside those rooms that are away from windows, away from outside walls. You don't want to be outside. You don't want to be in a mobile home. You don't want to be on a lake. You don't want to be in a car. Anywhere in those areas, that's not a good place to be. Not a safe space. Best is a FEMA room anywhere in a basement, anywhere below ground. Second best is going to be inside that room, like a closet or a bathroom that will protect you. A lowest level interior room away from outside walls on the first floor. And I suggest a bathroom in particular because a bathroom has plumbing that keeps the walls to be a little more strengthened.
The Storm Prediction Center has put out a localized mesoscale discussion for these particular cluster of cells we've been investigating. Notice that is the highest tornado threat for the next 1 to 2 hours.
Right. Yeah, unfortunately, these storms are going to pose a heavy tornado threat as you get into Alabama and as these cross into Alabama from your south here.
Okay,
these are
trees
continuing...
and power lines down reported in Lauderdale County, Mississippi to the east of Meridian.
Right. I want to emphasize something in general here. This is happening at night. It is 8:43 Central Time. You are not going to be able to see any of these tornadoes. And if anyone is from these areas, they're not going to be able to see it coming. These storms are going to be potentially rain-wrapped. It's going to be dark. You're not going to be able to see it. So, one, if you're from this area, you need to be having your no-weather radios, basically any way of having alerts. You should have multiple ways of doing it, like a no-weather radio, a broadcast, and have a friend to call you if something's happening. Do at least have at least 3 ways of knowing just so you can wake up, because these are going to be coming at a time when you're probably going to be going to bed. But also, if you know anyone from this area, please call them and let them know there are tornado warnings on the ground. There's a serious tornado outbreak underway, and they need to know these tornado warnings are coming towards them. It's going to ultimately come towards Birmingham, Montgomery, and Mobile soon, but right now it's affecting the central area of Alabama and the far southeast area of Mississippi. These are very dangerous supercells.
Tuscaloosa, you're not under anything now, but just get ready.
Yeah,
It's coming.
Tuscaloosa, it is coming towards you, unfortunately. So we know, again, I know probably a lot of you are probably fatigued from tornado warnings. This happens a lot in this part of the nation, but you just have to take these seriously. We've prepared for this before. You know what to do. Just do it, because it will save your life if you do it and the tornado hits you and go to that lowest level interior room. It will save your life. So again, make sure we are taking all these tornado warnings seriously, because we've had so many today. 12 tornado reports so far. I wouldn't be surprised if that's actually gone up in the last few minutes. Wind reports is over 136, so total storm reports are over 148. So we have a very dangerous situation underway. A tornado outbreak is currently in progress in Alabama and Mississippi. This is a very bad situation for those of you in Alabama, Mississippi, and Florida. So let's actually go back to the radar and zoom out to a view. I want to make sure those of you in Tennessee and Kentucky are not being left out.
I have a note on that. I just read the Storm Prediction Center's mesoscale discussion currently going on for North Alabama, north of the Tennessee River, including my hometown of Huntsville, as well as Tennessee and Kentucky. And they're noting that the tornado potential is going to be more localized to pretty much the Alabama-Tennessee border, along there, southern middle Tennessee, Wayne County, Fayetteville, those areas southward is where the main tornado threat is. However, interestingly enough, up in Kentucky and northern Tennessee, there's sort of dry air aloft, and it's starting to mix, which creates the potential for downbursts. And downbursts are they're not spinning like a tornado, but it's a burst of wind that comes and just pushes down super, super fast. And when that happens, it can be equally as destructive, and those will be warned via severe thunderstorm warnings. So once again, I want to keep hammering in that if you are in a severe thunderstorm warning, maybe take it a little bit more seriously than you take a normal severe thunderstorm warning, because the environment today is so volatile. So heading back to Robert to get a general scale picture, I do want to note there is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for eastern Lauderdale and Colbert and western Limestone County in my hometown of Madison, Alabama.
Right. And that's one of the good thing that you just said, Jonathan, is that this is not a normal setup. We don't see this that often. I know we are exposed to tornado warnings. They happen pretty frequently in this part of the nation, but we see them pretty isolated. To have an outbreak like this going on is not something you normally see. Even, I would compare this to, I know this is a different situation, these aren't supercells, so comparing is not exactly a good thing, but the high-risk days of back in 2020, or 2021, those were a different setup, but I want to compare this because this is the same kind of situation where you have these tornado warnings popping up and you need to take them all seriously. I know in other days, you might see a tornado warning and be like, oh, well, this is just a one little isolated thing. This is not something we can take. We don't have to worry about this. This is the same kind of setup like that. You really need to be worried about.
Can we zoom in on the Leakesville storm?
Yeah, let's go back to Leakesville.
Because I'm just continuing to see a couplet tighten as it's approaching. It's heading up a highway. I don't have the number of it.
Yeah.
But over McLean, I'm really seeing a strengthening couplet right behind me as we wait for the radar to load on the wall. But there was a confirmed tornado, which is why this tornado warning appears purple on my screen. But to the west of McLean, we're really starting to see these reds and greens rub against each other, which means a couplet is tightening. We'll eventually head into areas such as Neely and Leakesville. So going back to the wall with Robert.
Right, so we are looking right here, McLean and Royce. So you need to be inside your lowest level interior room right now. US 98, Mississippi 57, southwest of Neely, southwest of Bradley. Anywhere in those areas, you need to be taking your precautions right now, because this is a developing, confirmed tornado on the ground, and it will impact you soon. Leakesville will get to you ultimately. I believe we'll get a track on here right now in a second.
I'm just waiting for a warning for Leakesville.
Yeah, so 903 in Leakesville, 847 McLean, 858 for Bradley. So all of you in those areas, you're going to see this come to you soon. It's a confirmed tornado on the ground. You need to be taking your shelter, your precautions right now. You need to take all of these warnings seriously, because there are damaging tornadoes, that some of which are on the ground. So this is a situation right here for Leakesville, and going to be on US Highway 98. Let's go back up to Waynesboro, where we have this situation on progress as well. And this is an area that we, yeah, as you can see on that radar right there, it's fine if you just scroll south, that's fine. Go down towards Waynesboro, yeah. We have this area of circulation towards Waynesboro. We saw some very strong circulation aloft in the last radar. This one not showing as strong, but that's because it's sort of coming in at a lower angle. So we're seeing very strong circulation aloft, not as strong circulation as you get closer to the ground, but that still suggests what could be a potential tornado that is developing here. 851 in Waynesboro, Denham is 859, Cantwell is going to be 910, and then Copeland is going to be at 902. So all of you in this area, you need to be taking these precautions very seriously. This is a tornado, really 2 tornadoes here that could be on the ground, could be developing, and this could impact you very soon. So this is something we're going to have to see as you get its way over here. Lowest level interior room, you know what to do, you just have to do it. This is Thomasville. This area storm right here, still warned. It looks like the circulation has made its way into the north inside Birmingham's boundary here. And this is an area that we are very concerned about.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and say Aliceville, Alabama needs to be in a tornado shelter right now.
Okay, yeah, Aliceville, you need to be in a tornado shelter right now. This area of circulation is making its way towards Hampton. Hampton needs to be in a tornado shelter right now. 904, you have to be in a tornado shelter immediately. Carleys, you need to be looking towards getting into a tornado shelter. Safford needs to be in tornado shelter as well. Okay, let's go in towards the Aliceville storm.
I'm looking at it from the Birmingham radar, and it may be a little bit aloft, but Birmingham is definitely indicating a couplet over Aliceville.
Right.
And we have dropped down to only 1 confirmed tornado warning in Mississippi right now, and that is Leakesville just got extended into a tornado warning.
Okay, so Leakesville, you have a damaging situation there.
No, it's not actually. It's the confirmed one from earlier. They extended it as a non-confirmed.
Right, so a damaging situation for you in Leakesville because this is a tornado that could be on the ground. This one's not confirmed for you in Leakesville, but earlier it was confirmed, and that is a very strong area of circulation right there along US 98. I don't like the look of that, and that is making its way off towards the northeast towards Leakesville. That's something that is very, very bad. 901 Leakesville, 853 in Avera. And then
yeah, that couplet over
Clark.
McLean is just tightening.
Yeah, it's city of McLean. It's right over you right now. You need to be underground.
And there's a slight drop in reflectivity too.
Okay, yeah, lowest level interior room or underground is best. Can we go to a correlation coefficient because that is right over the city of McLean? And yes, that's confirmed. That is doing damage right now in the city of McLean. So McLean needs to be underground now. We're in a lowest level interior room. Leakesville is a very, very dangerous situation. It's a confirmed tornado on the ground. It's making its way towards Leakesville and Fruitdale. You need to be underground or inside a lowest level interior room in any of these. It is actively doing damage in the city of McLean right now. So you need to be taking this as seriously as possible. This is not just a possible tornado warning. This is an active tornado warning right here in Leakesville and Fruitdale.
McLean definitely just got hit.
Yeah, it's directly hitting the city of McLean. So if you're hearing us and you're in McLean and you're not in your lowest level interior room now, you have to go there right now. It is hitting the city of McLean.
Extend that to Neely too.
Neely and Bradley are right next in this system, and this one is right now wafting debris right here. It's very strong area of circulation. Neely and Bradley, you're next, and this is a very, very dangerous situation for you there. You need to be underground right now. Or inside a lowest level interior room. Jonathan is not for you, it's the city. Mississippi 63, it's going to be southeast of Byrd. This area right here, the city of Jonathan needs to be underground or inside a lowest level interior room now. North of Hillman, this entire circled area right here, you are in a very damaging situation for a tornado. It is confirmed and it has a debris signature on it right now. So anywhere going into this circle of cities right here and ultimately going towards Fruitdale and going towards Leakesville, you need to be underground now or inside a lowest level interior room away from outside walls and windows. With a tornado like this that's doing damage, any tornado really, but particularly this one, you want as much space between you and the tornado as possible. You want to put as many walls and windows, or well, really walls, sorry, between you and the outside world as possible. Just put that space between you. Go into that lowest level interior room. Okay, let's zoom out here. Yeah, so we have several tornado warnings still active here.
There could be 2 circulations in McLean, actually.
There could be. Okay, so let's talk about this one now. West of Bay St. Louis, you need to be, particularly around the I-10 corridor, going right into, I believe this is a NASA facility.
That's been turned into a special marine warning.
Oh, this one right here?
So possible water spout there.
So possible water spout. Is the circulation, I think it's actually off the, yeah, so it's off the warning. So if you're anywhere in this area, you need to be taking caution though, because anywhere in Bay St. Louis, anywhere in this area, you could have a tornado coming towards you soon. We'll have to continue to watch out for that. Let's zoom back out. And we're really going to need to watch out for you in Gulfport and Biloxi soon if these storms do get going
but
for you there.
But the main focus right now is that Greene and Perry County tornado in Mississippi approaching Leakesville.
Yeah, and we have what looks like, let's actually look at that real quickly. That looks to be a strong area of circulation. It could also be something very aloft.
Waynesboro?
Yeah, Waynesboro particularly, but there's also something to the north, so we'll take care of that in a second. But Waynesboro, you have a strong area of circulation going into the area of city of Waynesboro. This is a very strong situation. This is a very concerning situation. You need to take this seriously. Let's go back up north. I think I saw something. Yeah, so this right here, this is not in a tornado warning right now, but northwest of Butler, there is an area of circulation that seems to be very strong and making its way off towards the north and east. Northwest of Lisbon, you need to be taking this very seriously, take all the precautions you need. And also, of course, the one for Livingston, still potentially on the ground, a tornado there. We don't know if it is, but you need to take this seriously. It's tracking right up I-20 into Epps, Utah, and ultimately potentially towards Tuscaloosa. So if you're in the city of Tuscaloosa, now's a good time to take your precautions, get ready for a potential tornado coming towards you. Nothing confirmed yet for you in Tuscaloosa, but we're continuing to watch out for that. Let's go down to this one towards Leakesville. This is a confirmed tornado near Leakesville, and that is strengthening very tightly. I do not like that at all. It's strengthening continually after McLean. It's still wafting debris, still doing damage, now going towards Neely, going towards Bradley, Jonathan, and Bird. And if this looks a little less strong to you, it doesn't mean the tornado has weakened. It means it's basically moved on from a city, unfortunately, and it's moving towards these other ones. Sorry? Yeah, so this area right here, it's going to be a US 98. It's going to be west of Leakesville, going to go right towards these cities, and it's right now, I'm going to name out all of these cities. If I name out any of these cities, you need to be taking those precautions immediately. Lowest level interior room right now, away from outside walls and windows. So Bird, Neely, Bradley, Jonathan, Clark, all of you need to be inside your lowest level interior room now. Looks like it might pass the north of you in Leakesville, but I would not say that's a cause for relief. You need to be taking those precautions in Leakesville and Hillman as well. This could move to the south, and it could impact you as well. Again, this is a tightening circulation, already confirmed tornado that is getting even stronger. This is not something you want to see. So zoom out just a little bit. Yeah, so this is, again, a very bad situation for us here, looking towards Leakesville and Fruitdale. We have 859 in Avera, 902 in Weeksville, 910 in Wally, 915 in State Line, and 920 in Fruitdale. So again, a very bad situation for everyone here. For you, this is a confirmed tornado doing damage on the ground. You really need to take this as seriously as possible. So yeah, again, a very bad situation. As we look towards, we have these clusters of tornado warnings make its way east, and this is just, you couldn't really, you really don't want to see this happen.
Okay, the discrete cell did have its tornado warning dropped. So
right,
that's
so the
good
discrete
news.
cell has had its tornado warning drop. That's fortunate for us. It does still seem to still have a circulation over here, but I am going to, yeah, I'm gonna take a quick break here, get some water, and I'm going to pass things off to Chandler, who can continue on the wall from there quickly.
That's right. Thank you, Robert. Yeah, so we did have that one signature that passed through Thomasville, but it is so high in the loft that we don't know for certain if anything is actually touching down. But again, we do have to watch out in front of this cold front for any discrete cells.
So,
But specifically looking at this one, this rotation in the line close to Leakesville, that
okay,
is the
there is now a confirmed tornado in Greene and County, Alabama. Yeah, it's that Leakesville tornado. They just confirmed it.
All right, so they just confirmed it.
Let
Again,
me see if it's radar or spotter. Radar confirmed tornado.
radar
Leakesville around
confirmed.
9:10 Central Daylight Time, and then Fruitdale at 9:35.
That's right. So again, we have this really strong bit of rotation just to the west of Leakesville, and it's making its way along State Route 57.
And it's also now has a donut hole on radar too. So there's a drop in reflectivity. So it's a rain wrap tornado that we have going on to the west of Leakesville.
Yeah, just as Jonathan mentioned, you can see right above State Route 57, we have that drop in reflectivity. Actually, no, more like just south of it. Pretty much riding along that road, headed towards both, basically State Route 63. That is our main area of concern from Neely to Hillman, Bradley, Byard, and Jonathan. And just north of Leakesville, although Leakesville is still in the warning, so you guys are not out of the question. So all of these areas, again, have a cause for concern, as this storm has been confirmed for producing a tornado, excuse me, and it has that tornadic potential to continue all the way up till Fruitdale. We've been saying your guys' name hopefully it dies down. But you guys are the next on the list. You're the next Leakesville.
So it's Washington County in Alabama, and then Perry and Greene in Mississippi. That's where this particular cell is headed.
That's right. Yeah. Again, so it's going to cross the Alabama-Mississippi state line soon enough. So anybody that is along the Fruitdale, that's a Burbank, any of those towns, you guys need to keep in mind that this system is making its way towards you. I just saw Seaboard as well. You guys are a little bit farther out, but can expect at least at a very minimum strong winds, if not tornadic potential. And then, of course, we see this line is headed towards Jackson, Alabama as well, and Grove Hill, Alabama. So again, this line, which has proven to have tornadic potential, is making its way eastward in a rapid fashion and producing a lot of spin with a couple confirmed tornadoes, one at the moment that's confirmed, that's making its way along State Route 57, headed northeast towards Bradley. It's right next to Neely, if not on Neely at the moment. It's arguably on Neely. So again, dangerous situation for anybody in southeastern Mississippi. It's a cause for concern, and West Alabama as well. Anything you're seeing, Jonathan?
Nothing particular. They dropped a bunch of tornadoes.
Yeah, I see. There's only three left, really.
So the ones left are for Livingston, Alabama. That being that's going to be where the University of West Alabama is. That's also where York, Alabama is. So there's a tornado warning in effect for you in those regions. Looks like they just extended a tornado warning into. There's a new. Okay, so they. Of course, we get a drop tornado warning, then immediately get a new one. So there's a new tornado warning for southwestern Choctaw County in Alabama, northwestern Washington, northwestern Clark, and Wayne County in southeastern Mississippi. So new tornado warning there. That's the tornado that is exiting Waynesboro and will eventually push into Alabama there. However, the one that does continue to look the most particularly concerning is the one that is going to push into Leakesville as we continue to see that this is going to be a rain-wrapped tornado. Notice we have a very, very strong inflow notch here, and then it's sort of wrapping around in this, once again, a red backwards C here. So then right here, right where this one is, there's going to be a potential tornado moving into the northern and western side of Leakesville. So if you're in the city of Leakesville, please get to the lowest room of your home. I always like to say get to a bathroom if you do not have a basement, because bathrooms often have plumbing that helps make the wall more rigid. However, if you have an interior room with no windows that is you can physically fit yourself into, that is the best place to go in the event of a tornado. One thing that I do not like that is reflected in the reflectivity on this storm is that oftentimes when we see rain-wrapped tornadoes, where the actual tornado is, we see a drop in the reflectivity, which means we're getting a new scan, so we'll get the new data from that in a second. But with this particular storm, there is a drop in reflectivity where the couplet is, and that may mean that we are going to see a tornado. However, one other thing that I've noticed as we are getting more and more scans of this particular cell is that we might be starting to bow out a little bit, which means the wind energy is going to push it further, which means we may see a back-end tornado on the back end of the sea, but the front end south of Leakesville, where the National Weather Service Mobile has issued a very, very big severe thunderstorm warning that encompasses this entire tornadic warning cell. Anywhere in this severe thunderstorm warning, we may be seeing damaging wind gusts. And I want to take a moment and point out that non-thunderstorm wind gusts have already reported of up to 55 miles per hour via storm spotters and via other observation networks across the state of Alabama. That's going to mean that any lawn furniture, patio furniture, any lawn decorations are going to go flying. I know James Spann likes to joke that the state bird of Alabama is actually a trampoline because when the wind starts blowing, they start flying. So there may be some flying projectiles outside not affiliated with the tornado just because of how strong the wind field we are dealing with today is. Now, I do notice that we are getting some more warnings from the National Weather Service Birmingham. None of these have been tornado warnings. They are all severe thunderstorm warnings just to the north of Tuscaloosa. None of them have the tornado possible in the text. So it looks like at the current moment, aside from the one storm approaching Leakesville, we are really starting to see a transition towards a damaging wind event. However, the last time we got here, all the storms decided to simultaneously cycle. We dropped most of the tornado warnings, and then a few minutes later, we suddenly had 12 with 4 confirmed. So we're not going to go just yet. And just like that, new tornado warning for Pickens and Tuscaloosa County in Alabama. Note, this does not include the city of Tuscaloosa. It does include Northport. So if you are on the north side of Tuscaloosa County or Pickens County in Alabama, this is to the east of Carrollton. I'm going to go ahead.
Yeah, I'll shout out a couple names.
Yep. Okay, this is south and east of Reform, east of Carrollton, and northeast of Aliceville. But approaching Samantha, Gordo, Elrod, Coker. What else are you seeing, Chandler?
Echola or Ecola? Ecola? I think Ecola.
Ecola.
And Samantha. Those are the two main ones in the
Okay.
path of this.
So that's a new tornado warning, developing circulation that's on the south side of the tornado warning. So if you are in far north city limits of Tuscaloosa, across the river, that's where the real threat is going to be, across the river in Tuscaloosa, definitely take shelter now. However, I also want to say, while a tornado may not be approaching the University of Alabama's campus, if you are anywhere around there, you are going to be under the threat of a big punch of strong winds. It's not tornadic, but that wind can still knock you off your feet. There's going to be lightning in these storms. You do not need to be outside right now. You may not need to be in the tornado shelter with your hands over your head or with something covering your head, but you are still under the threat of this dynamic storm system, even though you are not in the tornado warning.
That's right. And the heaviest parts of this line of storms will reach Tuscaloosa in the next 10 or 15 minutes. So if you are in University of Alabama, on University of Alabama's campus,
there's a couplet.
go ahead and take shelter. It is it's already raining there, so hopefully nobody's outside. But
So just to the southwest of Gordo, that is where I am seeing a couplet on this tornado warning. So east of Carrollton, you're not under the threat of a tornado right now, but southwest of Gordo, northwest of Elrod, moving into Tuscaloosa County, out of Pickens County, that is where we are currently seeing
That's
a
right.
developing tornado.
it's about to cross US 82,
Yes,
and
that sounds right.
and then go into State Route 171 in Alabama. So again, it's about to cross a few highways that look to be a bit more major for Tuscaloosa.
And I'm just taking a look at some of the storms we've been talking about. Leakesville, it looks like it is very, very, very strong damaging winds moving through the city right now. Still stay in your shelter. New severe thunderstorm warning for Gulfport, Mississippi, as one of those embedded supercells comes ashore. So we'll have to keep an eye on that one. But my focus right now is going to be on this Tuscaloosa, Alabama storm.
Yeah, the
as
Leakesville one the circulation seems to have kind of weakened.
It's
a
sort
little
of
bit.
phasing out right now, yes.
Yeah.
But this one that is to the southwest of Gordo, this couplet right here, where we have this brighter red and this green sort of rubbing against each other, that is where we are seeing a tornado developing southwest of Gordo that is going to move into Tuscaloosa County. Once again, reiterating that this tornado is not headed into downtown Tuscaloosa.
That's right, yeah. So again, the trajectory of this storm carries it towards Robbins Crossroads at the very far outreaches and outreaching suburbs of Birmingham. But again, if this storm continues to produce tornadic potential, it doesn't necessarily matter the exact point of the line of storms, because this whole entire line of storms has proven to produce tornadic cells all up along the squall line. So again, as this squall line makes its way towards Birmingham, you guys will see at least strong straight line winds, if not tornadic potential. And again, also with this line, it has produced a lot of heavy rain as well. We've seen a few backside flood warnings.
I do think Robert has either a mesoscale discussion or some storm reports he wants to discuss. So we're going to go over to the desk to discuss that.
Right, we have basically what a mesoscale discussion is expert forecasting from the Storm Prediction Center, and this is basically what the Storm Prediction Center is saying, what is materializing with the situation here. So we're going to go through 3 of them they've just issued. I know someone we mentioned earlier, but I just want to go in detail with them. So first, there's a locally higher tornado threat along the Mississippi-Alabama border, particularly near Utah and Tuscaloosa. There is a locally higher tornado threat where a supercell has developed strong low-level rotation in far northwest Greene County, Alabama. This cell is going to be absorbed by the squall line. That's the one that we looked at earlier. But it's less clear how that evolution will continue, and at a minimum, it is going to increase this threat for a discrete tornado going on there. There's a line-embedded supercell also in Lauderdale County, Mississippi, into Sumter County, Alabama. This storm is going to has had very high echo tops, which basically means that the storm is reaching the atmosphere really high, which shows the intensity of it. And it has had some tornado debris signatures observed previously, and it's going to be going into an environment favorable for tornadoes. So right there in that area, central Mississippi, central Alabama border is where we have a locally higher tornado threat. We also have an increasing tornado potential ahead of the line, where warm sector supercells, which is basically supercells in this very high area of dew points and warm temperatures ahead of the line, are also potentially developing through 10:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This is going to be where supercells ahead of this line develop, and they could have strong tornadoes in this area, which could impact directly areas west of the other main city of Alabama. Sorry,
Birmingham?
It's going to be south of Birmingham. It's going to, yes, Birmingham. City I was going to say. Excuse me. It's going to impact areas south of the city of Birmingham, and it's going to be areas that could ultimately make its way towards Birmingham, but right now not in the threat Birmingham, but could ultimately become towards the Birmingham threat. So we're going to talk about this. Radar imagery shows these developing supercells ahead of the line that are over Clark and Marengo counties at 8:40 p.m. Central Daylight Time, which is about 30 minutes ago. These storms have developed in a warm conveyor belt, which is basically this area that's pushing out storms very quickly. And it's an environment that has weak but increasing buoyancy, which basically means these storms are able to rise and become strong supercell thunderstorms. And these areas are going to have an unstable air mass and an increasingly
Gordo,
favorable
Alabama
environment.
tornado shelters now.
Gordo, Alabama tornado shelter is now. Let's actually take Jonathan real quickly so we can talk about that.
So this is the tornado warning that is currently in Pickens in Tuscaloosa County. As it is approaching the city of Gordo, I'm noticing a tightening couplet. I'm going to have to go look at correlation coefficient in a second, but tightening couplet over the city of Gordo, and so it is going to move once again to the northeast and out of Pickens County. Looks like we're getting a scan. I'm pretty sure there is a tornado on the ground in Gordo, Alabama right now. It's going to continue to the northeast, push out of Pickens County into Tuscaloosa County, and from there should impact communities such as Samantha. So Samantha, go ahead and get in your tornado shelter because this is taking the northern route. Looks like we just got another scan. Okay, not as tight of a couplet in that scan, but still seeing rotation to the northeast of Gordo that is going to push along the northern side of this warning towards northern Tuscaloosa County.
Which radar are you using?
I am on Birmingham. Should I look at Columbus? Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and switch to Columbus. Okay, Columbus is showing very, very strong winds. Not as tight of a rotation. That is because it is looking a little bit higher up. Tuscaloosa is in a weird spot where it's in between these two radars, but very strong winds, and wow, look at that. You can really see the damaging winds. Not only do you have this tornadic circulation to the northwest of Tuscaloosa, but you also have just this, you can see where the wind is really pushing at the edge of the squall line. Eventually this is going to move towards I-65, so if you are driving south on 65, be alert, be ready to pull over just in case. I do notice we have a new tornado warning somewhere in Alabama. Looks like Choctaw and Clark counties maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's right on the Mississippi
Utah.
Alabama line.
Yeah, Utah, Alabama
Okay.
is the main town.
Yes. So, yep, okay. For Utah, Alabama, we are going to go to the Birmingham radar for that one. This one is going to be more of a threat for metropolitan Tuscaloosa in a little bit. This one to the north of Gordo that I've been talking about right here. This one's going to miss city of Tuscaloosa. But we're going to have to watch because notice you're not going to see the classic red and green because of the height we're looking at the radar at. There's going to be some blue and green, and where this is rubbing against each other as it's moving towards Moundville. I know Moundville literally just had a tornado last week. So as we are moving, actually that may have been straight line wind damage, but Moundville did have damage last week. As we are moving towards these areas that were affected last week, we are heading into populated areas, so we are going to have to continue to watch this. I'm just taking a look at some of the other warnings I have. Looks like
The
we're
one
starting
north
to
of
see some-
Leakesville, it seems like there's at least like a donut.
Leakesville?
Gap. Yeah.
Okay,
Like
so I'm
it-
going south.
Just north of Leakesville, it seems like there's a drop in reflectivity,
Yeah.
but
okay.
it's not.
I think
strong.
Leakesville might be punching out and bowing out,
Yeah.
as
it-
opposed to a tornadic circulation. But we still do have that confirmed tornado warning for Greene County, Mississippi, and tornado warning for Perry County is canceled, but I do think. Okay, so they canceled the one for Perry County and they continued it for Greene and Washington County. Confirmed tornado in Tuscaloosa County. Okay, so that little thing I saw in Gordo, that was in fact a tornado. Oh wow, okay. So right here, in between Gordo and Elrod, somewhere in this area, we do have a confirmed tornado on the ground. I am going
Looks like
to
the
go.
CC values are dropping.
Where is the CC drop? Okay, the CC drop is in between Gordo and Elrod. So right here, there's debris being lofted into the atmosphere where we see this green dot on this map in the sea of red. Unfortunately, if you're colorblind, I don't know how to make this accessible for you. But if we are to the east of Gordo right now, we are now in Tuscaloosa County, not in Pickens County. So we have crossed the county line. Now that we are in Tuscaloosa County, if you are in Samantha, please get to a tornado shelter now. North Elrod, get to a tornado shelter. I'm going to switch over to storm relative velocity. Yes, okay. It is very, very clear that we have a coupled couplet and drop in correlation coefficient, meaning a tornado is happening in western Tuscaloosa County right now, heading northeast in Tuscaloosa County. I'm going to see if this is radar or spotter confirmed. Radar confirmed tornado with that correlation coefficient drop. That is going to be moving northeast at 55 miles per hour, and locations include Gordo. It already went through Gordo. Samantha, Binion Creek Landing, Wiley, Mooresbridge, Ecola, Wind Springs, New Lexington, Elrod, and Lake Tuscaloosa. So if you are along the southern shores of Lake Tuscaloosa, you're probably in the clear from this tornado warning, only in a severe thunderstorm. But north Lake Tuscaloosa, you are in this confirmed tornado on the ground. We did just lose that little correlation coefficient, so we might not be looking as intensive a tornado as we were a few minutes ago, but that is normal. Tornadoes cycle, they go through different strengths, especially as they continue to be in a QLCS where we have these spin-ups. So right now, if you are anywhere in between Gordo and Elrod, anywhere north in Tuscaloosa County, we need you in your tornado shelter because we do have a confirmed tornado on the ground.
Go
there.
northwest of Gulfport. We have something suspicious.
Mobile or New
Mobile.
Orleans radar? Okay. Okay, there is something suspicious. Let me switch to sorry, y'all. Okay. Okay, looks like we have a bookend vortice in North Gulfport, Mississippi. This tornado warning, this is not a tornado warning.
This
pardon
is
me.
a
This
severe
is a severe
thunderstorm
thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. So they did note that this particular cell, where you see this backward C forming, we start to see the red and the green come together, as I've been saying all evening, and right where that is, we could see a tornado start to develop, and that would impact areas such as North Gulfport, Orange Grove, and Wool Market if that continues to develop. This is not going to affect the beachfront properties in Gulfport, but it is going to affect inland areas in that county. Now, continuing on to the Leakesville storm. Oh, I said it was bow echoing out, but I'm continuing to see another bookend. The word of the night is bookend couplet. That is where we have rear inflow notches that sort of spin up on the back end of storms, so you think you're in the clear once that initial punch of wind comes, but then another tornado spins up. So watching for another spin up now north of Leakesville on the back end vortex of this storm. Now let me go.
I want to emphasize something real quick about these new thunderstorms that are becoming tornado potentials down near Gulfport, near Mobile, in the southern area. There is a mesoscale discussion, the last one I didn't get to earlier, that they just put out roughly around, I believe it's 20 minutes to 30 minutes ago now. And it's talking about there is a significant tornado threat materializing in that area. Not just a tornado threat, a significant tornado threat materializing, because around that area, this line has sort of deformed into supercells. And as we talked earlier today, storm mode is very important with these. When you have a line of storms, it keeps you from having really strong tornadoes generally, but when you have supercells, it's a lot easier to have these storms wrap up into very strong tornadoes.
There's a suspicious circulation west of Selma too.
Okay.
With one of the little discrete storms.
Yeah, that's another thing earlier when we had those discrete storms, and that's another discussion they had out as well. So that's something we need to watch.
That's not warned right now, but we'll have to watch for a tornado warning on that one as the Weather Service is
Yes.
looking. I'm sure their data is better than us. They are the professionals, but that does look a little bit suspicious to me.
Selma?
Just to the west of Selma.
Okay, yeah, I see what you're talking about.
It's not for the city of Selma, but just to the
No,
west.
Uniontown, Hamburg.
Yeah.
Those are the cities to the north and northeast.
This Leakesville storm is just bowing. Like this velocity data, Robert, is.
Yeah, no matter what, with the Leakesville storm, even if you don't have a tornado from it, some of these front end winds are going to be so strong it's going to be as damaging as a weak tornado. So you really need to keep that in mind. But these tornadoes around Gulfport, Biloxi, or tornadoes, excuse me, supercell thunderstorms
Yes.
around Gulfport, Biloxi, Mobile, coming into that area, into the northern, that's probably not the best word to use, but it's coming into that regional area, going a little bit north of Gulfport, Biloxi, and Mobile, is going to have these conditions that we call favorable for significant tornadoes to form. This has an area called where we have significant tornado parameter. The SPC has noted that they have values as high as 4, which is a very high value generally climatologically, which means that this area might be having an area for significant tornadoes. So if that Gulfport storm does get warned, if other storms form in that area, we could unfortunately have a risk for significant tornadoes.
That's right, and that Gulfport storm, it actually is quite tight of a couplet.
I'm looking. That storm is suspicious.
And
We're gonna zoom in on it.
as far as towns
It's
east
Gulfport,
of it,
Beauvoir,
we have-
Biloxi.
yeah, and then Van Cleve
Lyman, Orange Grove.
and Gautier, but that's farther out.
Yeah. So that one we're watching with a little bit of a stink eye as it may start to develop a tornado. Haven't seen a warning on it yet. These National Weather Service offices, they are doing their best job they can. This radar data is kind of messy tonight, if I'm being honest, because of the mode of the storm. It is going through so much rain just to access what we need to look at.
I want to say one thing is that if the National Weather Service hasn't, or really two things about it, if the Weather Service hasn't issued a tornado warning, that means that one, they are professionals, they are very experienced at this, they have a reason why not. But two, they also have issued some of these severe thunderstorm warnings to account for storms that might not have reached tornado warning criteria yet. So when we have a situation like that, just whenever you have a severe thunderstorm warning, you're going to want to continue to watch that for potential development of a tornado. And they might not have issued a tornado warning yet. Doesn't mean we should doubt them. They have a reason why not.
Also suspect for a little mini spitty on the Coleman-Morgan County line in Alabama with a discrete cell ahead of the line there. Not really much of a threat there. That's not going to be a significant tornado, but maybe a little EF0 along that county line right now. But zooming back on that Tuscaloosa storm with a confirmed tornado, continuing to see a couplet southeast of Moores Bridge heading towards Samantha. Oh, let's see what this is. Tornado debris signature noted on radar. Okay, so that is a confirmation of the tornado just put into the system by the Weather Service in Birmingham. We are continuing to see a little bit of a couplet in between Mooresbridge and Samantha, so northern Tuscaloosa County. The warning has now been cut to not include Pickens County, but Tuscaloosa County, you remain in a tornado warning with a confirmed tornado until 9:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time.
And that is not a threat to the city of Tuscaloosa, but is northern Tuscaloosa County that we're watching.
Yes, but city of Tuscaloosa, we are going to have to watch the cell over by Utah that we don't have a lot of data on because of the height the radar beam is scanning it at, but we are under a tornado warning for the city of Utah as well, and that also includes towns such as Union, Clinton, Boligy, and Forkland.
Go to the storm nearby Selma. That seems to be wrapping
I'm
up.
so suspicious of that.
I don't like the storm by Selma, and if
if
either
we
way,
can
we're
get that on the wall.
Yeah, let's actually get it on the wall.
yeah, one second.
It's in a very unpopulated area.
Yeah.
Coming from that area, it's just continuing to tighten.
Yeah, you can just put it back on V2, and then we'll get the radar up here in a second. This is, of course, reports of what's going on right now. We have a whole lot of tornadoes, or unfortunately, a whole lot of tornadoes that we've already had reported 18, and unfortunately, that number will probably go up. So that's why we're here today talking about this. But if we could go to the radar to look at that one storm in Selma, that could be wrapping up into a tornado. Obviously, the Weather Service has not issued a warning yet, so that means they have reasons as to why they feel it is not a risk for
It's a loft.
It's because it's a loft, and we don't have great radar data there. But if this continues to really get into that situation there, we could see a warning issued. I'll stay on this side, and if you could just move it towards the storm near Selma, it's going to be out ahead of that line there. Go a little bit to the east, yeah, right there. And just stay right there and put it on velocity, because velocity will be the best way to see this storm. It's not tornado warning. I want to emphasize that. We're just trying to be very precautious, and it's right here, right along US 80, east of Uniontown. If you are east of Uniontown, southwest of Marion, west of Selma, nearby Hamburg, Alabama 5, Alabama 14, anywhere in that area, you need to be taking your precautions right now. Anywhere in this area around Marion, this is going to be a circulation we're watching that could potentially produce a tornado. I would say at this point, best to just take your precautions now. Don't
there's
wait.
a strong TDS west of Samantha in Tuscaloosa County.
Okay, yeah, let's go to that one. This one right here, Tuscaloosa County. This is the north side of Tuscaloosa County, and this is a very, yes, you're right. This is a very strong area of circulation along Alabama 171, west of Samantha, west of US 43.
Robert.
This is a very strong area, and let's go to correlation coefficient, if we can, on the wall here. And that is a strong area of debris along Alabama 171.
Okay,
so if you are anywhere near Samantha, Wyndham Springs, you need to be underground now. This is a damaging tornado that is confirmed. It is doing considerable damage. When we see it going down into the blues here, that means it is lofting considerable debris. This is not just paper. This is unfortunately people's lives. And this is a very bad situation for those of you in Samantha and Wyndham Springs as it makes its way out towards the northeast. You need to take this very seriously. This is a tornado on the ground and is doing damage as it makes its way towards the northeast. So again, US 43, Alabama 171, this tornado is moving out towards the northeast. This is northern Tuscaloosa County, and those of you are in very serious danger along US 43 near Samantha and Wyndham Springs. So if we could have the radar zoomed out going back towards the south, or let's actually go back towards the storms in the south, because this is, again, a very dangerous situation that we have here with these several storms that are really continuing to strengthen. As we had earlier, we had more tornado warnings, but less of them were strong. Unfortunately, oh, that's not good. I do not like that. There's a very clear bounded weak echo region with that storm, and we use meteorological terms like that a lot. What that basically means is there is a sign that storm is strengthening very quickly.
I do want to say that the last time we had a correlation coefficient drop over the plain, that was confirmed tornado.
Yes, that was a confirmed tornado. I don't believe that tornado is confirmed right now, but anyone in that area should take this very seriously because something could happen with that as well. And I believe that Gulfport storm, I'm wondering if that one has a tornado possible tag, because that still has, yeah, this one still has a circulation that it's possible that it's just because of the radar angle, or for some reason they haven't warned it yet. Again, we respect the decision of the Weather Service. We know that they are very, very smart people that have degrees in meteorology for a long time and a lot of experience on this. So they know when these things are going to produce a tornado or not, and they want to be cautious that there's not too much false warning here as well. So that's something we want to keep in mind. But let's go to this north storm. West of Samantha, we have debris wafted from this storm. That is a very strong tornado debris signature, tornado vortex signature, and now this is a strong tornado debris signature. Two signatures you don't want to see with a tornado like this, and it's looks like it might pass the north of you in Samantha, but I would just say Samantha at this point, better for you to be safe than sorry. Take those precautions immediately. Wyndham Springs, you are basically going to be right in the path of this tornado. Alabama 69, US 43, south of New Lexington, southwest of Witston. We see this strong area of inflow into here, creating this violent tornado on the ground. That's why it's lofting debris. Again, this is not what we want to see, particularly at 9:26 p.m. Central Time, where people might even be asleep at this point, or still, if they're not asleep, cannot see it because it is dark outside. So again, yeah, so there's two different radar sites picking up debris. That is a sign this is a strong and violent tornado on the ground. This is something you don't want to see, and it's not just your typical QLCS. This is a strong tornado. So those of you northwest of Samantha, west of Wyndham Springs, need to be taking your precautions immediately. This is a very dangerous situation. If you know anywhere in this area in northern Tuscaloosa County, it's going to be north of Northport, north of the river, anywhere in that area. You need to be taking those precautions right now. Call them, tell them if they are in Samantha, Wyndham Springs, or Witston, they need to be taking those precautions immediately. 931 Samantha, 940 Wyndham Springs, and 948 in Witston. Okay, excuse me. Let's go and look at the Selma storm. Let's see what the structure is of that storm right now. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, so again, I want to emphasize one thing in general too is here, and I've said it earlier, but I want to make sure people know about this. It is 9:28 Central Time. It is very dark outside. People are not going to be able to see storms like this. One second. Yeah.
Is Is my mic on?
It is very dark outside. People are not going to be able to see these storms. You're fine. People are not going to be able to see these storms. They are strong. They are going to be rain wrapped, and these are damaging and violent tornadoes that we have here. So make sure whenever you see, actually, let's go to the one nearby Tuscaloosa, or nearby Utah, because Utah, that seems to be a little bit stronger than earlier as well. I don't like that as well. No debris appearing to be wafted by the storm, but it does appear. Yeah, Birmingham's catching it better. It does seem like it's strengthening in here, and it's making its way towards the city of Tuscaloosa. Anywhere northwest of Utah, southwest of Foster's, alongside the Interstate 20 corridor, you need to be taking your precautions immediately. Near the city of Clinton, and you are in that area, you need to be taking those precautions. I know I've driven through here before. It's a very wooded area of Alabama, so it's very hard to pick up on these kind of things. You can't really see a tornado. You just need to take your precautions now. Don't wait to see it. If you're in this warning, you need to take your precautions immediately. South of Marion, west of Selma, we have that circulation that seems to be pretty suspect at this point. Again, they haven't warned it yet. That means they have a reason that they think this could not be producing a storm, but that is, again, a very, very serious thing. Huntsville, and all of you along the I-65 corridor, looks like your main threat is probably going to be damaging winds, which are, in some cases, just as strong as a damaging tornado. But we also do have some areas of broad rotation here, so I would continue to watch this for something. We could see something spin up, so you're going to want to continue to take the situation seriously. Downtown Nashville under a severe thunderstorm warning. Very heavy rain coming down for you in Nashville. We don't have any major tornado concerns for you. All that's mainly to our south, but again, we're watching this situation right here. So we have the debris signature is fortunately gone away for this, or at least it appears to have gone away. But the reason why may not be because it's weakening. It may just be going over an area that doesn't have as much debris to waft. And I know that's unfortunately a little bit morbid to say, but that is what you're dealing with here with these tornadoes. You want to make sure everyone's safe and secure from these. That's why we're pointing out these things. And it looks like it's going right into the town of Samantha, really going to clip your north end, but really anyone in Samantha should be taking this as seriously as possible, taking those precautions. Samantha, it's going to come towards you right now. And then another spin towards Coker, and that could be it could really scrape Northport there. It's north of Tuscaloosa. So if something comes through there, that could be a major concern for those of you in Northport. And then another major concern is one back in Utah, where we have that area of circulation. It seems like a secondary area of circulation is forming towards its south. So we have these, again, spin-up tornadoes that can happen very quickly. We want to emphasize all of these to you. No debris, fortunately, on here, but that seems to be a major concern for us. Let's go back to the one in Selma, if we can, just to see if there's been any updates at that one. Okay, so this one, this is Marion County now? Yeah, so it's making its way into this area. We do have an area of circulation not as strong as before, so that's fortunate for us. We do still have that concern, though, for that one. Let's go even further south to the ones south of there. Yeah, this storm, this is a new one. Yeah, so we don't have a good view of this one. That's why they're probably warning it right now, is because they just want to be safer than sorry. The Weather Service is really wanting to make sure people are safe. Sometimes they warn some of these to be safer than sorry. If you're in any of these areas, you want to make sure you are continuing to watch them. You are continuing to just stay safe from these storms, because they dropped the tornado warning here for Weeksville. That is a very good thing, because that storm was doing major damage earlier, and that was a major concern for us. This is very suspect, I would say. It's picked up on both radars, and they are both relatively close to this area. So. Yeah, you can almost see the bounded weak echo region on the back here, where it's kind of like a back-end vortice for the tornado there. One fortunate thing is some of these storms are starting to go ashore, and that, for now, that will keep the tornado threat lower from some of those storms that were back in New Orleans that were doing tornado damage. Yes, they have trimmed back the tornado watch. Mississippi, let me zoom out before I say this. It's going to be Mississippi, anywhere north of I-20, you are in the clear. Anywhere west of I-59 in Mississippi, you are also in the clear. If you, they just warned the Selma storm. Okay, yep. Let's go to, yes, there we go. Hamburg, Marion, anywhere along Alabama 5, Alabama, oh yes, that's why they warned it. Alabama 183. Anywhere in this area, as this storm makes its way off towards the north and east, it's going to be a damaging storm. That's why we're watching it, and it's going to continue to have a situation here that, you know, if you're in Hamburg, if you're in Marion, you're going to want to make sure you're in that lowest level interior room as soon as possible, because this is a very dangerous circulation here, and it could really impact people here as we go over the next hour or so. Anywhere in this county, Marion County, you need to be inside your lowest level interior room right now. You can't take chances with this. You absolutely cannot take chances with this storm right here. So we have this one. Well, actually, let's pass it off to Jonathan. Or never mind, we'll continue on this storm right here. It's going to be north of US 80. So this is Marion County. It's southeast of Heiberger. Going to be basically going right southeast of the city of Marion. I would say Marion, just take precautions right now and go underground or inside that lowest level interior room ASAP, because this is a damaging situation for you. Let's look at Utah. We have what looks like to be a more broad circulation. Seems like it's a little bit separated there, which is something that's good. I don't want to see anything bad for this here, because this could make its way into a very populated area soon. But we do have what looks like a secondary circulation forming over Forkland. So if you're in Forkland, Sawyerville, anywhere over there, you need to be taking your precautions immediately. New tornado warning to the south now. That includes Linden, Sweetwater, west of Alberta. This is going to be an extension of the tornado warning back towards Butler. And yeah, so this is your circulation just northeast of Gilberttown. It's going to be taking its way off towards the north and east, and this is going to be, again, a very dangerous situation for us here in Sweetwater, Linden, Thomaston. You need to be taking those precautions right now as this storm continues to make its way off towards the north and east. This is the Selma storm. It's around Hamburg. Yeah, this is a very concerning storm. Could we put on correlation coefficient just to look at some of these? There's nothing yet. Okay, so yeah, go back to velocity. Or actually, let's go to reflectivity if we can. Let's look at reflectivity here, and we can see that there's a little bit of a notch developing, and it almost looks like with the strongest areas of reflectivity here, it's really curling onto itself. This is not a good idea, or not a good situation for here. You here northwest of Hamburg, south of Marion. This wind is really picking up and really starting to rotate. And I'm very concerned about this, because these are very strong areas of circulation right next to each other, right over the city of Norman, Valula. You need to be inside your tornado shelters right now. Go to that interior lowest level room immediately. This is a very dangerous situation. As it makes its way, which highway is this right here that goes from Hamburg through Marion into the northeast up to Sprott? Alabama 14. Alabama 14. You need to be if you're along Alabama 14 in Marion County, take those precautions now. Go into a lowest level interior room immediately. This is a dangerous situation for those of you in Marion County. Let's go south. I don't know if there's any storms south of that one. I know there's the one in Gulfport, but I don't think that's tornado warned. Yeah, it's just severe thunderstorm warnings, but that's not just severe thunderstorm warnings. These can pop out tornadoes at any moment, and the damaging winds from these storms are going to be something that needs to be taken precaution. Up here, again, mostly damaging winds threat, might have some broad circulation that could put down a tornado. So let's just go north to south with all of these. Yeah, let's start with the one in northern Tuscaloosa County. This one is still a very, very strong circulation in far northern Tuscaloosa County. It's about to cross into the county to the north here, close to Berry and Oakman. It's already crossed US 43. It's going to make its way towards Alabama 18. This is a strong area of circulation as it makes its way towards the north and east. Yeah, so Fayette and Walker counties, you said? Yeah, so this is Fayette County and this is Walker County. Those of you in Fayette and Walker counties need to be watching this storm as it continues to wrap up and strengthen. It is going to make its way out towards the north and east. Okay, so we have this one here in Marion County. It's now north of Selma. And we have tornado debris being wafted from it. It has just, unfortunately, looks like it hit the city of Hamburg. Unfortunately, it is making its way out towards the north and east. It is moving its way towards, across basically Alabama Highway 14. This is a very dangerous situation here. It has lofted debris, unfortunately, so this is a confirmed tornado by radar, and we just don't want to see this. This is the kind of storm that forms out ahead of the line that can be very damaging because this is a supercell thunderstorm. So again, Marion and then Hamburg, those of you in those cities need to be underground right now. This is a damaging situation for those of you over there. I cannot emphasize enough that this is a strong tornado that's really wrapping up, and those of you in those cities need to be taking precautions, because really go to that lowest level interior room, away from outside walls and windows. You want to be not in a car, go to a gas station, go there somewhere immediately. I know it's late at night. If you're sleeping and you don't want to get up, you have to. This is a damaging tornado. Go to that bathroom right now. It will keep you safe. It may save your life. This is a damaging situation going east of Marion. It will make its way towards Sprott, 1028, and then I think these times are a little bit off, but it is right now 9:38 in Central Time, so it's making its way towards Sprott probably in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Going to be east of Heiberger, Maplesville. You may be in the path of this, so you're going to want to continue to watch this as it makes its way out of Marion County, but is currently wafting debris as a damaging tornado right now on the ground southeast of Marion, west of Radford, city of Norman. Looks like city of Norman may have just got hit by this, southwest of Sprott, southwest of Osborne, and that is a very damaging tornado signature right there, showing that debris is being wafted from the city of Norman. Unfortunately, our prayers to the city of Norman. This is a very bad situation here amongst what is a growing number of bad situations tonight across the state of Mississippi and Alabama, and ultimately what could happen in Florida. So, as our circulation right here is making way off towards the north and east, we have Alabama 14 west of Radford. Again, we have this damaging situation right here, and southwest of Sprott, southwest of Osborne. Again, we need to be in that lowest level interior room right now, away from outside walls and windows. Get as far from the outside as you can, because this is a damaging situation. But we're going to continue to keep all of you updated on all of these, because these are damaging situations. We're going to get through this together. We're going to make sure that all of you know where these tornadoes are happening, because we want to make sure that everyone knows that we have a new tornado warning. Yeah, Walker and Fayette counties. So, again, I know that this situation can be traumatic for some people. Already having severe thunderstorms in an area that has been hit regularly over the last few decades, and unfortunately, this is happening. You know, it's a nature of weather here in Alabama and Mississippi, and here in Florida.
Does not include Jasper and Cordova, which have been historically hit by EF4s multiple times. This one is to the west of Jasper and Cordova.
Right. This one it looks like it will not hit Jasper, at least at the moment. It's going to go to your west, and it's going to cross the I-22 corridor. So that's something we're watching for you there. Again, the Marion storm we're very concerned about. It's currently wafting debris. It is right there. It's right there. That's the debris. If you need any confirmation to go underground anywhere in the city in the county of Marion, that's your confirmation. Up here, there may be some wafted debris, but that's not as big of a concern there. As we make our way towards, let's look at this storm over here towards Butler and Thomasville. This one that's currently also tornado warned. And one thing we're really concerned, actually, before we go into this, let's zoom out and look at these storms. I'm really concerned about the fact that these don't look like a line anymore. This looks like a bunch of supercells. This does not look like a line. This is not a good situation for Alabama, because what we want here is a line, because that line basically removes your discrete tornado potential, and you can have maybe some strong winds. Sorry? Yes, southwest of Brent right there. There's an area of circulation as well. This is what I'm saying. With these supercells, they can spin up tornadoes quickly, and not only can they spin them up quickly, they can make strong tornadoes, and that's a very bad situation. If that becomes a tornado-warned storm, it could make its way up towards the Birmingham metro. So again, it's 9:41 p.m. You're about to have the 10 o'clock news come on. Turn it on. Make sure you have a way to get warnings from this. This is going to be, I know some of you might want to go to bed right now. Just wait until this passes. This is still debris being wafted, an active tornado southwest of Sprott. This is a very bad situation for you in Marion County, west of Radford, Alabama 14. You need to be into your lowest level interior rooms, away from outside walls and windows now. Now is your time. It's really wrapping up right here. This is a damaging situation. We really don't want to see this. This is a very bad situation for the county of Marion. And it almost looks like there might be two circulations forming there, but there's definitely one prevailing circulation that has a tornado on the ground. Let's go back to the Utah storm. And again, I want to look at here, this is not good. How messy these storms are getting, this is not a good thing, because we want it to be more organized and aligned to get rid of that threat. That is not a good thing right there along I-20, and it is right southwest of Foster's. It is moving its way towards the north and east, and it is really making its way off towards Tuscaloosa. I would not be surprised to see this get a tornado warning here. That one southwest of Brent seems to be falling apart a little bit. I really hope that does, because if it does organize, that will be a very bad situation for you in Brent, towards Alabaster, and ultimately towards Birmingham. But that right there in Tuscaloosa, or sorry, not in Tuscaloosa, but barely in Tuscaloosa County, it's making its way just northeast of Utah. It is now moving off towards the north and east, and that is a strong area of circulation. So I'd say right now, Tuscaloosa, now is the time. Prepare, go inside that tornado shelter, lowest level interior room. FEMA grade if possible, but if not, you still need to go to a place to protect you right now. Let's go to the south. I don't think we've covered that one in the south recently. Yeah, unfortunately, some of these storms we don't have good views of. So I would just say if you're in any of these polygons, you need to take precautions. Yeah, it looks like there's a circulation east of Butler, west of Sweetwater, anywhere in that area. You need to continue to take those tornado precautions, because these can be damaging tornadoes that can just spin up, and these are not just EF zeros.
This is why we need a radar somewhere around Meridian, Mississippi, or to the south east of Meridian, Mississippi, because the radar coverage in this part of the country is just not good.
Right. And these are not just going to be EF zeros or EF ones. These can be strong tornadoes that happen. This is why we're so concerned about all this happening right now. Again, we have this one up here, this circulation that's now moved its way into Fayette County. It's going to make its way towards Jasper ultimately, but not Jasper, the city, west of Jasper. So along Interstate 22, US 278, those are corridors you're going to want to stop and go to a gas station right now. You're not going to be driving during this thunderstorm. That one... Yeah, the one southwest of Brent is still there. Yeah, I don't like either of them. Let's go to reflectivity. I want to see what that looks like on reflectivity. Oh, I don't like that look on the one west of Brent. That is clearly a bounded weak echo region, which is something you want to look for when a tornado is developing. You do not want that to happen, because what that is that suggests there's a very strong area of circulation starting to happen. And this one in Marion County is still on the ground. It's still doing damage. So those of you east of Marion, or Marion County, okay. Those of you near the city of Marion, excuse me if I'm using the wrong county name, east of Marion, this is an area where we have an area of circulation that is damaging, unfortunately. So it's still northwest of Selma, not a threat to Selma County, but those of you, or Dallas County, sorry, excuse me. Those of you east of Marion, that is an area of... Yeah, this is Perry County right here. So if you want some geography here, this is Dallas County where Selma is. This is Perry County. Yeah, you are all clear in Marion County. Marion, the city, you are in the clear of Marion, the city, but southwest of, or south of Sprott, directly along Alabama 14. If you're on 14 between Radford and Sprott, you need to stop right now. Get into a gas station right now. Yeah. In shelter right now, Osborne, Adler, anywhere in that area, west of Panhandle, you need to be inside a room right now, inside that lowest level room or tornado shelter, because that debris signature has just tightened, or not tightened it, sorry, but it has strengthened, which means that there is more debris being lofted. It is currently on the ground doing damage. Everyone in this region right here needs to be taking those precautions immediately. This is a very strong and very concerning situation with this tornado east of Marion. Okay, let's zoom out. And let's just look at this whole situation that's going on here.
Thankfully, that's the only debris I'm seeing right now.
Yeah, it seems to be the only debris that we're looking at. We can go to reflectivity so we can just look at what the general makeup of the storms is here. And it unfortunately looks like this storm is about to train on the track of where that Selma, or sorry, the one over Marion just happened through. So Marion, the threat is not over for you. These storms could come back up through there, and they could pose a threat. It does look at the one towards Utah has been allowed to expire. That's possibly because, of course, it's left that. It's moved out of the area. The circulation isn't the most convincing, but it could still happen where we have a very concerning circulation making its way into Tuscaloosa. I do not like this one. I think this one has started to wrap up in the last minute or two.
A year ago, that tornado moved through Centerville and Brent.
Yeah, the EF3 that moved through Centerville and Brent, that was a tornado emergency for that tornado last time. We do not have one right now. In fact, I want to make that clear. I just said that on, but I want to make sure that is not currently happening. But unfortunately, we do have circulation developing in that same area. So if you are in that area, you need to be taking those precautions right now west of the city of Brent. Now here, we have a severe thunderstorm warning there. I'm actually going to check and see if there is a tornado possible tag on that one. I would be surprised, honestly, if there wasn't.
Because there are a few suspect areas.
Yeah, which county is that one in again?
That's going to be Tuscaloosa County. That's going to be to the north of Perry County.
Okay, let me check. Of course, the one in Marion is confirmed. It is still on the ground, unfortunately. We do have active tornado reports. The one in Perry County. Yes, it is confirmed. We have active tornado warning. I'm just going to name out counties here. We have Perry, that's where confirmed tornado. Fayette, Walker, Marengo, Choctaw, and Clark. If you are in any of those areas, you need to be taking those precautions right now. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for the area we're watching. This is, I think it's...
They just issued a tornado warning down for Biloxi.
Okay, so yeah, let's go to that one near Biloxi. Yes, that is the area of circulation we were watching earlier. So, and that is very, very not good. If we look right here, this is an area right here. It's really wrapping up right in here. This is Mississippi 57, north of I-10, east of Mississippi 15. Biloxi, no threat to you. North Biloxi suburbs, this is very concerning for you. It is going to be making its way towards this area right here. You really look at a strongest circulation. And if we could go back to reflectivity, because I want to point out something here as to why we're so concerned about this. See this area right here? This is where these winds are coming in and feeding this growing tornado up here. That is very concerning. And those of you in this warning box, Hurley off to the east, you still need to take precautions for this and go there now. And yes, if you look where the storm's going, make its way towards the east. We don't want, what we're trying to do here is not to hype. We're not trying to make people too concerned. We're not trying to induce fear. We're just trying to induce awareness. You look, it's Mobile, down this tornado warning. What we hope is that this storm falls apart and that no one is affected in this area. But the SPC put out a mesoscale discussion earlier saying that these can become strong, long-lived tornadoes. This, if it does do that, it could impact the city of Mobile. So we're going to make sure everyone is currently watching that. Already in this area, can you tell me which county this is right here?
Which county?
The one that tornado warning is in currently. I know this one is Mobile County once you get to Alabama, but it's not in effect for you, those of you in Mobile County. Okay, I'll just look at it over on our system over here. This one is Mississippi. It's in Jackson County. So Jackson County, you need to take shelter right now. You need to be taking cover immediately. This is a very bad situation for those of you in Jackson. The city of Hurley, you are right now under threat for this storm as it makes its way towards the city of Mobile. Again, I want to emphasize, Mobile, no tornado threat immediately, but it could happen later, so you want to make sure you continue to watch this. It does seem that we've had some of these tornado warnings expire, so that's fortunate for us, but we do still have this one that is still doing damage. Still, it has been doing damage for the last, I believe, at least 20 minutes now, and it is still currently doing damage. And this is in Perry County. It's moving its way towards the northeast very quickly, and that's it right there. You can see these winds really coming in and providing that circulation right there. If you are anywhere along, if you could zoom in towards that circulation, I believe there's a highway right that it's on. Yes, 183, anywhere, 183, 219, where they intersect. That is an area you do not want to be in right now. You want to make sure you are at a gas station anywhere as soon as possible. That correlation coefficient has lagged a little bit, so it's more like here right now, but that debris will, for all intents and purposes, I think that debris will still be lofted there, unfortunately, and it's making its way towards the northeast. So let's look. It's going to make its way towards east of Brent. If it holds together, it could make its way all the way to Alabaster. So that's the thing we're going to want to watch. And it's going to be west. Northwest of Maplesville. That is something that could be very bad. This cell has tornadic potential. This cell has an ongoing confirmed tornado. If both these cells combine, that would not be good. We don't want to see that go off towards the northeast. Tornado warning north of Tuscaloosa and Walker has been allowed to expire. If it's been expired, don't take this too lightly. If it still is a severe thunderstorm warning, that means that there's a chance of a thunderstorm that can develop into a tornado. This is a very bad situation now. I would say Mobile needs to get underground or inside a lowest level interior room. Be there ready because this is a bad tornado that is developing. Van Cleve, Hurley, damage being done west of Van Cleve. What highway is this right here?
Let me scroll in. It's not working.
Okay. This is Mississippi 57. Mississippi 57. Potocaw Landing, northwest of you. It's going to be directly on Three Rivers, directly on Wade. Those of you in that area along Mississippi 63, north of Coletown. I'll go into the other side here. It's going to be west of Big Point. Going to be pretty much on you, Hurley, all of you in that area. This is a damaging tornado on the ground. You really need to be taking your precautions. This is a very concerning situation here as this tornado continues to wrap up. This is a textbook circulation that we have here as it makes its way towards the north and east. And unfortunately, it does look like it's making its way towards the radar site, which is in Mobile. So we really hope this falls apart. Just stay tuned, Mobile. You may need to take shelter.
Van Cleve right now, tornado shelter.
Van Cleve needs to be underground or inside a low.
Start wrapping up south
Yeah.
of Lucedale in a second.
It could, yeah.
Just because of the way it looks. Under severe thunderstorm warning right now, but the main concern in the state of Mississippi right now, pretty much all of Mississippi is clear except for the southeastern two counties, southwest of Lucedale, after Van Cleve. Okay, new tornado warning for Brent, Centerville, West Blockton, so they did wind up warning that cell weather.
Okay. Also, the tornado warning in Marengo has been confirmed.
So another tornado warning for, looks like, Chilton County, Alabama.
Yeah.
Two tornado warnings for Bibb County, Alabama separately. It actually looks like Brent, you are being split down the middle. There is a tornado warning to your north and west, and there is a tornado warning to your south and east. Personally, I would be as precautious as possible and go ahead and get in my shelter if I were in Brent or Centerville. However, the two storms should technically miss you just to the north and west and just to the south and east. But Robert, you said there was an update on that. and
Yes.
that is starting to really.
Yeah. So yes, that one near Van Cleve, that is definitely confirmed on the ground. It is still doing damage. It is definitely a very bad situation for you
They
there.
went ahead and issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Mobile just in advance.
Yeah. So this is a very bad situation. If you could just scoot a little bit to the left there. We have 4 confirmed tornado warnings right now. We have, okay, so the one in Dallas, or sorry, not Dallas, excuse me, Perry has been extended as a confirmed tornado warning into, that is going to be for Bibb and Chilton. So that is going to be an area that we are starting to get towards the southern Birmingham suburbs. It's not the suburbs yet, but you need to be ready.
Include Clanton.
It is not, yeah.
County seat of Chilton County. This does not include Clanton. This does not include the Peach Park that you always pass by driving up 65. This is for northwestern Chilton County. Maplesville is just to your north and west as well. We are watching it. I think it is going to, there's sort of the block of the county where Maplesville is. I think it's going to clip into Bibb County there and miss Maplesville. However, northwestern Chilton County heading towards Calera on 65 and 31. That is where we're really starting to see tornadic potential. Same thing goes for northwestern Bibb County as it heads into Tuscaloosa too. Now that's suspect is southwest of Tuscaloosa as well, along I-20.
Another area that's suspect is southwest of Selma, southwest of Orville. It doesn't have a warning on it right now, but it does. I don't like it.
Seeing that too near Alberta.
Yeah.
We are continuing to see these discrete little cells pop out and interact with the squall line, and then those are going to continually produce tornadoes as we go throughout the night. However, main focus of the concern right now are Bibb County, Alabama. As we leave Perry County, Alabama, and go to the other part of Bibb County, that's where we have potentially 2 tornadoes right now. Tornado continues north of Thomasville, south of Demopolis, near Sweetwater and Linden. Radar coverage of that storm is unfortunately not the greatest, so we're not getting a clear signal, but the National Weather Service continues to see potential for a tornado there, and they note it. And then we may have a violent tornado occurring west of Van Cleve, Mississippi, as we continue to see a drop in correlation coefficients and a tight couplet with that particular cell.
Right, we have a confirmed tornado on the ground west of Van Cleve. This is going to be for northern Jackson County, and it is until 10:45. We have debris being wafted by this storm west of Van Cleve, and it is going to be also west of Hurley and Wade. So if you're in Hurley or Wade, west of Big Point, you need to be taking your precautions right now, going to that lowest level interior room away from outside walls and windows.
It's going to cross Highway 51 here in a few minutes and then head towards 614. So that is where it is headed. If you live in, Robert, what is that county name again?
It's in Jackson County, yes.
Jackson County, not Jackson, Mississippi.
Yeah,
Jackson
this is
County,
not Jackson.
Mississippi.
Yeah.
Cities of Van Cleve and Hurley and Big Point. You need to be in a tornado shelter now. Still continuing to see signs of a potential tornado developing south of Loosedale. That is severe thunderstorm warning, strong winds coming. Mobile, punch of severe thunderstorm is coming soon. If you are at the University of South Alabama or any of the other universities located in Mobile, you need to go ahead and start heading. Northern Baldwin County is also under the severe thunderstorm warning issued as a precaution. Now, as this storm
I'm very concerned about that storm west or
north of Alberta,
yeah,
this is going to, these storms are training.
yeah.
This is where we saw that circulation that is currently by
Just
Sprout.
yeah,
Wow.
that's not good. And it's making its way towards the north and east.
Okay, so this cell that is about to exit Perry County and enter Bibb County and maybe clip Chilton County is continually cycling. This could be a long track tornado.
Look at the reflectivity. You can see that, yeah, see that debris ball right there.
There's a debris ball just to the east of Highway 219. That is a very, very strong couplet that we have. And then there is definitely debris. Drop in correlation coefficient. What's also concerning to me is this drop in correlation coefficient with the other tornadic warning storm. It is a bit displaced, and maybe that's junk. But just to the southwest of West Blockton, we also could see a tornado. Not liking what I'm seeing heading into Tuscaloosa right now. There is a tornado possible tagged in that severe thunderstorm warning, so be alert if you are in the city of Tuscaloosa right now. But the main tornadoes that we are concerned about right now is just about to cross from Perry County into Bibb County, just to the east of Highway 219, where we do have a confirmed drop in correlation coefficient and tornado. It looks like they just
It's PDS. The Bibb and Chilton is PDS.
Bibb and Chilton is PDS. Okay.
Yeah.
So a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued. Thankfully, there is the only communities we have in our path right now. Here we go. Trio, Randolph, Sand Mountain, not the Sand Mountain near Albertville. Want to clarify that. Bibb-Mill, Oakley, 6 Mile, Bessie, Wessington, Hubbard, Jemison, Manuka, and eventually we are going to want our friends in Montevallo. I'm going to text my friend that goes to the University of Montevallo here in a second, as well as Calera. Eventually we're going to need to be on alert because this is a particularly dangerous situation, as Robert is saying.
And unfortunately, it's really about to cross the path of that EF3 from the high risk last year.
Place to the north.
So it's the north.
This is way to the south of where that
Way to the south of it? Okay, so it's in a same area but to the south of it. So again, I know storm fatigue is a real thing. There are a lot of tornadoes that go through this area, but you really need to take this one seriously, particularly given that it's now 10 p.m. Central Time. You can't see this thing. You have to take it very seriously.
Thankfully, we have lost the correlation coefficient with the Van Cleve tornado.
Yes.
So that one may have lifted, but we are very, very concerned with these two potential tornadoes that we have in the starting to approach the Birmingham metro. This is a violent tornado.
Just look at how big that correlation coefficient drop is.
To the southeast of Abercrombie, to the northwest of Okmulgee, that is where we have a violent tornado on the ground right now. This is definitely probably a large tornado, given that we have a complete drop in velocity in the middle of this signature correlation.
It's going to black now.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay.
Lofting debris. Can we go to the?
Yeah, I'll go to the wall. Give me a second.
We're going to go to the wall in a second.
Okay, so yeah, we have very dangerous situation here. City of Tuscaloosa, you need underground now.
Okay.
We're in a lowest level interior room. Let's go over to that tornado, PDS tornado.
Okay, there
and
is probably a tornado in Tuscaloosa right now. There is also a tornado
Let's look.
southwest.
Can we go to CC? I don't know if there's going to be something this quickly in Tuscaloosa.
No, but I'm texting my friend that's in Tuscaloosa.
Okay. Let me know to what degree, if you can, this tornado warning becomes, because I would not be surprised if this tornado warning strengthens southeast of Brent if they upgrade it.
Well, isn't the Brent one already a PDS?
It's already a PDS, yes, but I honestly wouldn't be surprised if they upgrade it further. but we'll see. I don't want to say something that won't happen. But this is a very violent tornado on the ground. It is a long track tornado.
Yeah,
this has
confirmed
been
large and extremely dangerous tornado southeast of Brent.
Yeah, is that a new tornado warning north of Brent, or is that?
That one had been there, but it was trimmed.
Okay, it's trimmed.
I don't really see a super strong couplet, maybe a spin up for West Blockton, but I'm very concerned with this Tuscaloosa tornado.
Yeah, Tuscaloosa, you need to be in an interior lowest level room or underground now. This does include the city of Tuscaloosa. This does include the University of Alabama campus. Those of you in the city of Tuscaloosa, I know it's 10:02 p.m. You don't want to, if I were you in this situation, I would want to go to sleep too. But this is not a situation you're going to want to you're going to want to be trapped in. You're going to want to have to take shelter now. If you are anywhere in the city of Tuscaloosa, entire city of Tuscaloosa, this is a warning for you. The city of Tuscaloosa, North Shore, the campus of the university, or Northport. Sorry, I'm getting my New Orleans and my Tuscaloosa mixed up. City of Tuscaloosa, Northport. It's going to be the campus of the University of Alabama, Holt, Fleetwood, Brockwood, anywhere along the Interstate 20 into the downtown area of Tuscaloosa, where Interstate 359
There
is.
you go.
This is a very, very strong signature. I'm not going to say tornadoes on the ground yet, but it's a signature that is very concerning as it's making its way into the city of Tuscaloosa. So that's a very concerning. If we could go back to the one down just southeast of Brent.
That's a violent tornado.
This is a violent, violent tornado. I have not seen a signature this strong in
a long time.
I haven't seen a signature this strong in a long time. I really haven't seen. I'm not going to say when was the last time because that'd be a hard thing to say, but this is a very strong violent tornado.
And you can see it almost black on.
Yes, and what black means is that is almost certainly some types of, I would just say that's certainly debris. I'm not even going to try to hedge there. That's pretty much, that is debris.
But we need to be very alert as we are now, okay, Bibb County, you are in the middle of this right now. It is now out of Perry County. Maplesville, you're fine. This is going to just clip the northwestern part of Chilton County. It is not going to hit Clanton. It's not going to hit Mineral Springs. Jemison, don't leave your tornado shelter yet, just in case. It might veer east a little bit, but right now we are looking at it is going to cross Alabama Highway 82, zooming in for communities in between Trio and Active, and then approach Highway 139 closer to Randolph. I have a friend in Tuscaloosa who's texting me right now saying that it's, quote, seems close to us, sirens are blaring. So good to know that my friends are taking shelter in Tuscaloosa, but I'm going to switch correlation coefficient.
So we have 6 active warnings, and if I name any of these counties, you need to be underground or in a lowest level interior room immediately. Bibb, Chilton, Jackson, Marengo, you are all under confirmed tornado warnings. And for those, we have a particularly dangerous situation for Bibb and Chilton. That is a rare tornado warning. That means that this is a violent tornado on the ground.
I don't know why it doesn't look like there's not a tornado warning on this map, but
yeah, I think it's
very thin.
The line out there is the tornado warning, I think, for just some reason. I think it's because it's PDS.
Yeah.
So it has a different...
It should pop up as a different color, but for some reason it's showing up as a thin line. But this little area, I'm going to use the pointer tool. Actually, Robert, can you just use your hand?
Yeah, so this area right here, do you want me to point at the warning or the storm? Because this area is the warning right here, all through here, and then it kind of clips the county right here. This is the debris ball, and this is the storm right here, the very violent tornado. So that's Bibb and Chilton, where you have that particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning, where it's still wafting debris, unfortunately. Jackson and Marengo,
we just trimmed the tornado warning. National Weather Service Birmingham trimmed the tornado warning. It is still a PDS. Wow.
That is a violent tornado.
But now Jemison and Thorsby, you are clear.
Yeah, that is a violent tornado. If you could move that to the center of the screen real quick so I can just point that out. That is very bad for those of you in this is going to be Bibb and Chilton County. This is Bibb and Chilton right here. It's going to make its way towards Wilton. You need to be...
Shelby County, you are not under a tornado warning at this time. This is actually heading directly towards the National Weather Service office in Birmingham.
I would not be surprised if they pass off duties to their
backup. I would not be surprised either, but where that radar site is, that is where National Weather Service Birmingham is.
Yeah. Can we go back down to the Van Cleve storm? Yes, I want to check and see if there is...
that storm west of Selma is still sus.
Yeah.
Okay, what is that?
That is
That's a new one.
Yeah, that's a new one.
So Jackson, Alabama, heading towards Grove Hill, tornado
Yeah.
shelters now.
You need to go into your shelters or interior lowest level rooms.
This one isn't as tight as it was before.
Okay, so yeah,
Not at all.
I was seeing something that it doesn't look like there. So yeah, city of Van Cleve, Hurley, still would take precautions, but this one it looks kind of meaner on radar than it does with velocity. So I think we are fine there so far, but we'll continue to keep you updated. If this does wrap together, this could be a bad situation. But so far, it looks like that is not the biggest threat right now.
So we might have multiple Alabama Weather Service offices go under the fire real quick
Yeah,
because Mobile, we're getting approached, and Birmingham, we're getting approached.
So I'm
But
going to go through all of the warnings we have
Can
here.
we go back to this PDS?
Yes, we'll go
Just
to
'cause that's-
yeah. Bibb and Chilton, we have this PDS right here. This is a violent tornado here. You can see how much debris is being lofted. You can see the strong couplet you have here, and it is unfortunately making its way across Alabama.
It's on 82 right now.
Yeah, US 82,
Trio.
City of Trio, US 82, underground interior room now. If you are driving on 82, you have not made it to Trio.
Otherwise known as Montgomery Highway.
Montgomery Highway. If you're along Montgomery Highway, east of Centerville, if you are if you are in Centerville trying to drive that way, stop. You can't go that way. 82, west of Randolph, anywhere in that area, you just need to stop now. This is a damaging and long track tornado on the ground. This is a violent tornado. I really can't use that many more adjectives to describe it because this is a
Okay.
very bad situation.
I think if there's a tornado in Tuscaloosa, it's in Northport.
Yeah, so it could be in Northport, which is again a very populated area. It's not a very good thing we like to see, and it's possibly right up here where we have it's to the
Let's
north of the
see.
city of Tuscaloosa.
Yeah.
City of Tuscaloosa, campus of the University of Alabama. At this point, you probably should be fine. If you want to stay in there for an extra few minutes just to remain
Just
cautious,
do it.
I would honestly just say just keep doing that. It's a better idea to just remain cautious.
So I think this West Blockton storm is bowing out, maybe a brief spin up, but
Yeah.
the main tornado concern, once again, continues to be in Bibb County, may very briefly clip Chilton County, not any of the super populated parts that are Birmingham exurbs, such as Clanton or Jemison or Thorsby, but we are still looking at a significant tornado on the ground in Bibb County over the town of Trio, heading almost parallel to Alabama Highway 25 as it crosses 82. I think it's going to head towards the fork right there between 25 and 139.
Yeah, 25 and 139 near Briarfield.
I'm
So
just gonna
all
put
of
a-
you, Oakley,
yeah.
Bibb Mill, Briarfield, 6 Mile, need to be underground now, Montevallo as well.
These times aren't going to
let's-
be right, but I'm getting communities.
Yeah, that's fine. So after this, can we go down to the confirmed tornado in Marengo County? Because that is still down there. I know we don't have as good of a look at it
Yeah,
because
I got
of the radar. But Briarfield, that is going to be roughly about 30 minutes
Right
for
here?
you. This one right here, yes. If you
South of
don't-
Demopolis, which
South of
that is
Demopolis.
where the Demopolis National Weather Service NOAA alert radio, the transmitter's down in Demopolis right now.
Okay. So those of you in Demopolis need to switch to a different frequency and make sure you have different ways to listen to know weather radio and have alerts just in case. We also have this one seems to be tightening up just west of right basically on top of Jackson. So if you're in
Which one was
Jackson, Alabama, I know we've gone through several Jacksons today, Jackson, Mississippi, Jackson, Tennessee, and Jackson, Alabama.
County, Mississippi.
Yeah, we have several Jacksons. Jackson, Alabama.
And
is
Jackson
now-
County, Mississippi. Both are under tornado
Yeah,
warnings.
Jackson, Alabama, and then also Jackson County, Mississippi. We have these 2 Jacksons here that need to take shelter now, and I don't like the look of that, actually. I think that's, I
I don't know if is velocity lagging or something.
I think velocity is lagging. I'm going to try and look it on my system here.
Because I just don't understand how velocity has not moved there in like 5 minutes.
I don't see anything too concerning on velocity right now, but
Okay.
We're
Gonna these ones by the Birmingham Metro are very concerning.
Yes, the ones by the Birmingham Metro, and I don't like that they are looking like they're probably going to clip the southern, at least the Bibb and Chilton one could clip the southern suburbs of Birmingham. I don't know if it'll make it that far.
Yeah.
Hopefully a weekend. That's our.
And they're also converging, which is also not
Yeah,
good.
that we don't want to see
But
that
this
as well.
one continues. This is not going to be affecting Brent or Centerville, but just passing Trio, we are continuing. Oh, that's
Yeah, it's
this
the
debris
debris
just
field
continues to grow and grow.
The debris field is even bigger, which means that this storm is a violent tornado on the ground. We have not seen a storm this strong in at least several months, to be, but more than that. I'm not going to say how long because I just frankly don't know. But we haven't seen a storm this strong in a while. Those of you in Bibb need to be underground or in a lowest level interior room immediately. I cannot emphasize enough how strong this tornado is. It is still wafting debris. I just had an update on my computer here. It is still wafting debris in this new correlation coefficient update. You can see it there. It's still very strong. Alabaster, Calera, Interstate 65 need to be taking those precautions because anywhere in this area,
especially if you're in an apartment or any type of mobile home or manufactured home, anything that is not a sturdy structure, get out.
Get
Go
out.
find
Just
one
get out and find
in advance.
someone. Can we go to the Tuscaloosa one as well? Get out and
Looks
find
like they just trimmed it.
yeah.
Well, okay.
Yeah. I don't like that it seems to be wrapping up, personally. It does look like it's wrapping
So
up a
it's
little bit.
leaving the metropolitan area of Tuscaloosa, heading towards
Tuscaloosa, you
Fleetwood.
are clear now. It looks like you are in the clear generally for you in Tuscaloosa. But North Bibb, West Blockton, we do have an area of circulation that we're concerned about. We also have this one over here. This is going to be for eastern Tuscaloosa County.
That's concerning.
This is very concerning. I don't like that. I don't think it's doing anything on correlation coefficient yet, but
It has not.
it's very concerning. Also, go back down to that storm.
This Bibb one is just,
It honestly seems to be strengthening, if I'm not wrong.
it's just classic.
It's just, it's very strong. I don't like the look of that. It's making its way towards Montevallo. So if you are in the city of Montevallo, you
There's
need
a
to be.
college there.
Yeah, the College
University
of
Montevallo.
Is it University of Montevallo? Or,
Yes.
Okay, so those of you in Montevallo, Breerfield, 6 Mile, all of you along, this is Alabama Highway 25. And Alabama Highway 139, and Alabama Highway 119, and 155. If you are in any of those areas, you need to take your precautions right now. Make sure you're in that lowest level interior room because it's a confirmed tornado on the ground doing considerable damage and of damage we have not seen in a while. This is a particularly dangerous situation. This is the wording used by the National Weather Service. A confirmed, large, and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Talladega National Forest, or 7 miles southeast of Centerville.
Just need to clarify, Talladega National Forest is a big national forest. It is not the city of Talladega,
Yeah.
Alabama.
Yeah, we're no concern for Talladega. That is over here. It is up over to the east. That is not a concern right now. You might have a concern later. I'm not going to say you're all clear, but you have no threat from this tornado right now. So the locations impacted are Calera, Centerville,
There's a debris drop by Tuscaloosa.
Okay, that is not a good sign either. So we could have, we have 3 active confirmed tornadoes. We could have a 4th here if this does continue to strengthen. It does look like it is, unfortunately. And I really don't like, I don't like the look of these storms. Those of you in Lakeview, those of you in West Blockton, those of you in Peterson, Brookwood need to be taking shelter now. Ultimately, I think those of you in Bessemer, in Birmingham, the suburbs of Birmingham, like Hueytown, Homewood, Hoover, Alabaster, need to start thinking about getting to that shelter. Because
especially if you were impacted by the wildfire in Hoover earlier today.
Yes, particularly those of you who you might have a hard time seeking shelter because you were in the fire. We have 3 tornado warnings which are converging on the city of Birmingham.
This is exactly...
This is a tornado that's basically going on the exact same path as that one that we just had. This confirmed tornado.
This is the exact one that just tracked into Brent.
Yeah, it is on the exact same path as the one that just tracked into Brent. This, excuse me, sorry. It is southeast of Marion. This is a tornado warning for those of you in Perry County. Again, we know you just got hit, Perry County, but it's coming again. We have another tornado warning. You have to go into the shelter now. This is a very dangerous situation there, and it really seems to just be, this is what we didn't want to happen.
And it's happening.
And it's happening. This is supercell thunderstorms that are forming, and they're just very discreet. You have debris here.
One sign, I'm just going to radar nerd out for a second. One sign that we have a really, really organized thunderstorm here now exiting Bibb County, about to approach Chilton and Shelby counties, is that when you go to the correlation coefficient, you can really notice that the debris is starting to sort of funnel out into the hook shape of a classic supercell. That is very indicative of a strong cycling supercell that may produce multiple tornadoes or one long track tornado.
Montevallo needs to be either underground or in a lowest level interior room immediately. This is a dangerous tornado making its way towards you in Montevallo.
Birmingham's probably about to extend that.
Tuscaloosa has been confirmed.
Yes, it has.
The one just northeast of Tuscaloosa County. So
that's the one that's heading towards Brookwood and Birchfield.
Yeah. So,
this does
fortunately,
not include Northport or Tuscaloosa. You have been excluded from the warning
yeah.
now.
Fortunately, one of the 3 tornado warnings here has been allowed to expire, but we have 2 confirmed tornadoes that are doing damage with
On
active
either
debris
side of I-20.
on either side of I-20, and they are converging towards parts of the Birmingham metropolitan area. We don't know what parts are going to hit or going to be under the gun here yet, but it does look like at least the northern suburbs and the southern suburbs of Birmingham are going to be under the gun from 2 confirmed strong tornadoes here. We have these 2 confirmed ones. We have the one in Perry.
This one, the one in Perry County,
It's starting.
and it's following the exact same path.
It's starting to strengthen. We have the one confirmed back in Marengo. I'm not seeing a lot on correlation coefficient to see with that one yet, but if you're east of Linden, south or north of Thomaston, anywhere in that area, you need to be taking your shelters now. We have this one in Jackson. This is also confirmed. I was thinking about the Jackson, Mississippi one. This one is not confirmed, or this one is. This one, the Jackson County one is. I don't know if it's doing anything right now. It was confirmed
I'm still not sure
earlier.
about the velocity data.
I'm not sure either. It's possible that I have some newer data here. It looks like it's possibly becoming more of a straight line wind threat with this one, particularly around Big Point. So this is going to be a very damaging situation for those of you in Big Point.
But we're going to zoom back in on
Yeah,
this Birmingham
let's
suburbs.
focus on these storms right here because they're going to do. This is a very concerning
This is an
situation.
incredibly populated area that it is heading into.
Yeah, and we have 2 confirmed tornado warnings making their way towards the Birmingham metropolitan area. I can't emphasize how bad of a situation this is enough. We have debris still being wafted near Ashby. If you're in Ashby, you need to be taking shelter now. This is still debris being wafted near Ashby. We can look at this one towards the north as well. This is near Brookwood. Debris is being wafted here as well. We have 2 tornadoes on the ground at the same time. Both of these are on the ground right now, and they're both heading towards the northeast. So if you are in northeast Tuscaloosa County, not the city of Tuscaloosa, if you are in Bibb or Chilton counties, you need to be underground or in a lowest level interior room now. Now is your time to go. Now is your warning. You have no more time to decide.
Wow.
This one is definitely starting to tighten up. This is really just doing this. It's really hard to see because this is going over the same areas that just got
So
damaged.
the radar
by this
beam is going
PDS.
through both simultaneously too.
Yeah.
Okay, what is this? They just updated they did not extend it?
No, it's still in effect. Or wait, let me see.
They didn't extend it into Shelby County though.
Yeah.
I think they
still-
took off the PDS.
That's possible. We'll see here. So, yeah, we have this one. Or no, they trimmed that one.
Yeah, they trimmed it.
It still has a PDS.
Okay, it's still PDS? Okay, it showed up differently on my...
Yeah, it says that the tornado warning for north central Shelton County is canceled because the storm has just moved out here.
Okay,
The one in Bibb County is still damaging and railing.
okay.
Yes, it's still.
Let's correlate. We're going to see debris fall out in north of Highway 25 in Bibb County. Probably some debris fall out in Montevallo as well. But
Montevallo needs to be underground now, or in an interior lowest level room.
it is kind of not as tight.
It's not as tight, but it still has these
It's
classic
still very
features that make
dangerous,
us
but it's not as
very
tight.
concerned.
Tuscaloosa,
Tuscaloosa-
also not as tight as it
Yeah.
was.
Not as tight, but debris is still being wafted, so it's a very concerning
Remember,
situation.
CC
with this.
does lag though.
Yeah, of course it does lag, yeah. But this is something that we're very concerned about, both of these tornadoes here. We'll go back to the one in Marion. Seems to be almost tightening up to me, maybe a little bit.
Literally same areas.
Yeah, it's unfortunately the same area as the last tornado. Let's go over to the one in Marengo County.
South of
yeah.
Demopolis. Yeah.
Yeah, and this one's north of Dayton. This is where we're looking for this potential area of a tornado. West of Uniontown, this is an area of circulation we're very concerned about. And we do have, of course, we have 5 active tornado warnings. We have 4 of which are all confirmed.
Oh, what is this? Oh, sorry, it was a different
Yeah.
color on my map, but it's still just a tornado warning.
It seems like that wind is really starting to get, it looks like a little bit of a notch there, but it's I wouldn't say
It's
that's
looking to be very straight line.
yeah, it looks to be a very straight line wind damage threat for Mobile, which is going to be very bad because, as I said earlier, some of these straight line wind threats can be just as strong as low-level tornadoes, and that's going to be a very concerning thing. So,
Yeah, this storm is definitely at least cycling by Montevallo.
it is definitely. So Montevallo needs to be underground or in a lowest level interior room now. This is a tornado that has a history of producing damage, still has damage being produced, apparently, according to Correlation Coefficient, at least as of a few minutes ago. This is still a very strong thunderstorm that is producing a violent tornado, and it could continue into Montevallo, particularly if this cycles and re-strengthens, something we do not want to see to happen. I would say the Marion one is still or the one in Perry County, just east of Marion.
Oh, okay, there we go. For Birmingham suburbs, Calera. This is the National Weather Service Birmingham that it's affecting, not Alabaster. So this is good news. This is going to miss most of
Okay, so the one including the county of Shelby,
it's Shelby County. It's entirely
it's
Shelby
reported as a confirmed tornado warning. This is
County. So
not,
it still
yeah.
is confirmed.
Yeah, so this one is a confirmed, even though the tornado has not even entered this warning, they have put it in as a confirmed just because of the strength of this tornado back here. It's about to cross into the county line, but yeah, and this was issued by Birmingham. It is, hail is not a major threat here, but it is a tornado that is on the ground doing damage that we're watching here.
Okay. Okay, it hasn't updated for me yet, but obviously we are still seeing a tornado potentially tracking into the southern Birmingham suburbs. Thankfully, this looks like it is not heading into the most densely populated part of the Birmingham suburbs, which is the Bessemer to Hoover 459 corridor. Thankfully, this one is staying a little bit further south. But right now, University of Montevallo, please get into your tornado shelters. If you are in any of the campus apartments, any of the campus dorms, make sure you are in the common bathroom. Make sure you are in a place where there's not going to be a ton of windows that you can stay safe from the storm in. If you are driving on 65 or 31 right now, now is not the time. I know there is a rest stop in between I believe it is in between Calera and Clanton. If you are in that area, take that rest stop, go ahead and pull over, and don't be driving into a tornado because that is one of the worst things you can possibly do. We do not have a debris signature on this cell right now, which is a good thing, which means it may be cycling and not on the ground. But even if it is a cycling storm, it is a very organized supercell and may continue to evolve and drop another tornado, as it is now no longer in Bibb County and is officially fully in Shelby County, Shelby County being one of the most populated counties in the U.S.
Right.
Also of note, wow, okay, southeast of Marion, north of Hamburg, right where this last tornado came from, looks like another developing tornado. Nothing on CC yet.
Okay.
West of Uniontown, similar situation, a little bit high scanning, that might be something. Thomaston, yeah. Okay, tornado warning for Mobile. I'm going to call one of my friends.
Yeah, so I was about to point that out, yeah. So it does look at the tornado has right here, it's where it is. It's sort of strengthened a little bit. That's why they've issued this. It includes the northern suburbs of Mobile. This is where this tornado warning is. It's basically going to go right over the radar site. This is where the airport is in Mobile. This is University of South Alabama right over here. And it's basically going to clip those areas. Let's go for some city names here. Forest Hill, Country Club Estates, Pritchard, Orchard, Somme, anywhere along US 45, Interstate 65, anywhere in that area, you have a risk of seeing a damaging tornado come towards you. It's not confirmed for Mobile yet, but this could happen if it is as strong as it was
right
earlier.
There.
It's right here, yep. It's about to cross the state line.
Do you see that?
Yep. And oh, no, yeah, it is on the ground doing damage right now. That is very much a damaging tornado. So Mobile is a very bad situation for the north part of the city of Mobile. It's cycled, it's sort of weakened. Unfortunately, it has strengthened again, and those of you in Mobile need to take shelter into the lowest level interior room. You need to take cover now. You don't have any more time. There's no time to waste. Take your kids, take your family, you take your pets, go to that interior room away from your outside walls and windows, and even better is an underground room, but I know some people don't have that. It's
close to sea level. They won't.
Yeah, so it's unfortunately that'd be your best bet. It's just the lowest level interior room.
It looks like another one near Pascagoula.
Yeah, is that some debris that's being wafted there, or is that just clutter?
I'm not going to count that as debris.
Yeah.
But this is, I don't know. I don't know what this one is for. It could be for a water spout potentially moving on shore. But Jackson County, Mississippi, you have 2 tornado warnings. If you live in the eastern half of Jackson County, Mississippi, tornado shelter now. If you live in the northern half of Mobile County, actually the entirety of Mobile County, tornado shelter now.
Fortunately, I want to say those of you in Tuscaloosa County that has been allowed to expire, so that one is not a tornado warned storm anymore, fortunately.
Good. This one in Perry County.
I really don't like the look on that one, and I also don't like the look on that one that we've been watching near Montevallo. I know it's not as strong as it was earlier, but it still has that look of, I'm not sure if that could just be clutter by that on the correlation coefficient, but you can see.
We're also starting to get into nastiness radar-wise.
Yeah. So radar, you know, it's possible that some of this could just be clutter, but I do not like the look of this down here. Just in reflectivity, it looks like it has that classic hook shape, and I don't like that. So they've allowed, as the storm has moved fully into Shelby County, Bibb, that has been allowed to expire for that one. But Bibb, you are under the gun from the one right behind it, in Macon, or not Macon, sorry, excuse me, Marion, and that is in Perry County. So, and that one is also a very, very concerning look on that one as well. So if we go back south, just to look at that, yeah, and turn on velocity, yeah. So it looks like it's a little bit weaker than earlier, which is a good sign, but that doesn't mean you should just take it for granted. Those of you in Sprott, those of you along Alabama 14, close to the 219-183 intersection where it was earlier, where you had the tornado earlier, just stay in your shelters now. I know some of you in here might actually be out looking for your house is just damaged and you're looking at debris. It's a bad situation, but you need to find shelter immediately because something else might be going on top of you. This is really unfortunate. Also, one thing I want to say is for those of you in situations where a tornado has been touched down and done damage, one thing you want to remember is do not touch on exposed power lines. That is a very dangerous situation. You don't want to touch them. If you see anything that you think might be a power line, just stay away from them and wait for the electric company to come and restore that stuff. Just don't touch it because they can be deadly.
Do you want to briefly mention that up in Madison and Morgan and Marshall and Jackson and Coleman counties in Alabama, that's where we just got a severe thunderstorm warning. So it's going to be very much a linear straight line wind threat up there. Maybe a brief spin up, but that is going to be more of a damaging wind threat. The biggest tornado threat right now is just to the south of Birmingham, the storm that is entering Montevallo.
Underground or an interior lowest level room immediately. This is going on top of you right now, the city of Montevallo. This is a dangerous situation for you, sorry.
Yeah, it should pass just to the north of actual cholera. So, okay, Robert, can you check that warning text? They just updated it.
So...
It should be a tornado potentially over Montevallo, moving to the northeast. The radar data is not starting to work.
It is still confirmed. It is still a confirmed tornado.
Radar's not working super well for me over here, so we're just going to keep it on velocity. Still a confirmed tornado. It's going to miss Alabaster. It's going to miss Calera. It's going to head towards where the National Weather... Shelby County Airport. That is where it is heading towards.
Okay. And you can see how it's going right over this area. It's a little more populated because we're getting towards Birmingham, unfortunately.
But it is missing the core Birmingham suburbs.
Missing the city of Birmingham. City of Birmingham, at least for now, you're right at the clear. I'm saying at least for now because we have so many of these storms here.
It's probably going to miss Props Promenade and all of those shops near Alabaster where you have that giant Walmart complex, and you also have like the Full Moon Barbecue, and you have the Moe's Southwest Grill.
Go back on correlation coefficient because I want to point something out here.
I'm not getting much.
Just zoom out because I wonder if all of this back into here is debris being wafted by the storm. From previously.
You mean in Jefferson County?
Yeah.
That's probably fallout from earlier.
Yeah, from
but
earlier.
I don't think that's going to be debris being wafted at the present moment.
Oh yeah, no, not from a present tornado, but that's just showing how strong this tornado was earlier and how strong this.
We have kind of lost any clear shape because of how close it is to the radar now.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Fortunately, there have been some expiring of tornado warnings earlier, so let's just zoom out and take a full view of what's going on here.
Okay.
We have confirmed tornadoes in Shelby and Jackson counties. Shelby in Alabama, that's going to be right here, and Jackson's going to be over here. It is currently confirmed doing damage on the ground. We have a few more tornado warnings for not confirmed situations. We have one for, this is going to be Perry County. This is a potentially dangerous situation as it continues and wraps up. We also have more tornadoes to the south.
Let's go to Mobile.
Basically a complex we have right here. This is a new tornado warning. Hasn't gotten my system yet. But we have this one for the county, Mobile County. And okay, these two tornado warnings, if you can zoom out a little bit, these two new tornado warnings in Mobile County have both just been confirmed. This
so is there
one,
2 circulations?
Apparently, let me see.
And there's definitely a tornado to the northeast of
The
Hurley.
one for Mobile and George right here has been confirmed. Let me see what the other one is about. I believe these are 2 different circulations and they both have been confirmed, if I am understanding this correctly. Because these are 2 different.
So I guess it's these 2 separate.
And I know that one of them is for this one right here that's wafting debris. It's at least one of them is for that one. Let me see.
So
if I can,
one is for that one, and one is maybe for that one?
I think that's what it might be, yeah.
Okay.
So both these, the city of Mobile, northern half of the city of Mobile. If we could zoom in on the city of Mobile and I could call out some neighborhoods
I don't think
there.
this is going to include the I-10 tunnel, but this is going to be Crichton, Pritchard.
Yeah. Neely, anywhere along this area, 165, anywhere in the northern part of the city of Mobile. I believe this is clipping to the north of you in the University of South Alabama, and also it's going.
I
the
told
airport,
my friends there to get to shelter.
If you're at South Alabama University, you need to be taking shelter right now. The airport, I believe the airport is just barely in this warning. It's right along US 98 right there, near Country, or it's
over here.
Country Club Estates, Wheelerville, Cottage Hill, Saraland, Somme, and then ultimately Stockton and Bay Minette if it holds up that far, but that's a little bit of a later
I'm really
concern.
concerned with this one on the Alabama-Mississippi state line by Tanner Williams.
Yeah, by Tanner Williams, that is a...
Yep.
Yeah, it's doing debris. That is very much
So there's
not
definitely a
situation.
tornado right there.
Yeah. City of Tanner Williams needs to be underground or the lowest level interior room right now. I am very concerned about that as well. I believe that's what the tornado warning is for.
Yeah, so just along, so heading towards Grand Bay and Viola Bart.
Yeah, I think that this is for 2 circulations up in Mobile because I'm starting to see a second one right where there's notches. I don't know if that's...
Where?
See, zoom in a little bit. I might just be seeing
So
something
there's
weird.
definitely one right there.
There's definitely one right here, I'm for sure.
Are you seeing another one just to the west of the radar site?
Yes, it's like just the rest. And it's also, I want to emphasize again, this is very close to the radar site, so it's very hard to see what's going on here.
But we know this one by Tanner Williams is good data.
Yes, this one is wafting debris by Tanner Williams. You can see that poke on the radar. That is very, very much not a good situation that you see there.
But we may lose some of the radar stuff in the next few minutes.
Yeah, if this second tornado is indeed on the ground and is going for the radar site, again, I want to say that's not confirmed. We're not exactly sure what's going on here because this is so close to the radar site. If that is true, we could lose data here, and we could also have the Mobile National Weather Service pass off duties to...
I see the second circulation you're talking about.
Yeah. So it's
7 Hills.
7 Hills needs to be underground right now. This is heading basically straight for the radar site. Is the radar site on the airport? I don't
know if it might be slightly displaced, but I'm going
Yeah.
to go back to the Birmingham storms.
Yeah, so this is a dangerous situation for the city of Mobile that we're watching. We're also watching,
Can you
of
check
course,
this one in Perry County? just
Yeah,
to see?
so Perry County is not confirmed.
Okay, I don't see debris on it, so that's a good thing.
Yeah.
But this one that is in Shelby County, okay, it's going to miss the radar. That's good.
Shelby County is still confirmed, unfortunately.
Okay. So it looks like it's about to cross 65 just to the south and east of Props Promenade, which that is a major intersection right there between 31 and 65. So I'm going to go ahead and get some shops that are there.
Right. So let me see if I can get some mile markers on here. If you are listening to us on the radio or listening to anyone on the radio and you're in this area, let me see if I can get this pulled up here.
It's 31. That is Props Promenade, Lowe's, Chick-fil-A, Olive Garden.
Yeah, the Alabaster Promenade. That's a shopping center right up there.
And
you need
Props
to be underground
Promenade,
now.
both of them.
This is exit number 238 on Interstate 65.
There's a Jim and Nick's barbecue. There is a Full Moon barbecue.
Just south of the city of Alabaster. If you are right about to exit for Alabaster 238, you need to get off now and get into a lowest level interior room.
Where
a
the
gas
target
station.
in Alabaster is.
Yeah. If you are at the exit 238, you need to get off now. If you are also coming from the south and you are by exit, it will be exit.
Don't pass the airport.
Yeah,
Do
don't
not
pass the airport. I'm trying to find out what the exit number this is.
I'm not good with exit numbers. I drive there every way on my way home, but I do know that this is a very bustling intersection. Thankfully,
Exit
with the time of
231.
night,
If you're coming from the south on 65 and you have not yet passed exit 231, or you are at exit 231, you need to get off now. This is a dangerous situation for this tornado right here. So yeah, this is very much not a good situation.
yeah, so
as
that's
this
a
tornado.
populated area. It's probably going to head into Saginaw, and then race off to the northeast, continuing eventually. Chelsea is going to be in the path eventually if they decide to continue the warning. Continuing to zoom back out, there's another one by Alberta. We keep seeing these storms near Alberta churn up a little bit of rotation, spit up right to the west of Selma, and then spit into Perry County and start getting tornado warnings. So that's another one to watch. Going back to Mobile just because that one is concerning.
I just do not like how this has morphed into a supercellular situation for most of Alabama.
Which there was modeling that could indicate that for southern portions of the state. So
Right now, it still seems to be sort of a pseudo line for far southern Alabama, but that doesn't matter because we have a confirmed tornado doing damage
okay,
right
now the entirety of Mobile County is under a tornado warning.
Yeah, okay, it doesn't matter where you are in Mobile. I know I said earlier northern Mobile, but it doesn't matter at this point. The entire city of Mobile needs to be underground or in a lowest level interior room. We have tornadoes coming from the north
Mobile's
and the
by
south.
sea level. We're just going to assume there's not basements.
Yeah, sorry.
So-
I'm just saying that because I've repeated it so far, but yes.
Yeah.
The get inside a lowest
Wow.
level interior room, that is really tightening, and that is in a very concerning position. I almost think that there is a little bit of debris there. If you could just zoom in on that. It
Maybe.
could be. I don't want to say there is yet, but it could be.
But right on the coastline, on the Alabama-Mississippi border, south of I-10, there's appearing to be a developing tornado that's going to move towards Graham Bay and then Theodore, and then eventually parts of South Mobile near the airport are in for that one. However, we also still have this northern circulation to the west of the radar site in the airport that is still producing a little bit of debris. So we have multiple tornadic circulations in Mobile County, Alabama. The only place in Mobile County that is safe, quote unquote, right now is Citronelle. Everywhere else south of Citronelle in Mobile County needs to be in a tornado shelter as we wait this line to pass.
Right.
I'm going to keep switching back and forth between these two highly populated
And even
areas.
Citronelle, if this storm does move a little bit more to the east than we're expecting, you could be in danger as well.
Yeah, Citronelle is to the very far north. But
Yeah.
once again, zooming all the way in on this Shelby County, Alabama storm, we are very, very close to the radar, so I can't see a lot happening. But this is a super populated area. Highway 31 and Interstate 65 are where the bustling corridor of life is in between Alabaster and Calera.
You need to
Calera
just get
and
off
Shelby
65.
Springs, you are clear. Do not drive south of Pelham on 65 right now. South of Pelham or north of Calera, do not drive. Take those exits in Pelham, in Helena, take those exits in Calera and just pull over. Wait for this line to pass, wait for the rain to get a little bit lighter, and then once the line is passed, actually I'm going to recommend against that too. Once the main line has passed, which is currently in Tuscaloosa County, then you are finally clear to continue driving, but we do not want you on the interstate right now.
Right. Yeah, and the
That's
unfortunate
just
part.
messy.
The unfortunate part about this is since they have gone more supercellular and it's not really a line anymore, we can't really say like, well, since the storm has passed, you're in the clear. If it were a line, we'd be able to say something like that. But
west of the main line still.
yeah, west of the main line for sure. But we have some more of these storms right behind all of this. Like for example, if you see all these storms right here,
New tornado warning.
That's a new tornado warning, and that's just an example of this. We have these.
What do you know?
Yeah.
Alberta, it is continuing. This pattern tonight has continued, where we get a little discrete cell that races north towards Dallas County and then starts to produce a tornado.
Yep.
So Alberta, Oroville, if you are along Alabama 22, Selma, this does not include you, but be ready just in case it shifts to the east. If you are west of Selma in Dallas County, be in your tornado shelter now.
Right. And this is Dallas County, Alabama. If any of you happen to be watching from Texas, this is not Dallas County, Texas. Dallas County, Alabama, Selma, you are under risk for a tornado right now.
Not Selma.
Or sorry, not Selma. Dallas County, the far north part, west of Selma. If it does move to the east, it could threaten Selma. But right now, it looks to be Orrville, west of Orrville. That's the major concern right now. And if it does take that more northerly track, Selma, you should be fine.
Okay.
We'll keep you posted. This right now, yeah.
Thankfully, this current Perry County cell has not produced any debris. Very broad rotation. We're not focused on that. Still focused on this cell that is crossing 65 in between Alabaster and Calera, near Saginaw right now. Make sure you're in your tornado shelter. This is going right past the Shelby County Airport and right over the National Weather Service in Birmingham. Should miss their office, thankfully, and is going to go probably just south of Props Promenade. But if you are in that area and you are familiar with that area, be in your tornado shelter now.
Right. Let's go back down to Mobile real quickly.
Okay, are you noticing something?
It's just I'll actually go back to velocity because I think that could show us something that might be going on. Because we have this area of circulation, this area of circulation, and then it looks like there's a second area of circulation down there, like basically right on top of the radar. And then a third one, obviously that new tornado warning down southwest of Mobile.
Grand Bay.
Right there, yeah. So right there.
So, okay, yes. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. And all of these three are threatening different parts of the Mobile metropolitan area. This one will take a more southerly track. This one will take a more central track. This one will take a more northerly track. So if you're anywhere in the Mobile metro area, I can't declare you safe at this point. You just have to go into that lowest level interior room. This is a big danger for all of you in Mobile and associated suburbs like Saraland, Tillman's Corner, Theodore, Somme, anywhere in that area. You just really need to take those precautions immediately. Can't wait. You have to go into that lowest level interior room right now. So yes, we have what is actually 4 active tornado warnings for the Mobile area on 3 separate circulations that we're watching.
This is concerning.
Yes, this is concerning. This is by Safford. You need to be underground now. It is going right over you. West of Orrville, if we could zoom in a little bit to see what highways these are right here.
It should be 22.
Yes, this is Alabama 22 and Alabama 5. If you're in the city of Martin, west of Orrville, anywhere in that area, you need to be taking precautions right now because this is really starting to wrap up. And actually, I know we just came from Mobile, but I'd like to go right back because I'm seeing something now.
Okay, going south. 1 second. Stay on radar.
So we can see
there we go.
The 2 circulations here that are now very tight. The one on the west here, I can see it very clearly. I could also see the one right here. It's particularly on my system here, it's not as quite as tight here on this radar, but on my system it's very tight, and that is very concerning. It is passing in a very populated area. This is, if you could zoom in, like right above to the straight north of the radar, right that area right there.
Right there?
Yeah, right there is where I'm seeing something suspect on here at least. It's just south of 98. This is Orchard. You need to be underground, in a lowest level interior room now, west of Forest Hill, southwest of 8 Mile. This is US 98. We also have a second one that's also going towards US 98, more towards Somme, anywhere in that area. That's a major concern for all of you on that area. We have 2 tornadoes that seem to have a very strong circulation making their way into Mobile County.
They're already in Mobile County.
Or they're in Mobile County, excuse me.
And then this other one down by Grand Bay.
And that's
which
also
looks very broad compared to what it was before.
It looks very, very broad to what it was before, but again, still a major concern. If it cycles, it could put the city of Mobile under even more threat than it already is.
But that one, the one in between Tanner, to the northeast of Tanner Williams, just really...
It already did damage, and it still looks, concerning enough that I'd be like, okay.
Oh, that's concerning.
I would almost wager to say those are 2 different debris signatures from the 2 tornadoes right there. I know that, it's not... We can't really say that for sure because this could just be clutter with the radar, some of this. But this one for sure, I think I could say is a debris signature. I know this one on the left had a debris signature earlier, which makes me easier to say this could be something. But for sure, we know these are 2 tornadoes.
Wow, look at that hook.
Right next to each other. Right next to each other. This hook right here, this is going into a very populated area of North Mobile. This is very concerning, and this one is confirmed. It's on the ground right now. I am very concerned about this one. And I'm also concerned about the one right next to it, too.
I think this one is becoming dominant. I think it's going to wrap into one.
Yeah, it could very well do that. It's these two right here. We have this one.
Is Mobile saying anything in the warning text?
Let me look. We have.
For the one that includes Satsuma, Saraland, and Chickasaw?
Yeah, so the left one is getting pulled into the right one. So the confirmed tornado warning for the top one might.
Okay, they just issued an entirely new one for the downtown Mobile. This includes the underground tunnel. This includes the Bay Bridge. This includes Spanish Fort. I'm going to go ahead and text my uncle who lives across the bay because this includes him, I believe, now.
Right, so again, a very dangerous situation. I am confident there is now a debris ball just south of Somme, anywhere in that area. This is going to be US 59 or US 98, excuse me. This area is a very, very present debris ball. Again, this is now one in a long line of tornadoes that produce debris balls tonight, unfortunately. But we are going into the northern Mobile metro area, and we can see it right here. It is very strong. It is right next to another very strong tornado, and as Jonathan was saying earlier, these two could just sort of wrap up together and make a strong
like a
tornado.
Fujiwara.
Yeah, basically a Fujiwara effect, which is something we see in tropical
Two debris
cyclones.
balls.
But yeah, two debris balls right next to each other. Right next to each other. This is very bad situation for the city of Somme. You need to be underground now.
I'm going to get where the road location of South Alabama, just so we know.
Yeah, I believe South Alabama is more to our south here, so I think South Alabama should be.
It is to the southeast of Sums.
Yeah.
This is South Alabama.
Right where?
It's in between Sums and Forest Hill.
Okay, so South Alabama, I would just say be underground right now because we don't know what's going to happen here, and you could be in You can be in a situation with a damaging tornado. I know the airport is also right near here, so if you're by that, you need to be taking your precautions right now. We have two damaging confirmed tornadoes right next to each other.
Are they actually confirmed?
What?
Are they actually confirmed?
Yeah, they both. The text says they're confirmed, and we do have two debris balls. So unless that changes, they are still confirmed right now. Two tornadoes right next to each other. And again, like Jonathan was saying, they could just wrap into one. We'll see about that. But we have two, what looks like debris balls here, and there are two hooks.
There are two clear hooks on radar.
Right next to each other. I don't think I've ever seen this before. This is a very bad situation for the city.
And debris just continues to
It's still, yeah. The city of Somme, Alabama 217, US 45, Alabama 158. If you're west of Saraland, northwest of the city of Mobile, if you're in the northwestern suburbs, you need to be underground now. We have two damaging tornadoes that are right now going through the northern suburbs of Mobile.
Theodore, be sure you're also in. If you're across the bay in Baldwin County, now is the time.
Yeah, Baldwin
County. Severe
County.
thunderstorm warning for anyone on spring break at the beach. But the tornadoes should be heading north of the beach condos.
Right.
I'm going to go ahead and just take a pop at, they expired, Shelby County.
Okay, that's a really good sign. I am really happy to see that expired now. This could cycle, it could come back, so don't take this as a complete all clear, but that's a good sign for you. This one looks less weak or more weak than earlier.
Yep, but this one doesn't to the west.
Yeah, I don't like that.
And then this one also looks weaker.
Yeah.
It's
definitely a couple still there, but it's smaller.
Yeah. Potentially to the southeast of Thomasville, close to Camden, but we are going to focus on Mobile because it is not every day that you see two tornadoes next to each other on radar.
And not just two tornadoes, two ones with what apparently looks like two debris signatures, and apparently they're both confirmed.
Yeah, definitely one there.
It's possibly maybe a mile apart, maybe two. It's so close. This is a very bad situation for the city of Somme. Anywhere near Orchard, Forest Hill, Millertown, Kushla, Alabama 158, US 45. This is a very bad situation. You need to be into a lowest level interior room immediately. I cannot emphasize that enough.
Yeah, this is a very you don't never ever want to see that many tornado warnings for one place, ever.
Yeah.
And right now, Mobile County, you have at least 5 tornado warnings.
Yep.
Thankfully, those couplets aren't as tight as they were earlier. I think the western one is becoming more dominant.
Right.
But if you are along 217 towards 8 Mile, 45, 98, any of these roads in the northwest side of Mobile, in the Mobile metropolitan area, tornado shelters now, especially southeast of Sens.
This is a bad situation for those of you in the northwest Mobile area. I think there's a new tornado warning out. Or,
Where?
well, maybe that's the previous one.
Or is it up north?
I just hadn't noticed that one. No, it's for Mobile.
Okay.
It's the bigger one that includes Baldwin County.
Baldwin County
Yeah,
one?
I just hadn't
Okay.
noticed on that one before.
Makes
but
sense.
It's,
Okay, now this eastern one is concerning.
yes, that is also concerning. So we have that one over there. That could just be a continuation of what we've had already here before. And this is unfortunately populated northern suburbs of Mobile. As we get into Kushla, Saraland, Alabama 217, Interstate 65, if this does wrap something up, it will be very bad. If we could go to the south, it looks like that one's starting to possibly strengthen a little bit as well, with that one down by, yeah. right there.
Theodore.
Yeah. Theodore needs to be into a lowest level interior room immediately. This is a bad situation for Theodore. Those of you in Baldwin County, in Spanish Fort, Daphne, Fairhope, it's a good idea for you to start thinking about going to that lowest level interior room now, down to Mobile as well. The entire city of Mobile.
Technically, the only part of Mobile County that's not under a tornado warning is, actually no, Mobile is, never mind.
Yeah.
It's just not under some of these other ones.
Yeah, it's not
But
under the confirmed ones, which
If
is
you are
a good sign.
along 217 towards 8 Mile, tornado shelter, please. If you are along 10 in Mobile County, tornado shelter. Along 90 in Mobile County, tornado shelter. This is a dangerous situation.
This is a very dangerous situation indeed. So we have what looks like one dominant circulation now with there too, and this one has been allowed to expire. There's
The
now only
north
5. No, it's back up to the ones at Birmingham. The northern one of those 2 has been allowed to expire.
Oh, good.
So we only have one now.
Okay, that is good news.
Yeah, it's the one by what's west of Selma that we're still watching.
Okay.
For here, we have looks like maybe one dominant circulation trying to win out here east of some, southwest of Kushla, right in here along Alabama 217. That's where I'd be really concerned about a tornado starting to develop.
217 and 158.
And I would say, at least on here, I'm looking at the last few scans, it does look like it's starting to wrap up again. I don't like that.
So this is just to the north of the University of South Alabama.
Yeah, so those in the University of South Alabama, at this point, not as big of a concern, but just stay safe just to be safe. I would say tonight's a night where it's like, you just have to be safe, and you really just need to take your precautions. Don't, be too lackadaisical about this. Don't write things off. Just take extra precautions tonight.
Unfortunately, Robert, I do think we probably need to sign off because it is midnight.
It is. So let's go over these tornado warnings again.
So this one expired.
That one
South
expired.
of Brent.
Yeah, so then we have this one down here, which is still continuing to produce potentially a tornado. It has an area of circulation west of Selma. This is along US 80. Selma, you are fine, no threat to you, but this could put something down. Then let's go back to the Mobile ones.
That one is also unraveling. It's not as strong as it
Yeah.
was. These Mobile ones, that one.
It looks like in this scan it's not as strong as it was previously. I really hope it could be putting down debris.
But
I really hope it doesn't, though.
Yeah.
This is the thing we don't want to see.
And then this one by Theodore is strengthening. But we do want to remind you that your local media will have stuff in
Yeah.
effect
So
through the next few
let's just take
hours.
it full,
Got
the full area, and I'll just quickly talk about the situation here. Okay, so we have in these tornado watches that extend all the way from central Tennessee, where Nashville is, all the way south through Birmingham, through Montgomery, all the way down to Mobile. Current cities under threat are Mobile and areas around just west of Selma and Dallas County. That's where we have that tornado warning. These are the tornado warnings we're watching here. And again, we'll be signing off here soon in just a few seconds. But tune to your local media affiliates in any of these areas to continue to watch for them as well, particularly the Mobile area. We are very concerned about those of you in Mobile. But I also want to emphasize those of you up and down the line, even if you're not in a tornado warning, severe thunderstorm warnings, these are still going to be main areas of high winds for all of you in those areas. So this is still a damaging wind threat, and that could be as strong as some tornadoes. So any of you in these areas, you need to be watching for tornado potential, damaging wind potential. Have your no weather radios on to give you warnings. Have phone alerts on. Have local media on. They will keep you. They will get you through this, just like we've been able to get you through this for the last roughly 12 hours. But this, unfortunately, will continue through the night. And particularly for those of you into the Florida Panhandle, you will be under the gun soon. Pensacola, and ultimately towards our own viewing area in Tallahassee. So I want to say, if we are under the gun tomorrow morning here in Tallahassee, WFSU, we will go live again, just so we make sure everyone knows. But again, thank you for joining us for the last 12 hours or so. We've tried to keep you safe and informed, and we've just tried to tell you that these threats are very serious threats. Seriously, no matter if it's a severe thunderstorm or tornado warning. Thank you for joining us, and have a good rest of your night.